Our protagonist takes on part-time gigs for the gods themselves. And with every successfully completed project, he rakes in some serious divine currency. This currency lets him snag SS-rank skills and incredibly rare items. Meanwhile, other awakeners are completely stuck with whatever abilities they first awakened. So he's the only one with the potential to become a truly invincible god, boasting an unlimited arsenal of abilities. But before he stumbled upon this incredible cheat system, his life was anything but rosy, trust me. In a world where everyone awakens unique abilities, known as talents, Duck is just one unlucky guy, with absolutely nothing special to show for it. Because of this, even landing a basic entry-level corporate job is next to impossible for someone like him. In a society completely dominated by the talented, there's simply no place for a talentless fool like him. All he can really do is curse the heavens and constantly complain about the miserable life he's stuck in. A life ruthlessly shaped by the talent he never possessed. But then, in a flash, everything changes. He's struck by a massive thunderbolt, completely out of the blue. The strike is so brutal, the poor guy nearly ends up gasping his final breaths, as the world literally starts fading from his eyes. Miraculously, though, he wakes up. He's alive, but utterly confused by his survival. That's when something catches his eye. A strange notification window, simply floating there. It's a job listing from a gods. He stares, completely bewildered, unsure what the hell is going on. And then, the notification window suddenly shifts. It almost feels like a direct prompt, sent by the gods themselves, just for him. The scene shifts once more, and our guy is now just sitting in his room, low-key questioning if gods even exist at all. He's never actually confirmed their existence before, but after getting utterly smoked by a bolt of lightning, seconds after literally roasting them, they feel pretty damn real to him now. He starts wondering if this was some kind of twisted, divine punishment aimed squarely at him. Normally, when someone gets struck by lightning, they're either instantly dead or desperately clinging to life. But this guy, not a single scratch on him. The only difference is just this bizarre, floating notification window, seemingly harmless, above his head, casually offering him a job listing for gods. At first, he assumes it's some kind of basic status screen, the kind of notification ability users see when their powers awaken. And for a second, he's absolutely thrilled, thinking maybe this is it. Maybe this is his awakening moment. He tries the usual code word, saying status window like it's a magic phrase. But nothing happens. Confused, he starts second-guessing what this thing actually is, since it's clearly not the standard power user menu. Instead, it looks suspiciously like one of those part-time job application panels. And as soon as he thinks that, the notification begins moving around on its own. That's when it clicks. This is literally a job application screen. Well, that's incredibly ironic. The guy's been juggling multiple part-time gigs just to survive and take care of his mom. And now the gods themselves are tossing him more shifts. But since he's got nothing to lose, he decides to just go with the flow. These are apparently divine part-time jobs, and the listings are all neatly organized. He picks one and tries to apply, but the screen hits him with a harsh reality check. He doesn't have enough divine power. The system's crystal clear about that. You need DP, divine power, to access these jobs. The notification panel informs him that DP is power, used by the gods, and obviously, since the guy doesn't even have abilities, it makes sense that his DP is sitting at a nice fat zero. Still, the idea that his life could change from this is tempting enough to keep him going. All he has to do is help create some Midgard dungeons. Just straight up labor. As long as you're passionate, you're good. And the pay is 12 hours. Seeing the word dungeon, he starts wondering if this is related to the dungeons that show up on Earth. And then it hits him. It's the gods. They're the ones behind these dungeon appearances. Curious, he looks again at the salary and starts thinking about how to exchange 2 hours for actual money. But before he can spiral too hard into finance mode, he accepts the job on impulse. And just like that, he gets snatched out of reality and thrown into some random location. He's completely flustered by this unfamiliar environment. But there's absolutely no time to process anything, because a massive monster barrels towards him out of nowhere. And before he can even properly react, the creature is suddenly snatched by the neck. He's saved. And standing there is this massive, jacked dude who immediately asks if he's the part-timer. Without even waiting for an answer, this guy nonchalantly introduces himself as Thor, as God of Thunder. He then casually picks her guy up and starts strolling off like it's completely normal, already prepared to brief him on the job. Our protagonist takes a closer look. With that full beard, that huge build, and that's unmistakably Mjolnir he's wielding. Yep, absolutely no doubt about it. This is Thor, but still, the entire thing just feels so surreal. And our protagonist is finding it hard to believe that this is actually the one and only real deal Thor. Thor then notices our guy's complexion. He then randomly asks him if he's the god of Asia. Our hero is understandably confused, but then it hits him. Thor actually thinks he's a god. And as he quickly looks around, he notices that everyone else around him is some kind of god or powerful deity. Realizing he's the only human in this entire room, he panics for a moment, then decides to play along. He improvises, claiming he's in charge of a small mountain. And shockingly, it totally works. Thor completely buys it, and even claims he's heard of mountain gods before. Apparently, they're known for being incredibly passionate. However, Thor then hesitates, and saying, damn duck looks a bit too human. Our hero immediately starts sweating internally, thinking his cover is about to be blown. But he quickly pushes through, claiming he prefers to live among humans, to better understand and help them. Thor actually seems satisfied with that answer, and even praises him for genuinely caring about humanity, saying that's precisely the mindset he's looking for, especially as they're building a place for humans to face serious trials. The scene abruptly jumps again, and Thor now asks if Duck. He's familiar with the Minotaur's labyrinth. He confirms, and Thor gestures toward the blueprints, telling him he'll be helping to construct that very labyrinth himself. Meanwhile, Duke watches the insane dungeon gate with utter amazement. One of the old gods casually tells him to keep moving because they're actually busy, you know. The scene shifts, and we see our hero putting in some serious work. He hears the workers mention a need for support, with wheelbarrows over in Sector E6, and of course, without a moment's hesitation, he immediately volunteers. The gods are actually surprised by how hard he's grinding, and one of them even tosses him a warning to watch his step before he ends up face-planting in a ditch. Duke, still in cheerful NPC mode, tells them to save him if he does. The scene shifts again, and our hero is now standing next to a red god. Our boy asks if they're done for the day, and the god confirms, casually asking how Duke feels about this kind of work. Our dude just shrugs, calling it what it is, manual labor. The red god tells him to chill out, since they're almost done, and reveals they'll be riding in a carriage to their next location. Inside the carriage, the red god wonders aloud if all Asian gods are naturally this energetic, but Duke immediately clarifies, saying it just depends on personality. The red god throws him a compliment, telling him he's been getting a lot of praise lately. Our bro literally starts praising himself, thinking he's fully aware of how impressive his people skills truly are. He's already plotting how to leverage all this divine networking to his advantage. Soon after, they arrive at the next site, and the red god lets him know they'll be doing the heavy lifting from this point forward. Apparently, they're also setting up booby traps, which immediately piques Duke's interest. But while he's walking around pondering this, the red god shouts at him to stop, pointing out Duck nearly stepped on a deadly live trap. He calmly shows Duck the exact spot, telling him to be more careful next time. Then, without missing a beat, he gives him the full breakdown of all the trap locations, and Duck realizes now that this job is low-key dangerous. The red god reminds him to take notes, since this is his first rodeo with dungeon setup. He explains that gods nowadays love throwing humans into random trials, and the lower gods don't get a say in any of it. They just do the grunt work and pay their bills. Turns out dungeon construction is a non-stop business, so work never runs out. He then mentions that the room they were working on earlier is already done and tells Duck to check it out. What he sees is straight up unreal. The sheer size and detail make it hard to believe something this massive was cooked up in mere minutes. Damn Duck's just standing there, wondering what's supposed to go down in a place like this. The Red God tells him to put down the wooden box. They've been hauling, then casually drops that. It'll serve as the first real trial in the dungeon. He pops the box open, and Damn Duck sees what he thinks are just round rocks, until the Red God corrects him. He reveals that those are poisonous spider eggs. The Red God explains that if they leave these things here now, they'll be full-grown. Hell spawn by the time the dungeon goes live. Damn Duck's curiosity gets the better of him, as he notices something weird nearby. There's a big monster just chilling inside a giant box. He asks what it is, and the Red Guy tells him those are lizardmen. Damn, Duck finds it interesting enough to go poking around, and notices a transparent spot under their necks. He reaches out to touch it, but the Red God stops him cold, warning that the creatures haven't fully materialized yet, and that spot is basically a critical hit zone. Next, the Red God leads him to the section reserved for a goblin ambush. He explains that if any humans make it this far, they're basically at the final stretch of the labyrinth. Damn Duck finds the whole setup incredibly sketchy. And just like that, something stirs from a nearby opening. Suddenly, a goblin leaps out of nowhere, scaring the absolute crap out of our hero. But, strangely enough, the goblin ends up laughing with the Red God, who admits he was just messing around. Still, once the dungeon officially goes live, these goblins won't be pulling any pranks. They'll be lethal and far too clever for comfort. And Damn Duck knows that better than anyone else. With that settled, the two finally arrive at the end of the labyrinth. Damn Duck immediately recognizes it as the boss room. As he's inspecting the place, he gets approached by none other than the hammer-swinging god, Thor. Thor greets him with the title, God of Mountains, and says everyone's been raving about his work. Damn Duck thanks him, and Thor notes how strangely polite this dude is. He asks to confirm that all the monsters have been placed, and the Red God confirms it's all set. With that, Thor decides it's time for the gods to return home. So the god swings Mjolnir and sends Damn Duck flying out of the realm. As our guy freaks out midair, next thing he knows, Damn Duck's back in his apartment, trying to mentally process how insane that dimensional jump actually was. He even thought he was about to get exposed as a human when Thor pulled that hammer stunt. But somehow everything checks out. All of it was real. Damn Duck's practically glowing with excitement. He's officially awakened as an ability user. And right on cue, the system window pops up, confirming that his paycheck has been deposited. Our bro's face lights up as he scrambles to check how much cash he just secured. The system loads, and what he sees next is nothing short of amazing. It's the Emporium of Gods. In this divine emporium, weapons of unfathomable power are displayed. There's the Javelin of Odin that never misses, and the Neon Lion armor. This ability completely nullifies every physical attack. At this point, holy cow, Duke truly grasps the grandeur of the Emporium of Gods. Duke, amazed, begins examining the warrants. And these aren't just any old throwaway items, either. These are the actual warrants of genuine gods. And they're all just sitting here, right for the taking. Our protagonist, staring at this incredible lineup, seriously starts to ponder. What would happen if he bought every single one? He knows the undeniable truth. He'd stop being human and start living as an actual god. As this is his golden moment. He's ready to completely turn his entire life around. But of course, our guy gets a harsh slap from reality, as he quickly realizes he can't afford even a fraction of what's offered here. The cheapest warrant costs a whopping 70,000 Tor, and he's sitting on a measly 12. Ouch! Our guy starts wondering what he can buy with this measly amount as he scrolls through the listings. A bunch of abilities suddenly light up right in front of him. He literally can't believe his eyes. These literal gods are selling abilities. The irony of it all really stings, because he never had a single ability of his own, ever. And now, here they are, just casually offering them up. One of them has a price tag that immediately grabs his attention. And Tvedvitua. Exactly what he has. Our guy is losing it right there. He's completely shocked that these divine tier abilities are going for so incredibly cheap compared to everything else. But then, it starts to make sense. The gods don't need abilities. They're born with them. What they care about are warrants and true god-tier weapons. But even that still doesn't completely convince our dude, because the stuff here, every single piece of it is S-Class. As he continues scrolling down, he lands on one called Swordsmanship Ability, SS. It instantly reminds him about that old dream of being a noble swordsman he used to have as a kid. Now, he could just buy his way into his dream. So, he confirms the purchase. And right away, a strange, warm aura wraps around him. He's still unsure if anything's actually happened. It all feels incredibly unreal. He remembers all the times he worked his butt off and couldn't even get an F-class ability. Compared to all that, this feels like an absolute cheat code. Then, the Emporium of Gods drops yet another bombshell. Turns out, buying his first ability comes with a sweet buy one. Get one free offer, letting him snag another skill. One that perfectly matches the rank of his first. Our guy is practically on the verge of tears now. But not from sadness, from pure, utter disbelief. He quickly snags a powerful combat ability. And it honestly feels like he's hit the jackpot. Twice in one spin, he's not just a classy swordsman anymore. He's a full-blown combat expert now. But that immense joy doesn't last for long. Suddenly, a crushing wave of nausea hits him hard, and his entire body starts throbbing with pain. The system promptly informs him that his body's undergoing a full-scale upgrade to handle these brand-new, immense powers. He collapses. His lungs expand. His stamina surges to insane levels. And every single second of it hurts like absolute hell. The system finally lets him know when these torturous upgrades are finally complete. And just as his consciousness begins to fade, he sees his mother, her image flickering before him. She's apologizing profusely, as if it's her fault he's suffered so much. He tells her firmly to stop worrying, because he's already got abilities now. There's no reason for her to carry that heavy guilt anymore. And just like that, he snaps wide awake. His head feels like it's been hit by a speeding truck, and he instantly wonders if he even passed out. That vivid image of his mother makes him question if it was just an elaborate dream. He can't quite tell, but when he checks, the familiar status window is still right there. It gloriously confirms absolutely everything. He really does have both swordsmanship and combat abilities now. And apparently, to top it all off, he's been classified as a lowest rank god. He figures that's probably the exact reason he was able to apply for these incredible jobs. But as much as he desperately wants to enjoy this moment, the bitter irony makes him acutely realize his life up until now has been nothing short of a cruel joke. From being an ability-less loser just yesterday, to someone now working directly under actual gods. Just then, he gets a sudden call. It's his mother. Oh, but he absolutely can't wait to tell her he finally got abilities. But something's terribly wrong. She's in a full-blown panic. She frantically tells him not to come to the hospital. He's understandably confused. He demands to know what's happening, but she offers no explanation. She just keeps insisting that he stay far away. He's still trying to process what's going on. That when the hospital staff suddenly takes over the call, they identify him as his mother's legal guardian and immediately inform him of a dire emergency. A dungeon entrance has opened right near the hospital. They explain further that they tried reaching out to him earlier, but none of their calls managed to connect. And until things settle down, they won't be allowing any visitors inside. But Damduck is absolutely not having any of it. He's running full speed, desperate to reach her. The scene shifts. Chaos has completely taken over the area. Military units and helicopters swarm the zone overhead. Reporters flood the streets, and the army sets up formidable barricades, warning civilians to stay far out. This is now officially a restricted danger zone. Right then, a cab pulls up. Damduck steps out, completely thrown off by the sheer level of panic. He's still trying to figure out what the hell is truly happening. And right on cue, the system pops up. Hyperfocus has been activated instantly. Damduck's senses sharpen to insane levels. He can hear conversations from incredibly far off. He catches pieces of chatter from a soldier who's talking to a friend, revealing that hunters are being summoned from across the entire country. There's even a rank 8 hunter already on site. That's when it finally clicks for him. This is what hyper-focus truly is. Damduck knows there's absolutely no time to waste. He runs to one of the military officers and tells him that his family member is trapped inside. But the soldier won't budge an inch. This is still a highly active zone. The labyrinth dungeon hasn't been cleared, and they're not letting anyone through. When Damn Duck hears the word labyrinth, something sparks sharply in his head. That word definitely rings a bell. And then, without any warning, lightning crashes down from the sky. A massive surge of energy explodes outward, sending people flying in every direction. Damn Duck watches the chaos unfold. But then he sees it, something too familiar. He realizes that this is the exact same dungeon he created, on Thor's orders, back when Damn Duck was building this labyrinth. He thought it was nothing short of a masterpiece. But now, standing here again, knowing that this dungeon might be the death of people he cares about, it's hard to believe he once admired it. He never imagined he'd see it again, let alone under these dire circumstances. As he tries to understand why this dungeon even exists in the present, a civilian runs up to him, completely out of breath. Damn Duck helps the guy to his feet, only to hear that he should run too, because this place is far from safe. And just as he hears this, a knife comes flying right at him. His instincts take over, and he dives out of the way, throwing the civilian out of harm's way. One glance at where the blade landed, and it's clear, if he had moved even a second slower, he'd be done for. That's when Damn Duck notices another civilian, shouting at him to get out. This guy isn't just panicking. He's seconds away from getting gutted by a lizard monster, with a knife pressed against his face. The soldiers nearby don't waste time. They immediately command their units to open fire, and a rain of bullets pours down on the monsters. But, as expected, the shots barely make a difference. Meanwhile, Damn Duck ducks behind some rubble, fully aware that the crossfire could easily take him out. But the moment feels even worse when one of the lizard freaks locks onto him and charges straight at him, clearly ready to kill right then. Hyperfocus activates, and it saves his ass. Damn Duck catches the monster's knife midair, without breaking a sweat for about 2 seconds. He looks like a total action hero, but then he starts whining about a tiny cut from catching a knife. His focus immediately shifts back to the same civilian, who was barely breathing earlier. Now he's being targeted by another lizard monster. Before the monster even touches the guy, Damn Duck yanks the creature back with full strength, saving him just in the nick of time. The soldiers notice what just happened and call for an immediate ceasefire. Watching all this, they can't help but wonder, what kind of brain-dead hunter would jump into a fight like this with 0 weapons? And they're not wrong, because Damn Duck definitely jumped in without thinking. Now he's completely surrounded by the lizard monsters, with no clue what his next move is. One of the lizards lunges at him, and even though Damn Duck apologizes, like a scared little loser, his body moves on its own. Hyperfocus kicks in again. He starts weaving through the attacks like it's nothing, clearly seeing every move before it even happens. And out of nowhere, his combat ability suddenly flares up. Damn Duck throws a punch so hard, the monster gets launched across the entire battlefield. He stands there stunned, unable to believe what just happened. But there's no time to waste. 2 more monsters are already on the way. One of them charges, and Damn Duck sidesteps it with ease, before landing a clean hit. The second one isn't any smarter, and Damn Duck jumps into the air, slamming it down with a powerful drop kick. Everyone watching is absolutely stunned. No one can believe this guy just wiped out 3 lizard monsters without touching a single weapon. And while Damn Duck stands there, acting like it was just another day, a man walks up and questions his affiliation. The guy seems unfamiliar with Damn Duck and introduces himself as Namgung, the head of the Sun Gun Guild. After shaking hands, Namgung points out that it's rare for a guild member to be operating solo like this. So he asks if our guy is a free hunter, which Damn Duck confirms, leaving him impressed. Namgung then asks Damn Duck if he'd be interested in joining them to clear the dungeon. Damn Duck was clearly not expecting that. But then again, the offer reminds him he's no longer some useless, ability-less reject, and since he knows these monsters won't stop pouring into the city unless someone does something about it, he accepts the request without hesitation. The next scene jumps forward, with the entire guild moving together through the dungeon. Damn Duck concludes. He's relieved he still remembers the layout, especially considering he was the one who built the damn thing. He stops and tells the group to hold back for a moment, without waiting for permission. He claims he'll be leading the way. Naturally, this instantly rubs one of the guild members the wrong way. Some blonde-haired clown who doesn't like being told what to do by a mere free hunter. He insists that when someone's rolling with a guild like theirs, they're expected to follow orders. Damn Duck doesn't argue. He just calmly explains that there are several booby traps ahead, and it's safer if he goes first. Namgung thanks our guy for the concern, but insists their scouting team already cleared the path. Damn Duck isn't buying it. He casually picks up a rock and tosses it ahead. The ground reacts instantly as a wave of spears shoots up from below, revealing the so-called cleared path was anything but safe. Damn Duck explains that these traps work based on decompression, and they're strong enough to rip straight through armor. Like it's nothing. Their simplicity and lethal nature makes them dangerous as hell. Impressed, Namgung remarks that our guy knows everything about the dungeon. Damn Duck freaks out, knowing that if he accidentally lets slip that he helped build this place, he's basically exposed. So he plays it cool and brushes it off as a trade secret. As he continues scouting for more traps, Damn Duck suddenly halts. Namgung asks what's wrong, and Damn Duck warns that things are only going to get more dangerous from here. He tells everyone to get ready, because what's coming next isn't going to be pretty. Inside the dim room, one guild member crushes a spider underfoot, only to immediately curse at the mess left on his shoe. As his companion complains about the unbearable heat, the other asks him if he had dozed off. During the briefing, he explains that the spider webs aren't just traps. They're transit lines for the spiders themselves. Burning them won't solve anything. It'll just speed up their movements. However, doubts don't end there. The guy still questions whether their so-called hero might actually be a spy sent in by a rival guild. Damn Duck casually reminds them that he can hear every word they say. He glances over at the same room where he and Red God had earlier left the spider eggs. There's no point taking the long route when he already knows where the spiders hatch. Without hesitation, he starts burning the webs himself. The other guild members eventually catch on and assist with torches, spreading flames through the sticky threads. Just as the room begins to clear, Damn Duck's hyperfocus kicks in. He hears it, faint voices, crying out for help from somewhere up ahead. He immediately stops the others from lighting more fires, informing them that people are trapped inside. Not long after, the guild leader confirms what Damn Duck had already sensed. There are survivors in the next room, and saving them is now their top priority. The leader explains that once they enter, they need to form a defense formation. Namgung looks at Damn Duck, unable to explain how. The man seems to know exactly where people are hiding. Without further hesitation, he tells the support team to follow Damn Duck's lead. Damn Duck is completely taken aback for a moment. He's never given an order to anyone in his life, but now this whole support team is looking to him for direction. A girl steps forward, looking surprisingly casual. She thanks him for helping them evade the trap so far, adding that they'll be counting on him even more now. She offers her hand for a handshake. Damn Duck just stands there awkwardly, completely unsure how to react. Eventually, he gives in and takes her hand, before he can even mention his lack of experience. She cuts him off. She tells him not to stress about giving orders. All she needs is the survivor's location. The rest is their problem, simple as that. Damn Duck nods, muttering his agreement, still a little off-kilter. He asks her to release his hand. Then she asks if he ever uses a weapon. Caught off guard, he admits he never has. She tells him to at least carry a sword. Then just like that, she walks away. After a moment, Damn Duck realizes he never even told her his name. Yet somehow, she already knows it. Before he can ponder this any further, someone calls out, telling everyone to get into position. They're moving into the next room. Darkness immediately settles over them like a heavy curtain. One of the members whispers that it's too quiet, but Damn Duck knows better than to drop his guard. In the very next moment, he shouts for everyone to look up. A massive creature descends from the ceiling. A member screams for help, but the leader quickly intervenes, slicing through the monster and barking orders to stay calm and stick to the plan. Damn Duck and the others quickly resume their positions, focusing on defense and diligently avoiding any poison. Damn Duck's hyperfocus sharpens once more, allowing him to pinpoint the exact spot where the survivors are hidden. He calls out, and the group rushes to help. Wrapped in thick webs, the survivors can barely move. The team frantically cuts through the sticky layers to free them. One by one, but just when things seem manageable. Even more spiders crawl out of the shadows. Damduck immediately throws a survivor over his back and guides everyone to the safe zone. Namgung observes the whole scene in silence. He doubted Damduck before, but watching him now, it's obvious that the man knows the dungeon's layout, as if he designed it himself. While chaos erupts behind them, the leader slashes another spider down. Namgung knows Damduck's abilities are crazy. Damduck signals that another survivor is nearby. A support member shouts for the injured to be moved in a certain direction, pointing the rest of the group to the exit path. Soon, word spreads that all survivors have been pulled out, and most are still in good shape. The leader is clearly relieved. He announces that only the combat team will proceed, while the rest can take a break. But before that, he asks Damduck to step aside for a quick conversation. Damduck's nerves start creeping in. One of the guild members nearby watches him with silent envy. The leader then recounts that among the trapped were 2 police officers, 10 hunters, and a handful of scouts. He thanks Damduck outright, pointing out that without his intervention, they might have set the entire place on fire and killed everyone. Damduck's humbled by the praise. Namgung jokes that if he didn't know better, he'd assume Damduck created this dungeon himself. He laughs it off nervously and says, "It's not like he's some kind of god." The leader smiles and says he's just joking, and the so-called hero quietly shifts his attention to the danger and suggests they gather the rest and keep moving. Eventually, they reach a large stone door, and carved into the surface is a strange symbol. One of the guild members eyes it curiously, wondering about what it is. But the hero immediately informs everyone that they're goblins. The others scoff at the idea of goblins. After everything they've faced, goblins are nothing but a joke. The guild members complain. Our guy hyped this up as their next major boss fight, only for them to encounter a measly group of goblins. They instantly feel utterly played. But our hero's mind is already racing, desperate for a solution. He's searching for any possible way to navigate this chamber safely. He quietly mulls over his options, wondering if his hyper-focus skill could offer a solution. Then, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice, he requests to enter the goblin chamber all by himself. One of the guild members immediately shoves him aside, taunting him for letting the leader's praise inflate his ego. Get to his head, he sneers. "We've taken down goblins more times than we can even count." He adds, "If you're so scared, you're welcome to stay behind." Even the leader steps forward, stating he doesn't support sending our hero in alone. Our hero agrees, but adds one crucial condition. Once they're inside, everyone must follow his lead without question. The leader, with a slight nod, accepts, sensing our guy probably has a trick up his sleeve. Meanwhile, back in the hall, one brown-haired guild member is absolutely seething within. He's clearly frustrated, almost fuming. He had planned to completely show off his skills this round, and finally earn some much-needed points with the leader. But now, the hero is totally cutting into his spotlight. He glances over at his blonde-haired partner, muttering that they can't just stand by and let the hero do absolutely everything himself. The other man subtly nods in quiet, dangerous agreement. Together, the entire group steps into a truly massive hall. The blonde guy looks around dismissively and loudly announces that it's just an empty chamber. Nothing out of the ordinary here, he scoffs. But our hero immediately tells him to lower his voice. Something isn't right, he whispers. There's definitely a presence lurking. The man sighs dramatically, completely unimpressed. The brown-haired one mocks him further, throwing out a sarcastic remark about how maybe there's a giant roach hiding somewhere. His blonde partner quickly joins in the banter, adding that even if a goblin does pop up, they'll just protect the hero anyway, so he might as well just relax. But the mood in the hall changes in an instant. Every single torch in the hall flickers out simultaneously, and suffocating darkness swallows the entire space hole. Utter confusion erupts among the guild members as they shout for someone to relight the flames. But our hero stops them dead in their tracks, urgently warning them against using any light. The brown-haired member, however, has finally had enough. He snaps back, exclaiming they can't fight blind. And then he questions, what kind of hunter fears a few goblins? He boldly calls the hero a coward, then defiantly lights his torch. The moment the flame sparks to life, the hero's face twists in utter terror. He frantically yells for everyone to get down. The leader reacts with lightning speed, grabbing his students and ducking them low. The two cocky members, however, freeze as they hear the sudden tension in the hero's voice. But it's already far too late. The blonde guy turns to speak, still attempting to act like nothing's wrong. But something stops him. His partner is already done for. He's got 3 arrows lodged deep in his chest. A second later, a dozen more pierce clean through his body. The leader watches on in sheer horror as the torch slips from the man's now lifeless hand. It hits the ground, and the dim light reveals the grisly corpse of the brown-haired member, absolutely covered in arrows. His partner stumbles back in shock, utterly unable to process what just happened. Panic spreads quickly as the group shouts over each other, desperately trying to pinpoint where the attack is coming from. The leader screams at them, ordering them not to move. Then, the leader finally understands the horrifying truth. This is why Damn Duck warned them about the light. The hero calmly explains that goblins automatically fire towards light sources, and that's why they stayed hidden, even when all they heard were voices. The leader still doesn't understand why they held back, even after hearing them speak. But Damn Duck knows the chilling answer. Goblins like to toy with their prey. They enjoy watching people tremble in the dark. Far above, a single goblin grins from the shadows, silently reveling in the chaos unfolding below. Namgung points out that, even if they understand the goblin's game, they simply can't fight without light. Someone has to risk using it. But the hero states he doesn't need light to fight. The leader finds that hard to truly believe. But the hero just tells him to leave this area to him. His skill active, he turns to face the rest, fully aware of their shaking nerves. He tells them to stay quiet and not move a muscle. Activating his hyper-focus skill, the world around him sharpens into crystal clarity. Now, he can see every single goblin. Without wasting a second, he goes straight on the offensive. One by one, he strikes them down with ruthless precision, weaving effortlessly through the darkness. The hero makes it all look incredibly easy. The blonde-haired guy is absolutely furious to see that. Damn, that duck is literally the GOAT. That prick still believes he could have done it himself. The hero is just stealing all the spotlight. But the leader doesn't see it that way at all. He admits he's never seen anyone fight like this before, not in all his years as a seasoned hunter. The hero simply smiles, claiming he just got lucky. Even he can't quite believe what he just pulled off. Then, without another word, he turns toward a massive, imposing door at the end of the hall. This is the final stop. The labyrinth ends here. This is undoubtedly the boss room. The moment Namgung stands before the massive door, he instantly knows what's waiting beyond it. This is the final boss, without a doubt. The leader wonders if the monsters are in hiding, but Damn Duck shuts that idea down immediately. 'Cause there it is, a giant cow-looking creature. One of the hunters questions if that thing is really the dungeon's guardian at all, and Namgung confirms it. It doesn't move, though. It's just standing there, eerily still, like it's giving them a chance to figure something out first. But Damn Duck gets a sick, unsettling feeling in his gut when a notification window suddenly pops up in front of him, informing him that a minor minotaur human sacrifice event has just begun, and the dungeon is demanding 5 sacrifices. Meanwhile, the guild leader begins barking orders. The combat unit will split up and strike from both the front and the back. But as far as Damn Duck can tell, no one else can see the same urgent warning he just got. Still, he figures there's got to be a crucial hint hidden somewhere in this mess that'll help them finally beat this dungeon. And if that's true, he has no choice but to speak up and say something. As the strategy discussion unfolds, Damn Duck approaches Namgung. The leader, mid-plan, tells him to hold on, but the moment Damn Duck mentions that it concerns the labyrinth, the man gives him his full attention. Watching Damn Duck take the spotlight again makes Blondie's blood boil. The clown can't stand how Damn Duck keeps swooping in with his hero moves, staring down the giant cow. He declares that this thing's about to get destroyed. He doesn't give a damn about the rules and about teamwork. The idiot plans to take down the final boss with his F-rank shooting skill. The fool shortens the distance between himself and a monster, convinced he's about to win the whole dungeon. Sordo, Nam Duck warns him not to do anything reckless. But the dumbass yells at our guy, accusing him of wanting all the glory, and assuring Namgung that he'll handle this beast himself. And just like that, the moron steps into the center of a labyrinth, triggering the boss. A notification confirms it. Now, the dungeon will randomly choose 5 sacrifices. Blondie doesn't realize what he's just done. But Damn Duck and the guild leader panic. The idiot looks around, still confused, and the leader straight up calls him a brain-dead fool. He asks him if he even understands the consequences of what he's triggered. Damn Duck tries to steady the situation, reminding everyone that now is not the time to throw blame. The monster finally reacts. A barrier shoots up, separating Blondie from the rest of the team. He screams and begs to be let out, but it's no use. The guild leader tells everyone not to panic. They need to focus and act now. There's no time to reorganize. The guild leader declares that they'll attack with whatever they've got. He volunteers to act as the distraction and charges at the monster with his axe, while the others set up the formation. He even lands a clean hit, which has the guild members cheering like crazy. This fight, it's already decided. Damn Duck is completely taken aback by the raw power on display. But then, a chilling realization sets in. The attack, it did absolutely nothing. The leader quickly understands. The impact felt like striking solid, impenetrable metal. As he's processing this, Damn Duck screams for him to dodge. Our hero finally grasps the truth. It's not that the monster couldn't dodge at all. It simply doesn't need to move. Its durability is absolutely through the roof. The old man can't react quickly enough. The monster retaliates, barely grazing him with its weapon. And even that minuscule scratch sends a searing jolt of pain coursing through his entire body. The leader instantly grasps the grim reality. Charging in without a concrete plan will lead to their absolute demise. He orders the entire team to strategically encircle the beast and gather as much crucial data as possible without taking any direct hits. Damn Duck can't help but respect the guy's lightning-fast thinking. But even with such a meticulously sound plan, it's shockingly clear the monster has no discernible weaknesses. It doesn't even care about their range. Then, Damn Duck spots something crucial. A sudden burst of electricity that's unsettlingly familiar. In a flash, he instantly realizes what it truly is. This monster isn't just any ordinary beast. It's got Thor's warrant embedded deep within its body. Lightning ominously begins to build as the creature furiously charges its devastating attack. The leader notices the ominous change as well, and shouts for everyone to brace for something truly serious. He spots a risky opening and attempts to rush in once more. But Damn Duck knows the terrifying truth. He desperately warns them all, but it's already too late. The monster unleashes its catastrophic attack, and the guild leader is utterly wrecked. When the dust finally settles, he's completely down. Everyone can only stare on in utter disbelief. The one man they all relied on so heavily is now completely out of the brutal fight. And here's the absolute worst part. They can't even escape, as the oppressive barrier is still firmly in place. The remaining guild members are on the absolute verge of losing it. Unsure what to do now, Damn Duck simply cannot accept this outcome. This is not how he goes out. He remembers every single hardship that brought him to this moment. All the narrow escapes and battles he'd survived. There's no way it can all end in a dump like this. He reaches for the one trump card he's been holding back. His trump card. Damn Duck dramatically unsheathes a sword. He's been saving it, but now's the absolute perfect time. And just like that, he activates his swordsmanship skill. Our boy unleashes his SS-grade swordsmanship and dares the monster to come at him. The beast charges without a moment's hesitation, ready to crush him into dust on the spot. Meanwhile, the guild leader lies defeated, barely able to move, watching on helplessly. He knows full well how this is supposed to end. If his own legendary axe couldn't scratch the beast, then a mere sword in Damn Duck's hands won't change a thing. He wants to scream at him to run, but there's no strength left within his broken body. And then, our guy slices off one of the beast's massive horns, like it's a paper prop from some cheesy school play. The entire guild freezes. No one understands what just happened. But Damn Duck does. For him, it was simply a matter of having the right tool. Now that he's gripping this sword, he knows exactly what needs to be done. The strangest part, though, is this. He's never even touched a blade before this moment. Yet somehow, it fits perfectly in his grasp, like it's been waiting for him since day one. The beast roars, enraged, and charges again, shaking the very ground with every thundering step. But our hero's already vanished in a blink. He effortlessly moves through the monster's defenses and lands devastating, clean hits across its body. His movements are so utterly cracked, the leader can barely even register them. That's when the astonishing truth settles in. Damn Duck was never meant to fight with his fists. He was built for the sword. And even though the beast is taking immense damage, its thick, monstrous hide is still keeping it on its feet. In a corner, the blonde guy is still completely spiraling, like it's his first raid ever, but the leader ignores him. He already knows our guy isn't just surviving this fight. He's fighting like one of the best swordsmen alive. The guild leader doesn't need long to realize that. Damn Duck's skill isn't the issue here. It's the busted excuse for a blade he's swinging around. The weapon's already falling apart, and it's clear it won't last much longer. It's nothing but a worthless piece of junk. And yet, it's now in the hands of someone who actually knows how to wield it. Our boy, Damn Duck, quickly catches on. The damage output might be weak, but the weak points are definitely still there. So all he needs is one clean opening to strike. With that in mind, our guy charges in again, determined to finally end this. But the result is barely even cosmetic damage. Just a meager surface scratch. And now, the sword is officially dead weight. Still, he isn't panicking. He knows this is now a game of patience and precision. One weak spot, one clean opening, and it's all over. The monster doesn't give him long to think about it, charging up for its massive, big move. But this isn't new. The guild leader, still slumped on the sidelines, immediately recognizes the monster's wind-up. It's the very same ability the beast used earlier. What truly surprises him is Damn Duck's stance. Perfectly lined up and ready to counter. He isn't sure how, but our boy's already in place. There's absolutely no time to waste. So the leader decides he has to help. He remembers the hidden trump card, Damn Duck's strange ability to fight without needing to see, and forms a quick plan, eyeing the blonde coward, still shaking in his robe. So the leader eyes the weapon he's been hiding, and tells him to toss it. It's the only option left. At the very same time, our boy takes one last desperate swing with the broken blade. And just like that, it shatters completely. The beast is now fully charged, ready to wipe the floor with him. But the leader's call comes just in the nick of time. The coward finally throws the sword, and Damn Duck catches it midair, without flinching, with zero hesitation. Our hero makes his one final, decisive move, and brings the ugly freak show down for good. The scene quickly cuts away, and now, we're watching. Reporters broadcast live from outside the dungeon. It's been 5 hours since the monster waves finally stopped, but the world outside has no idea what truly went down inside. The cameras are rolling as the dungeon doors finally swing open. Light floods in as the victorious team emerges. Among them is Damn Duke, his expression steady. His energy spent but intact. He immediately asks once they're outside how the leader knew he'd perfectly catch the sword. The old man casually explains that his ability to fight without even looking made it utterly obvious. Damn Duke then lets out a laugh, admitting that if the leader had been wrong, our boy would have been absolutely, completely cooked. He thanks the leader for saving his skin, but the old man quickly pushes the credit right back, saying it was Damn Duke himself who saved the entire city. This praise hits different this time. Our boy remembers the days when he truly had nothing. No abilities, no support, and absolutely no one who believed in him. But now he's stronger, smarter, and more respected than ever before. The crushing weight of inferiority is finally, truly gone. So yeah, our guy throws his hands up in wild celebration, knowing full well he earned every damn bit of this victory. We now shift scenes to Samlim University Hospital. Our hero makes his way here to check up on his mom, still stressing over whether she's truly okay. Luckily, she's doing absolutely just fine, and our boy can finally let himself breathe a sigh of relief. As he chills for a sec, he glances up at one of the hospital TVs, and there he is, plastered all over the news. On screen, he's getting absolutely mobbed by reporters. Our dude looks half happy, half terrified by it all. Media attention is definitely not his thing. They're throwing questions at him from every single direction. What went down in the dungeon? Whether he almost died? His name? His sword skills? If he's in a guild? It's utter chaos. Our guy can barely keep up. He asks them to slow the hell down and talk. Point one at a time. He tells them straight, no? He's not in a guild. Yes, there were some incredibly close calls, but he fought like hell to protect the people that he cares about. The reporters, ever hungry for drama, immediately twist his words, asking if he's now saying guilds are totally useless. Damn Dooku claps back with some serious heat, throwing major shade at the Hunters Association. Now it's quite the bold move. Before they could drag it on any longer, he slaps the TV off with a grimace. Watching himself stumble through that interview was agony. Talk about instant second-hand embarrassment. Just then his phone buzzes wildly. It's an article, all about him, featuring a crystal-clear shot of him mid-battle, against those giant, ass-kicking lizards. He's utterly stunned with all that chaos. Someone still managed to snap a wallpaper-worthy pic? He jokes to himself, shaking his head, about Korean news agencies being sneaky little devils. Then, out of nowhere, he gets a mysterious pop-up. He's just earned 1,000 divine power points. That definitely catches him off guard. He remembers he needs divine power for something big, to unlock more job options from the gods themselves. Right on cue, another window dramatically opens up, revealing a brand new job is now available. That gets him totally hyped, and without wasting a second, he taps confirm. Boom! An offer from Hephaestus, none other than the god of blacksmiths. Hephaestus is hiring for a bodyguard, and our guy is definitely, absolutely up for it. Sure enough, he applies and finally leans back, thinking he's earned a moment of rest. But luck isn't on his side. Suddenly, another alarming alert pops up. 3 gods are reviewing your application. He nearly shits himself, panicking intensely. He smashes the sign-up button desperately, without even bothering to read the fine print. And just like that, he's yanked violently out of reality. Damn Duck crash lands again with a thud, and groans about how brutal these summons always are. He squints around, trying to figure out if this hell-hot place is actually Hephaestus's forge. It's boiling in here, and before he can complain further, this huge, hulking god materializes right behind him, and nearly gives him a heart attack from fright. Hephaestus asks if Damn Duck, you're the new guy. Damn Duck practically folds in half, bowing. Bowing so fast, it's a total blur. That makes the imposing god chuckle heartily. He says Damn Duck reminds him of Earthlings, which only stresses our guy out even more. He thinks he's blown his whole not a god cover, but then Hephaestus calls him the god of mountains. He says he knows Damn Duck has a thing for humans. Heard about how he went absolutely wild in Thor's dungeon. Our guy has no clue Damn Duck isn't divine. He even compliments him, saying it takes real guts to win Thor over. Our boy exhales, realizing he's not caught. Yet. Not yet. Hephaestus laughs again, saying Damn Duck you's got some serious guts. Complaining about a god's forge heat, no less. Right to his face, Damn Duck you stammers out an apology. The god waves it off and tells him to follow. He'll walk him through the job. He picks up this weird-ass horn-like instrument and blasts it. The sound damn near blows out Damn Duck you's eardrums. 3 dwarf blacksmiths come sprinting in, bowing and greeting our guy like he's royalty. Hephaestus tells them, Damn Duck you is running security for the day. The dwarves instantly ask him to keep them safe. And our hero, still completely overwhelmed, asks for the same back. His first time in a smithy after all. Hephaestus hypes the dwarves up, though, saying they might look like tiny pups, but they're absolute monsters when pushed. He then tells Damn Duck you he's been losing track of stuff lately, especially a pendant he was crafting for Freya, the goddess of love and beauty. Damn Duck you's eyebrows hit the ceiling. That kind of gift going missing? Someone's got some serious balls. Hephaestus agrees, saying it's been giving him non-stop headaches. Damn Duck you glances at the dwarves again. They don't exactly look like thieves or shady types. He files the thought away before heading off. Hephaestus tells Damn Duck you he's got to run to Mount Olympus, and leaves the smithy in our guy's hands. As a parting gift, he tosses him the freaking Hercules club. Damn Duck you inspects it like a kid with a new toy. It's absurd. Every swing has a 10% chance to knock any living thing clean out. Basically a divine stun gun. Our hero is absolutely lit up. holding what's basically a legal cheat code. Damn Duckyu asks what he's supposed to do with it, to which Hephaestus grins and tells him, to show the dwarves who's boss. Sounds friendly enough, but there's a hint of don't let them walk all over you. With that chilling declaration, he strides out, leaving the forge and Damn Duckyu behind, likely off to acquire 2 new human hands. Damn Duckyu turns back to face the dwarves, still clutching the formidable god-tier bat, and offers them one final, polite nod. The moment Hephaestus vanishes, the dwarf blacksmiths drop their facade without a second thought. Their faces twist into expressions of pure hostility. Their voices sharpen, laced with malice. And a sudden shift in atmosphere hits Damn Duckyu like a physical blow. Then, the grim realization hits him. Hephaestus hadn't handed over the Hercules club out of kindness. No, Hephaestus knew exactly what was about to unfold. Damn Duckyu warns them to back off before things get out of hand. Gripping the club, poised and ready, he tells them, it'd be a real shame if someone got utterly smashed. For a fleeting second, it almost feels like he has the upper hand. Then, a menacing wall of weapons fills his vision, and any confidence he had instantly crumbles. A dwarf flashes a smug, knowing look, raises a strange device, and fires it. And just like that, our boy drops, and his world goes utterly black. When he finally wakes, he finds himself bound to a cold stone pillar. His head rings, and their voices echo menacingly through the forge. The blacksmiths are already deep in their sinister plotting. They're planning to ditch this place, fencing Hephaestus's precious gear and splitting the fat profit. One of them playfully twirls Freya's exquisite necklace between his fingers, already fantasizing about the easy sale. Damn Duckyu's jaw clenches in fury. He desperately wants to break free and put them down, but the thick ropes refuse to budge an inch. A dwarf spots Damn Duckyu, noticing he's finally awake, and nonchalantly states, it's impressive he's still conscious after a dose like that, calling him a scrawny god with an irritatingly fast recovery. Little do they know the real truth. Damn Duckyu isn't a god at all, just a mere human intern caught in a truly divine disaster. And he tells them again, sternly, that they're making a grave mistake, that Hephaestus will absolutely lose his temper once he finds out, reminding them that stealing from Olympus isn't something they simply walk away from scot-free. They just laugh it off as if it's the funniest joke. One of them scoffs, saying if they actually feared gods, they wouldn't be brazenly stealing from one in the first place. Another declares they've already got what they came for, and now it's time to finish this. They're already prepping another tranquilizer. They scoff, finding Damn Duck utterly underwhelming, and how useless he turned out to be. They'd expected much more from Hephaestus's assistant, but all they got was some guy tied to a post. Damn Duck growls, vowing they'll regret this, but they only mock him harder still. But while they're busy celebrating, they miss the quiet work happening behind his back. He'd been secretly cutting his ropes with a hidden blade, ever since he woke, and now the final thread snaps. The dwarves never even see it coming. Damn Duck explodes, tearing through the chaos, swinging the very weapon Hephaestus gave him, and brings it down with brutal, decisive force, clearing out the room in a storm of sheer violence. The blacksmiths go down hard, gagged and tied up tight, left in a heap, just like the traitors they are. And our boy tells them they brought this on themselves. But even as he secures them to the ground, he knows he barely scraped through. He recalls talking to the woman in the sunken guild, and how she'd advised him to carry a weapon, realizing that if he hadn't listened to her, he wouldn't have walked out of this alive. He sees it then, the necklace made for Freya, lying tossed aside like worthless garbage. So he picks it up without a word. Outside, things have already gone completely south, as the rest of the blacksmiths have packed up everything. Armor, tools, whatever they could possibly carry. And now, they gather as if waiting for something huge, while a portly dwarf calls for silence, and announces that Red Fist, the king of the dwarves, is about to speak. Red Fist steps up and starts ranting about how they've finally had enough, how Hephaestus turned his back on them, and how today is the day they finally get even. He claims they've got the power now, and aren't afraid to use it. The whole crowd goes wild, yelling for revenge, like they've been waiting for this moment forever. Our guy stays hidden, barely daring to breathe. But something shifts, and a loud crash gives him away. Every head whips around toward the sudden sound. He tries to play it cool, blurting out something totally dumb. But nobody's buying it. The blacksmiths absolutely lose it. They're demanding to know just how he managed to escape. And just like that, weapons are drawn once more. Damn. Duke dives behind a pillar as sharp darts whistle past him. He remembers Hephaestus calling them loud dogs. It sounds absolutely ridiculous to him now. Red Fist spots the two guards, knocked out cold and tied up tight. He then tells the group this isn't just about some part-timer. Their real war is with Hephaestus himself, not with some random outsider. And there's simply no point in killing someone who isn't even truly a part of this. So they give him a critical choice. Join them and help take down Olympus, or walk away and keep completely quiet. But if he chooses wrong, he dies. Our boy hesitates, caught between two terrible options. Because if he leaves, the gods will instantly blacklist him. If he stays, the blacksmiths will absolutely crush him. Either way, he's totally screwed. The blacksmiths think he's already given up, and Red Fist just smirks. He congratulates him for making the smart move, and throws in a jab about him being a mere low-tier god. Our duck doesn't even react to that insult. He just wants to know why they're betraying Hephaestus, when they used to be his loyal crew. He warns that they're poking at something way bigger than they can possibly handle. He calls Hephaestus one of the 12 major gods, the legendary god of the forge, and says once he finds out what they've done, there won't be a single blacksmith left standing anywhere. That's when one of them absolutely loses it. He pulls out a weapon, deciding, our guy's asking for it, but Red Fist stops him. The smirk is completely gone now, and his voice turns icy cold as he says, damn. Our duck crossed the line. Then Red Fist goes even further, dropping the ultimate insult he's been holding back. Hephaestus isn't a god. He's trash. Our damn duck is utterly silenced by this shocking fact. He simply asks, what the hell is that supposed to mean? The dwarf says, it's exactly what I mean. If anything, crook might be a better word for him. The whole story spills out without warning. Hephaestus once arrived at the Dwarven Mountain with promises that glittered brighter than any forge flame. He offered them everything. Tools beyond imagining, a workshop tailored for gods, and a future paved in molten gold. The dwarves followed, eager to build alongside a god. And that was the mistake at first. Everything worked. The pay came like clockwork. Meals were hot, breaks were respected, and the work was smooth. But slowly, but without anyone realizing, their passion slipped through their fingers. The hunger to create greatness dulled into comfort. The fire that once drove them flickered and died. Red Fist's voice shakes with rage. He believes none of it was an accident. In his eyes, Hephaestus did it all with surgical precision. He didn't want legends. He wanted labor. He took wild craftsmen and turned them into obedient hands. He replaced legacy with compliance. Dooku listens, unimpressed. He still doesn't see where the actual crime is. Red Fist's fury boils over. Without Hephaestus, their names would have burned themselves into history. They would have become myths. But instead, they got silenced, replaced. And Hephaestus, that manipulative bastard, planned every step of it. So no, crook doesn't cut it. Red Fist wants a better word. Dooku mutters under his breath. Crash works, but not for Hephaestus. For the dwarves, the fact they're still chasing revenge over something so hollow makes them look pathetic. Holding on to bitterness like that doesn't make them noble. It makes them weak. This doesn't sit well with the dwarf. But Dooku raises a hand, requesting him to listen through. If they follow through with this plan, if they steal from Hephaestus out of spite, no one's going to see legendary craftsmen. They'll see thieves, no different from any other gang, desperate for relevance. Their names won't be remembered. Their legacy will be nothing but smoke and ash. Dooku then suggests something. If the dwarves really want to prove something, they should aim higher. Fight the one who carries the legacy of Hephaestus. If they can beat the one who carries the god's weapon, that could finally restore their legacy. He throws in one last insult, claiming that if they can't take down one guy with a single weapon, then maybe they truly are beneath Hephaestus. That's when a higher-ranking dwarf finally snaps, lifting his tranquilizer and suggesting they shut damn Duckyu up for good. Definitely not what damn Duckyu was going for. However, Red Fist's pride takes a major hit, and as he steps forward, shaking with pure rage, it's clear he's not walking away now. The challenge is officially accepted, and whatever happens next is all on damn Duckyu. The dwarf raises his hammer high and swears he'll prove it's far better than some God-forged club, calling damn Duckyu an idiot for running his mouth and promising to crush him flat. He charges, and though damn Duckyu dodges just in time, the hammer smashes into the ground, shaking the entire forge. It doesn't even land, but the floor still cracks. Red Fist isn't bluffing. He's dangerous. And as he tells damn Duckyu that cheap tricks and borrowed gear won't win him anything, he makes it clear he isn't impressed. But damn Duckyu isn't backing down because he still plans to win. Red Fist swings again, yet damn Duckyu moves too fast, and the hammer cuts through an afterimage. He laughs, pointing out that the swing just landed on a ghost. Red Fist looks at him with new respect, realizing this kid's incredibly fast. But damn Duckyu only smiles because he hasn't even gone all out yet. Then he points at Red Fist's boots and mocks them, saying they look like something straight out of a cartoon Viking. Red Fist groans, utterly tired of the talking, but something in damn Duckyu's stance catches his attention. It's too calm, and he warns him not to get cocky. That catches damn Duckyu off guard, since he didn't expect the dwarf to notice yet. Red Fist simply says, only a fool wouldn't. No one's handled that club like this before. Not even the gods. Damn Duckyu says he's sharp, and that earns him a grin. Red Fist hasn't enjoyed a battle this much in years, and for the very first time, he might have found someone truly on his level. The other dwarves are absolutely stunned, because their boss just doesn't say things like that. For no reason at all. Red Fist apologizes for holding back, declaring, that ends now, while damn Duckyu simply tells him, bring it. They clash again, fast and brutal, neither able to land a clean hit, until their weapons truly collide. The sound is deep, not just mere metal, but something else entirely, like a forge waking from slumber, like a smithy's very heartbeat. Red Fist freezes instantly, because that sound hits something deep inside him. He hears fire, he hears soul, he hears himself again. Damn Duck. Use words about being trash echo in his head. And for once, Red Fist doesn't argue back. He remembers how easy it was to punish others, and how agonizingly hard it was to face the truth. He sees the day Hephaestus gave them the forge, the day they left their caves to chase greatness, and how they utterly came up short. Their skills simply weren't enough. He calls it pathetic, all those sacrifices, all that hope utterly wasted. His grip weakens, and damn Duckyu seizes the chance, swinging his club. It knocks the hammer clean out of Red Fist's hands, sending it flying across the room. He looks at his empty hands and slowly lowers his head. Our guy's lost. Damn Duckyu lifts the club, ready to end it all. But the strike never lands, because another hand grabs the club mid-swing and stops it cold. Hephaestus stands between them, calm but radiating anger, and as he looks around the ruined forge, he remarks that for a second, he thought he'd walked into the wrong place. Hephaestus enters the wreckage, surveying damage he'd thought would be minor. He expected maybe a broken chair or two, not a full-blown battlefield. He looks around the smithy and notices a pile of stolen, godly belongings. He raises his voice, ordering someone to explain what the hell just went down, before anyone else can utter a word. Red Fist steps forward, taking full responsibility. He claims it was entirely his idea. The rest of the dwarves, he insists, are completely innocent. The dwarves start to panic, begging him to stop. Their loyalty is real, but so is their fear. Hephaestus cuts through the noise and demands to know exactly what Red Fist was trying to pull. In Red Fist's mind, this was always his burden. They followed him because they trusted him, which makes him the one to take the fall. However, before he can explain further, damn Duckyu casually shrugs and declares, it was all me that caused this mess. He apologizes for the chaos and just laughs it off like it's no big deal. Red Fist stares in utter disbelief, wondering what in the world he's doing. Damn Duckyu doesn't stop. Instead, he doubles down and boldly tells Hephaestus that Red Fist was just following orders. Hephaestus is visibly bewildered. Last time he checked, damn Duckyu's job was guarding the smithy, not wrecking it. Damn Duckyu quickly spins another story and hands over the necklace he was supposed to deliver to Freya, goddess of love. This completely shifts the conversation. Hephaestus lights up, clearly surprised to see the pendant again. Damn Ducky reminds him. They talked about it during their first meeting. Red Fist realizes with dawning horror that it's the same necklace he gave to those two dwarves who had captured Damn Ducky. If Damn Ducky tells the truth, the dwarves are completely done for. Hephaestus asks where the necklace came from, and Red Fist braces for the absolute worst. However, Damn Ducky quickly spins another story. He claims the dwarves found it while cleaning the forge. Apparently, guarding this place got boring, so they all helped out to find it. The dwarves are absolutely frozen in confusion. Damn Ducky adds that being smaller made it easier for them to search through tight spaces. Hephaestus turns to Red Fist and asks if that's true, before Red Fist can even respond. The god of blacksmiths simply shrugs it off. He declares it doesn't matter to him in the slightest. Our hero, Damn Ducky, protected the forge and recovered a lost relic. That definitely counts as a win for Damn Ducky. He exhales in pure relief. And mutters thanks to every god in the entire pantheon. Hephaestus ruffles his hair, calling him a good kid. He finally understands now that why Thor is so fond of the god of mountains. Then, Hephaestus notices Red Fist's mighty hammer. He admits he thought the dwarves had lost their edge. Not until he heard that incredible impact with Damn Ducky's club. That sound, he explains, that was truly impressive and full of passion. He carefully examines the hammer, and finds not even a single scratch. This truly impresses the god of blacksmiths. Hearing this, the king of the dwarves gets visibly emotional. Hephaestus chuckles, declaring that he's always appreciated that kind of masterful craftsmanship. And looks forward to working with the dwarves again. The dwarves, too, carry the same palpable enthusiasm. He then turns back to Damn Ducky. He expresses profound gratitude for the collaboration, announcing he has a gift, and then the god opens a chest. Damn Ducky peers eagerly inside, fully expecting a legendary weapon. He even thanks Aphrodite prematurely, but immediately regrets it. Inside is nothing but a puny, tiny fox. Damn Ducky is about to complain, utterly bewildered. But before he can, the creature instantly transforms. The fox stretches and becomes a magnificent, glowing sword. Hephaestus explains that it's no normal animal. It's the moonlight fox, capable of transforming into any weapon, and it represents the very essence of all arms. The god glances at Damn Ducky, noticing, but he seems slightly disappointed that the kid doesn't seem that. Not excited. He jokes that maybe he'll just give it to a dwarf instead. Instead, at that very moment, Damn Ducky flips out, immediately starting to praise it. He claims it's absolutely incredible and legendary. Witnessing this sudden change, Hephaestus says he thought Damn Ducky didn't like it. But Damn Ducky insists it was just a formal reaction. He was just trying to stay cool, you see. He picks up the adorable fox and names it Snowy, because it's so fluffy and white. Hephaestus then performs a quick ritual, transferring ownership of the moonlight fox to Damn Duck, and, just like that, the god confirms the fox is officially his now. The god also adds a bonus, a bag of his old scrap weapons. He claims they're useless to him, but maybe Damn Duck can find a use for them, handing Damn Duck his bonus. Hephaestus says he has other matters to handle, and promptly departs. Damn Duck is left holding a massive sack of divine scrap metal. After Hephaestus is gone, Red Fist approaches him. He wants to know why Damn Duck lied, and after everything, why he still chose to save them. Damn Duck answers immediately. He reveals the reason is simple. He sees himself in them, broken and struggling, trying to claw their way back from their lowest point. Surprised, Red Fist asks if that's the only reason. Damn Duck nods. He says he doesn't want anything in return. It just felt like the right thing to do. He steps toward a glowing portal back to Earth, and then drops a bombshell by, revealing he's pretty sure Hephaestus knew the truth all along, and just chose not to say anything. Red Fist bows to Damn Duck and says, on behalf of his entire clan, they'll try to rise again, and do better. Thank you, Damn Duck, sincerely. As our guy steps through a portal back on Earth, Damn Duck stands outside a hunter department store, hauling a giant sack of divine scrap over one shoulder. He's calculating how much money he can make, selling god-crafted junk to regular people. The grind continues. The scene opens with Bae Ing, recently appointed CEO of the hunter department store. At 37, he's just secured the position, and already carries himself like he belongs among the country's elite. Only 1 week in, and he already believes the rest of the world is beneath him, while basking in his own self-importance. Someone approaches. He turns and sees Damduck. The sight alone utterly disrupts his smug composure. To Bei Ing, Damduck looks like a total nobody. This guy couldn't possibly be a real hunter, and the summon trailing him just confirms it. No weapons, no gear, just some unremarkable guy, probably, scavenging leftovers from other hunters' dungeon runs. Swallowing his irritation, Bei Ing leads him toward the appraisal center. An old appraiser greets them, and Damduck sets a pile of weapons on the table. The moment the appraiser's eyes land on them, everything changes. He demands to know their origin. Damduck casually replies they're just from odd jobs. Bei Ing immediately accuses him of peddling fakes, demanding the appraiser confirm his suspicions. But the response is instantaneous. In 4 decades of experience, the old man claims he's never seen anything quite like this. All the gear, 4-star grade, high quality and undeniably authentic. Bei Ing is utterly stunned. None of it makes any sense. How someone like Damduck could have gear like this is completely beyond him. He starts running through unlikely explanations. Black market deals? Hidden wealth? Anything that could make this all add up. Then his demeanor shifts. He invites Damduck to the VIP lounge. Putting on his most polite face, the appraiser follows. Once they're seated, he estimates the item's total value, a staggering 3 billion won. Damduck is visibly floored. These are just leftover scraps from Hephaestus. Yet they're worth far more than he ever expected. The appraiser adds that with the right buyer, the price could double. Bei Ing panics. This isn't just a simple transaction. It's an absolute jackpot. He tells himself he has to secure this entire deal. He tries to act composed, offering to handle all the negotiations. But before he can even finish, Damduck says he's ready to sell everything. Bei Ing freezes, asking him to repeat it. Damduck does, and a wave of relief washes over him. Not until Damduck casually adds that he won't be selling any of it to the Hunter department store. He's going somewhere else. Bei Ing's hopes utterly collapse. The fallout is immediate, taking effect within days. He's been unceremoniously fired from his position. He was ousted just a week after being appointed. Meanwhile, Damduck liquidates the gear elsewhere. The total payout? A staggering 3.8 billion won. The store staff can barely hide their utter shock. He still looks the same, but now he's incredibly wealthy. And he knows exactly where he's heading first. He rushes to visit his mother at the hospital, loaded with bags full of gifts. She's stunned, not just by his sudden visit, but by his striking transformation. Another patient points excitedly at the TV, where news of Damduck's incredible dungeon run is playing. The anchor confirms he cleared it entirely on his own. His mother turns to him, her eyes wide. He explains he recently awakened his powers, and everything escalated incredibly quickly. She tears up, completely overwhelmed with relief. Years of crushing guilt finally fall away. On screen, Namgung from the Sengen Guild credits Damduck with the dungeon's resounding success. Damduck doesn't think he deserves such high praise, but his mother beams. He checks his interface and realizes that the more people talk about him, the more divine power he gains. Suddenly, job offers begin pouring in. One incredible offer promises the legendary apple of immortality, something that could potentially cure his mother's cancer. But before he can even respond, shocking news breaks. A gate has violently opened in Gyeonggi-do, in Yongin province, and it's not a dungeon. It's a terrifying portal, spewing out monsters. Hunters can't enter, and Snowy starts behaving strangely. Damduck receives a mysterious vision, directly tied to the gate. He doesn't hesitate. He tells his mother he absolutely has to go. A nearby patient gently reminds her, this is what hunters do. Outside, monstrous creatures are tearing through the city. Guilds are desperately fighting to hold the line. And there, stepping boldly into the chaos, is Damduck, with Snowy perched confidently on his shoulder. As the sun dramatically sets behind them, the chaos is momentarily calmed. One last monster drops to the ground, twitching as a hunter stands triumphantly over it. He glances around the ravaged scene and asks the team, was that truly the last one? And it turns out, yes, it is. So, the squad agrees to take a much-needed breather and prepare for the inevitable next wave. But before anyone can truly relax, one of the chief hunters snaps right back into drill sergeant mode, reminding everyone to stay sharp and act like true professionals. They've got reporters watching, and the last thing they need is to end up memed. On the evening news, down in the restricted zone, a hunter spots something that definitely doesn't belong here. A random dude standing where no civilian should ever be. He calls for his boss, but before he can even explain, the boss grabs him by the collar, like he just got caught stealing lunch. From the break room, the hunter panics and blurts out the truth. There's a civilian up on the mountain, and when the boss follows his line of sight, he locks eyes on the one and only. Damn, Duke, it's you. Haj. The boss can't believe this nonsense, while our guy just stands there, hands casually tucked in his coat pockets, wondering where all the monsters disappeared to. The boss grits his teeth and asks why the hunter isn't handling it himself. But then he catches the murmurs. The nearby reporters are pointing, whispering, and laughing, and he can already feel his street cred evaporating. By the second, he decides he'll handle it himself. Eyes now locked on the mountaintop. The boss sees our boy, standing like he's posing for a movie poster. The coat, the lighting, the unbothered posture. It's giving peak anime energy, and the boss is already fuming. His squad ditched him to guard the gate, while they got all the action inside the dungeon. And now, some civilian clown is stealing his spotlight. He makes a vow right there on the spot. He's ranking up to 4, no matter what. And step 1 is making an example out of this wannabe influencer. He activates a skill, Wind Gallop, and takes off into the air like a dramatic wind god, landing on the mountain, with enough flair to impress a theater kid. But our hero doesn't flinch, hands still in his coat, not a care in the world. The boss barks that this area is restricted and tells damn Duke to get lost. He even throws in a jab about filming YouTube skits. Meanwhile, our guy doesn't even blink. He holds his position perfectly calm, which somehow pisses the boss off even more. The guy can't believe that some nobody is ignoring a certified rank 3 hunter. But what he doesn't know is that our boy is the chosen champion of Olympus, literally blessed by 12 gods. And here's this loser, puffing up his chest like he's a big deal. The boss, blinded by ego, decides, damn, Duke is just a fan waiting for an autograph. He chuckles, saying he'll give him one, if that's what he wants. Classic delusion. Our guy gives a half shrug and says he'll be right back, just has a quick errand to handle, which sends the boss into a full-blown tantrum as he steps forward again and demands to know if Damn Duck is seriously ignoring him. A high-ranking hunter, even Snowy, the smug little fox, is tired of this dude already. Our boy finally glances at him and asks what exactly he's trying to accomplish, and the boss internally screams, knowing it was only a matter of time before he ran into some idiot. This deep into the hunter business, he doubles down and mocks our hero, claiming that a guy with such a small summon is clearly just a clout-chasing scrub, desperate for attention. But Snowy's eyes narrow with divine-level rage. The boss announces that our guy has made a grave mistake picking him as an opponent, and swears he's going to make sure this civilian regrets everything. He throws a punch, a hard one, but Damn Duck doesn't even look. He casually sidesteps, plants his foot on the boss's own foot, and sends him skidding toward the edge of the mountain, like a cartoon villain slipping on a banana peel. But before the guy falls to his death, our boy reaches out and grabs his arm, saving him like it's no big deal. Then he apologizes and says it was a reflex. He asks why a rank 3 hunter is swinging first. Fighting like this? It's just middle school gym class. He calls out his opponent's dumbass fighting style. But the boss learns absolutely nothing. He snarls at the damn Duke just got lucky. Then he swings again, another complete whiff. Our hero still hasn't moved more than an inch, simply standing there. He looks like a walking movie trailer. He jokes he's totally down to fight, sure. But seriously, is the boss even going to land a single punch? Then he mentions the crowd cameras are already out. Reporters are zooming in, lenses focused. One points, telling the crew to record this moment. The boss notices, but it's too late. His dumbassery is being broadcast in glorious 4K, and he's about to throw another full-blown tantrum when a reporter shouts out Damn Duck's name. She recognizes him instantly. He's the rookie who single-handedly cleared that dungeon with the Sungon Guild, and shouts his name out loud. Damn duck, it's you. The guy who handled business like a one-man raid party. The boss freezes, his brain finally catching up. This isn't some nobody. This is the damn duck. The same damn duck, that mister. Nick couldn't stop praising. The guy who made an entire dungeon bend the knee. Our hero smiles. The cameras are absolutely loving him. And he knows the divine power boost from this incoming is going to be sweet. He flashes a grin and tells the reporters to get their angles just right. They're about to catch the scoop of a lifetime. Then he turns to face the boss, who now looks like someone just stole his very soul, and brings up that little speech the boss gave earlier. Something about beating him until he begged for forgiveness, before telling him to watch closely now, because greatness is about to arrive. And then our hero takes off. He flies, no dramatic prep needed. No countdown. Just launches into the sky like it's a casual Tuesday, and casually enters the gate, hovering effortlessly over the battlefield. Silence follows. Reporters drop their mics. Hunters forget to even breathe, because that is not normal. Gates aren't like dungeons, not usually. These are full-blown cosmic rips, completely off limits to humans. They've been popping up for a decade now, appearing and vanishing like unpredictable natural disasters. Scientists issue dire warnings for everyone to steer clear. Most compare them to freak traffic accidents, dangerous, unpredictable, and utterly untouchable. But here comes our boy, strolling right into one, as if he just left his keys in there. Turns out, though, humans can't enter these gates unless they possess divine power. And our guy, yeah, he's got more than enough to step right in. At least for now. He lands inside a realm that truly feels like another planet, eerie and utterly surreal, and realizes this is precisely what the vision foretold. This world, these gates, these are places built by gods, places humans were absolutely never meant to reach. And he thinks back to what Thor had said. Dungeons are trials for humans, but gates? They're different. He doesn't know their true purpose yet, but he's beginning to piece it all together. Our hero takes a few steps forward, then hits a wall, not a literal one, but an impassable barrier he can't bypass. A glowing message suddenly appears. Not enough divine power. He groans and starts kicking it, but nothing happens. The same message flashes again. Total buzzkill. This is a complete dead end. A massive, invisible wall between him and whatever power lies just ahead. He mutters that he needs to level up, and fast. He needs more divine power, or he's stuck here like a tourist without a passport. Snowy paces restlessly at his feet, while our guy scans the area and spots a deep chasm. But he can't enter that either. Another divine power block. He sighs, muttering that at this rate, he'll never meet the true owner of the gate. And just like that, the scene abruptly cuts. Our boy is stranded in a world no human should ever reach, wondering just how far he still has to go. Our boy is now knee-deep in monster guts, slicing through wave after relentless wave, like it's just another day in hell. The numbers just keep coming, a relentless tide of freaks that absolutely refuse to end, and it's seriously starting to get on his nerves. He'd assume taking down the main boss would just shut everything down, just like in dungeons, but there's no final boss anywhere. Only more of these twisted creatures, crawling in from all directions. But something feels off. These monsters don't move, like the ones he's fought in dungeons. Those things behave like NPCs on autopilot. But this bunch has actual quirks. One even flees the moment it spots him, and it looks absolutely terrified doing it. These things aren't just programs. They're reacting, they feel alive, which makes this place fundamentally different. Still, our hero stays focused. He figures every kill adds to his divine power. And since the outside world is probably crawling with reporters, he might as well turn this slaughter into a public power boost. He keeps his pace, carefully measuring his moves, when the sky suddenly darkens, under the shadow of something enormous, stomping into view. It's absolutely massive. Roaring, it charges straight at him, like it's supposed to be the final boss. For a second, our hero actually gets his hopes up, finally expecting a real challenge. But that excitement crashes down fast. The thing moves, like it's dragging 50 years of regret behind it. It's slow, loud, and wide open, completely laughable. This isn't a boss. This is barely background noise. So he calls on Snowy, reshapes the little fox into a blade, and brings the creature down with a single, precise slash. The corpse collapses, and our guy doesn't even blink. That was way too easy. No system alert follows. No mission clear, nothing. He knows walking out now with empty hands is just asking to be labeled a fraud. He needs proof, so he gets right to work. Somewhere in the back of his mind, a memory surfaces a random YouTube clip claiming that the monster's core sits just beneath the heart. So he slices the thing open and digs around until he finally finds it. But instead of a glowing gem, like he expected, what he pulls out is a writhing black blob that looks absolutely nothing like a core. Snowy stares, clearly just as confused. For a second, our boy wonders if he just yanked out a liver. By mistake, then the system confirms it. This is the core. Destroying it shuts the gate down entirely. Meanwhile, outside the gate, chaos brews. The media is absolutely everywhere. Cameras flashing nonstop. Reporters are circling hunters like bloodthirsty flies. That's salty. Rank 3 hunter from earlier is still stuck, doing interviews, barely keeping it together under the intense spotlight. Tension rises among the association's researchers. Their theories about humans being unable to enter gates are unraveling, and the fear of public humiliation hangs over them like a death sentence. Higher-ups scramble, trying to slap together a narrative that won't completely destroy what's left of their credibility. Then, the light shifts and the gate stirs. Silence sweeps across the crowd. All eyes lock in disbelief as our guy steps out. No one moves. Reporters freeze mid-sentence. Hunters stop mid-step. Even the researchers are stunned. Suddenly, every camera swings toward the lone figure, emerging from the gate, and the world collectively holds its breath. He stares out at the crowd. The sheer number of people waiting for him is absurd. He tries to get a word in, but the reporters instantly swarm, questions flying in from every single angle. He tells them to shut it, that he just came out of a battlefield, and needs a damn second, lifting the black core. He delivers the truth. Humans now have the power to close gates. That one sentence kills every single voice in the crowd. Then, without hesitation, he crushes the core. The gate behind him crumbles into dust, leaving nothing behind but open sky. The crowd erupts, screams, cheers disbelief. A professor in the back goes weak at the knees. Reporters are already scrambling to print headlines before the dust even has a chance to settle. They're clamoring to know his identity, the very question he's been dying to hear. Finally echoes, and he answers with a single name, sharp and certain, letting the live broadcast handle the rest. His divine power surges from a measly 1,000 to a whopping 10,000 in an instant. The system promptly notifies him. He's no longer just a bottom-tier god. He's officially moved up to low tier. But before he can even fully process that, a reporter lobs yet another question, abruptly cutting off the system message. He glares, silently blaming the idiot for making him miss something crucial. And right when the chaos reaches its absolute peak, a sleek luxury car pulls up. From it steps a woman, with a presence so commanding it sharpens the very air. 2 towering bodyguards silently clear a path for her. Every head snaps around as recognition dawns. Rank 7 Hunter CO Ilju has arrived. Damn Duck You gets hauled to the Sungwon Guild headquarters, and it immediately lives up to all the hype. Which makes sense, as this is Korea's second strongest guild. The opulent interior almost feels like a necessary, extravagant flex. He asks the bodyguard why he's even here, if the guild master couldn't even be bothered to show up. Apparently, the man is currently off in Okinawa, clearing some beachside dungeon. Told to relax, damn Duck You takes a seat and forces himself not to overthink things. He wonders if the guild master saw his little TV stunt and now wants to recruit him. It wouldn't be much of a stretch. If he'd stayed out with those reporters any longer, he probably would have ended up blurting something reckless on a national broadcast. Still, it's hard to imagine someone so high up making a move just to meet him. His thoughts drift to CO Ilju, the youngest second-in-command in the entire country, and one of only 3 rank 7 hunters in Korea. In a world where fellow hunters constantly scheme to undermine each other, no one would ever dare question her skill. Her name truly carries that much weight. And damn Duck You finally understands why. She showed up in person to drag him out of that media circus. He still remembers how the crowd instantly parted The moment she appeared, as if everyone present instinctively knew who truly held all the power. Once the silence truly settled, he decided it was the perfect time to check his system. His divine power had been steadily accumulating, and the new title notification was finally ready. It greeted him, displaying his current classification. Low rank God. New systems unlocked instantly, including a complete title selection panel. Damn Duckyu allowed himself a brief moment of excitement, fully expecting something dramatic like God of Thunder, a title that would actually match the immense weight of his progress. Instead, the system presented him with choices, like God of Water Bottles and God of Spoons. He stared, half in utter disbelief, half completely insulted. So much for looking impressive. He scrolled for nearly an hour, painstakingly skimming through countless titles, as if he were sifting through dead-end job offers. Finally, something usable appeared. God of Swords. It fit perfectly. With Snowy by his side, it was at least accurate. He selected it. The confirmation wrapped him in a subtle, ethereal glow. A brief flash marking the powerful transition. Damn Duckyu instantly felt the immense weight of it. Choosing a title shouldn't have drained him so profoundly. But it did. He remembered passing out, the very first time the system had activated. But at least now he was still conscious. The system then offered one more crucial feature. A warrant, something akin to a divine passive skill. Most of the stronger ones were locked behind levels of divine power he hadn't yet reached. Yet the only available choice was Sixth Sense. It wasn't particularly impressive, but for a beginner god, it was more than enough. He selected it without complaint. His updated profile instantly reflected the change. The new title was there, the Sixth Sense was there, and for a moment, Damn Duckyu simply stared at it all. He couldn't deny it. Visually, he truly looked like he'd finally stepped into something far greater. The list of newly unlocked skills caught his attention, but he let them sit for now. Just as he began to plan his next step, a knock breaks the silence. For a second, he considers the possibility that the guild leader returned early, but it quickly fades. That man's priorities are elsewhere. The door opens, and it's Soiled Jew. She asks if he has a moment, and he nods without much preamble. She hands him a guest pass for the guild. It allows access to their facilities at any time. A clear signal that they want him close. MDQ quietly processes the offer. They're not holding back. He thanks her. He expecting some kind of reaction, but she says nothing. She stands there, composed and unreadable. The silence stretches, and he decides it's probably best to end the conversation politely. Before he can speak, Snowy launches herself at Soiled Jew and taps her chest, like she's trying to test something. Emp freezes his summoned beast. Of all things, just made contact in the worst way possible. He braces for the fallout, ready to be thrown out or blacklisted on the spot. But instead, Soilja laughs. She asks if she can give Snowy a treat. Still caught off guard, he agrees. Snowy, surprisingly cooperative, accepts the small offering and eats without hesitation. It's never happened before, not even when they visited his mother. Something about this moment feels off, even if it looks harmless on the surface. He asks what the food is, and Soilju answers. It's a nutrient snack for summoned beasts. Snowy finishes it and returns to his shoulder unfazed. Soilju offers a quiet goodbye and leaves, with a promise to meet Snowy again once the door closes. Damned you exhales. Being around her is exhausting. He mutters to Snowy, asking if the snack was worth the awkwardness. But something sticks. A single detail that doesn't add up. At no point did he ever mention the fox's name. And yet Soilju knew it. Damn Duckyu scrolls through his pristine new phone, obsessively Googling how to deal with stalkers. Because Soilju, knowing Snowy's name, is now living rent-free in his head. And no matter how normal she acts, he can't shake the sinking feeling that she might be following him. As his paranoia swells, a flood of system notifications crashes through his screen, interrupting his spiral, and he mentally curses the gods for blowing up his phone at the worst possible time. But one alert stops him cold, because a bookmark job just got updated. It's from Hades, and the reward just doubled. Without a second thought, he tosses aside every suspicion about Soilju, because if money talks, this job just screamed, and he slams confirm like his life depends on it. The world shifts as a river stretches under a pale moon. its reflection painting a horror film across the water. And damn, Duke, he lands not on solid ground, but on a boat floating quietly through the dark. A blinding light slices through the gloom, and in the center stands an old man, draped in tattered robes, looking like death after a few centuries without rest. The corpse in cloth points at him, and demands to know why he's alive. Since this is the Styx, the passage reserved for the dead, and this relic is Sharon, the sole ferryman of the underworld. Damn Duke explains that he's here on a divine mission, but Sharon doesn't care and tells him to get lost. Unbothered, Damn Duke asks where he can find Hades, but that triggers the old ghoul, and the mention of the god of death, without reverence, sends him into a fury. Sharon snarls about disrespect and asks if Damn Duke has a death wish, but he fires the same question right back. Karen's scythe slices the air. The undead bastard rants about arrogant gods who try to pass before, and how he killed every one of them. But Damn Duke doesn't flinch and calls him exactly what he is. The threat doesn't land as Sharon tries one last warning, but gets flipped off, literally. That's the last straw, and Sharon lunges again. Damn Duke dodges without effort, provoking another ear-splitting scream from the ferryman, who then snarls that if he wants the ride so badly, he should just hurry up and die already. But after yet another strike and another nimble dodge, Damn Du has had enough, and he dramatically pulls out Hercules' club. Sharon freezes. The ferryman instantly recognizes it and demands to know where that weapon came from. But Damn Du throws the question right back at him, simply asking, "Do you remember it?" Sharon groans in dawning recognition, since it once belonged to Hercules, the first mortal to ever beat him down and cross into the underworld alive. But Damn Du has no interest in ancient lore. As he swings the club, shutting him up with one powerful blow, Sharon tries one last desperate card, hissing that the ferry ride requires payment. But Damn Du responds with just one icy look. It's enough, and death itself backs off silently. Sharon guides the ferry forward, seething with rage, while Damn Du rides like a VIP, a guest of honor, and the old man mutters under his breath, "I'm convinced this kid won't last long anyway." But even mid-ride, Sharon can't resist one last cheap shot. As he strikes again this time, Damn Du doesn't even think. His sixth sense activates before his brain can even catch up, and he slips past the attack as if it were nothing. Even he's caught off guard by the sheer instinct. He turns and locks eyes with the ferryman, delivering a death glare so bone-chillingly cold it could freeze hell over. And Sharon immediately regrets everything. The old bastard flails and tumbles into the river, swallowed whole by the Styx. As Damn Du watches without a flicker of emotion, thinking too much time was wasted. Then a voice calls out to our guy. A woman stands waiting at the shore, asking if he's the one who accepted the job. She introduces herself without fanfare, Persephone, goddess of spring and queen of the underworld. Her tone is warm, almost relieved, saying if he hadn't taken the request, she would have had to handle it herself. Damn Du nearly mistakes her for Aphrodite. But then the connection hits. This is Hades' wife, definitely Persephone. She tells him to follow. And their mission? Cerberus. Yes, the infamous hellhound. Triple-headed and absolutely nightmare-fueled. She explains that they used to teleport part-timers directly to the beast. But it never worked, as most just ran off screaming. Eventually, Hades just gave up. Damn Dokyo doesn't blame him. Cerberus is no joke. But still, he doesn't worry. Because if it's just one oversized mutt, he figures he can totally handle it. Persephone then announces they've arrived. He looks up and immediately wishes he hadn't, because standing before him is the most terrifying thing he's ever seen. And he knows, without a shred of doubt, that he's absolutely, utterly screwed. The moment he realizes what's happening, his face shifts. He's fully aware he's doomed. And Persephone immediately notices. She asks if he's all right, checking whether something's wrong. Damn Dokyo tries to play it off. Brushing her concern aside, she hands him a thick pile of precautionary notes. From Hades, prepared for the next fool assigned to handle Cerberus. She tells him to read through everything. And while Damn Dokyo looks confused at first, it all begins to click. Of course Hades would leave behind instructions. No one walks into this kind of death trap without preparation. Maybe Hades had actually planned for this. But the second damn Dokyu starts flipping through the notes. That hope crumbles on the spot. There's no strategy laid out. Only warning after warning. It's not a manual on how to manage Cerberus. It's a farewell letter. Hades didn't leave behind guidance. He left behind a death brochure. As damn Dokyu processes the reality of what he's holding, it becomes clear that it's less a list of instructions and more of a checklist on how to get himself ripped apart by a three-headed monster. Persephone, however, remains completely unfazed. She then adds there's a daily schedule written on the back. She assures him it's perfectly reliable, since Hades himself personally wrote it. The schedule itself? Brutally simple. Breakfast, then a walk. Lunch, another walk. Dinner, and a final walk. All of it, of course, taking place entirely within the underworld. And that's when Damn Duke finally snaps inside his head. He starts screaming. He signed up to feed a dog, not to take Cerberus on 3 hellish strolls a day, like some cheap dollar store pet sitter. Absolutely none of this was in the original job description. He feels totally played. Persephone, sensing his distress, offers him a way out, though she does seem genuinely worried for him. She then casually mentions the fate of the last guy, who ran away, dragged back into hell by Hades, and torn to pieces. The rest of the story is apparently too graphic to share. She instantly regrets saying it, and offers him yet another chance to quit. But it's too late. The panic has already completely set in. As he frantically tries to calm himself, he realizes he's already torn up both the notes and schedule. Impure, unadulterated frustration. Taking a deep breath, he asks her what on earth he's supposed to do. First, she points to a group of grotesque, hunchbacked creatures, loading massive, oversized chunks of meat into a storehouse. He's told to grab 4 of those chunks himself. When he approaches, he sees just how truly massive the meat is. He starts to complain immediately, but Persephone shuts him down instantly. The last guy who whined ended up getting completely shredded. Point made. He hauls the meat without another word, and asks what's next. Persephone then explains. He needs to toss the pieces to Cerberus. One by one, all 3 of Cerberus's heads are now locked onto him. Practically drooling with anticipation, Damn Duke notices something incredibly strange. Just moments ago, this beast looked absolutely ready to kill, but now its tail is wagging like an oversized, excited puppy. The stark contrast completely throws him off guard. He remembers working part-time at a dog cafe once, and then realizes even the biggest, most terrifying monsters can have that weird charm. For a fleeting split second, he actually thinks Cerberus might be cute. Sort of. He tentatively tries commanding the dog to sit. Nothing happens. He's just left standing there, ignored like a complete fool. Persephone then bursts into laughter, calling him the dumbest part-timer she's ever seen. She then explains the glaringly obvious. Cerberus's loyalty belongs solely to Hades. It all clicks now. This hound isn't just dangerous. It's completely unmanageable. He ditches the polite approach and hurls the first hunk of meat. With everything he's got, one of the heads takes it straight to the face, while the other 2 start cackling at it. Trying to keep things fair, he hurls the next 2 pieces at the other heads. It does not end well. Cerberus gets seriously pissed. The growling returns, now with a chilling, murderous tone, still full of false bravado. Damn Duck mocks the dog, taunting that it can't do anything since it's chained. That confidence vanishes in an instant. Cerberus snaps the chain like it's made of mere thread. Damn Duck watches in utter horror, trying to comprehend why something this strong was ever chained in the first place. The beast lunges, and Damn Duck barely escapes getting obliterated. Persephone, still catching up, mumbles about how the chain even broke. Damn Duck tells her to save the commentary and just start running. He tries to save face by claiming he was just testing the dog. No one's buying it. The monster is actively hunting him now. Persephone asks about his arm. He says it's fine, then immediately loses it, demanding to know why the chains were so weak. She tells him this is the first time Cerberus has ever broken free, which means Damn Duck is officially the first idiot to piss it off this badly. He watches how the beast moves, stunned by its speed. He suggests splitting up, but Persephone shuts that down fast. She insists he needs to stay close, because she's Hades' wife, and that connection should totally help. That theory fails instantly. Cerberus charges again, completely ignoring her. Persephone admits her logic might have been a tad flawed. Damn Duck finally has enough. He calls out to his pet, Snowy, and tells it to transform into Hercules Club. It's time to fight back, he warns the beast. It's about to get knocked into next week. Then swings with full force and actually lands a hit. It's no good. Cerberus just shrugs it off and strikes back with a clean blow that sends Damn Duck flying. Persephone, always ready to state the obvious, tells him to run before he gets tossed into the river. He's stuck and disintegrating, but Damn Duck's barely conscious. His vision blurs, and her words barely make sense. He tries yelling again, but it's already too late. The dog is preparing another attack. Through the pain, Damn Duck starts questioning everything. He came here to feed a dog, and now the damn thing wants him on the menu. He refuses to die like this. Not today. Just as he tries to pull himself together, he trips and falls straight into the river. Into the Styx, like the most cursed man in the underworld. As he sinks, the only thought in his head is how this became his life. Damn Duck you. He plunges into the river, and the cold hits like a punch to the spine. He can't move, not even a twitch. As if falling in wasn't humiliating enough. Now he's frozen in place, wondering if this is where it ends. Everything he's done, running errands for Thor, managing Hephaestus's smithy, starts to blur like some fading dream, slipping away with the current right alongside his body. His memories scatter, and for the first time, he understands what it means to watch your life flash before your eyes. Snowy dives in after him, loyal to the very end. He sees her, but even that doesn't stop the panic from creeping in. He thinks she deserves better than dying like this, trapped in a cold grave beneath myth and misery. But the white fox doesn't hesitate. He bites him on the nose and drags him out of that numb daze. His vision clears, movement returns, and not a second too soon. Dozens of pale hands rise from the depths, clawing at his soul. They latch on, pulling him back into that same suffocating void. His consciousness teeters on the edge, slipping fast. Then it hits him, the memory of Red Fist's massive hammer. He reaches for it, and Snowy responds, shifting into that same brutal weapon. Now he's armed, and he is furious. He swings with all his might, smashing through the grasping hands. Each powerful blow propels him upward, until he kicks his way through the surface of the river Styx, gasping desperately for air, with Snowy perched calmly on his shoulder, as if none of it ever happened. Unfortunately, the surface reveals an even worse problem. Cerberus is still here, still hungry, still locked onto him like a persistent chew toy. One of its massive heads lunges, its maw wide enough to split a boulder in half. He braces for the end, fully expecting to be shredded. Except, nothing happens. Not a single scratch. Not even a bruise. His confusion lasts half a second, before a glowing notification slides into view. It calmly explains that he's now under the effects of the river Styx. For the next hour, he's covered in full-body plot armor. The notifications just keep stacking up. Immunity to poison, no blood loss, no unconsciousness, zero physical damage. He's unkillable for the next 59 minutes. It's overwhelming, but honestly, nothing to complain about. Thousands of years ago, some water goddess dipped her son in this very river to turn him into an invincible warrior. Now our guy gets the same insane buff by accident. Total win. Still, even with his stats cranked to maximum, he's currently wedged halfway into the massive jaws of a mythical mutt. Persephone screams his name and yanks him free, like she's saving a chew toy from a trash compactor. She asks if he's okay, which might be the dumbest question ever. But he lets it slide since, technically, he lived. He hits the ground, absolutely soaked in hound saliva, looking like someone just fished him out of sewer. Persephone's face contorts in pure disgust. He doesn't let that slide, calling her out for being judgmental, while he's out here dodging death for fun. She backtracks, saying she couldn't help it. She's clearly shaken by the fact that he made it out alive. Her eyes go wide when he casually drops the detail that he just swam out of the river. Sticks like it was a heated spa. Her jaw drops even harder when he says. He fends off the soul-snatching hands with a mighty hammer. There's no time to even process what just happened. Cerberus is still raging, still hyped for round two. But now that he knows he's practically invincible, he couldn't care less. He stares the beast down, daring it to try again, calling its bite a mere tickle at best. Meanwhile, Persephone just stands there, stunned, trying to make sense of this entire spectacle. She knows for a fact, no low-tier god should ever survive a bite from this beast, much less look this incredibly smug afterward. She starts mumbling about the blessing of perishability, wondering if that's truly what she's witnessing. Our protagonist, however, just grins. He locks eyes with the massive beast and casually asks if it wants to go for a walk, with that unmistakable look that screams, "I'm about to make Cerberus my personal pet." Another notification floats into his view. 57 minutes remain. The hound growls again, but our hero? He doesn't even flinch, standing his ground firmly. He tells the monstrous beast that its intimidation act isn't working one bit, and if it keeps pushing its luck, there won't be a walk at all. Somehow, that actually lands. The three-headed monster lowers its stance, becoming obedient for the very first time, even dragging its own chains, as if asking to be leashed. This completely throws him off. Cerberus isn't supposed to be this easy to control, not when even simple cafe dogs are already hard enough to handle on their own. But this actual hellhound, acting like your friendly neighborhood puppy, is just crazy. He calls it a good boy anyway. Just to be sure, our protagonist grabs the chain himself, but Persephone warns him not to get too relaxed. Cerberus hasn't been walked in ages, and once he starts, there's no telling if he can be stopped. Our protagonist brushes off her concern. Back at the dog cafe, he used to be the dog president. This is definitely familiar territory. But before he even finishes that thought, Cerberus launches forward like a literal missile, dragging our protagonist across the treacherous underworld terrain. Suddenly, a notification window pops up without warning. Fleet foot has been acquired. While he's being dragged like a rag doll through the desolate wasteland, Damduk somehow gains the clarity to wonder how he just unlocked a new skill. In the middle of this absolute chaos, Persephone catches up right beside him, shouting over all the madness, asking why he isn't using his divine power to boost his strength. He has no idea what she's even talking about. Even now, he's watching her easily keep up with a rampaging hellhound, like it's absolutely nothing. She tells him again to activate his divine power, reminding him that Cerberus is far beyond any human limits, and no one survives this without a serious advantage. That's when it suddenly becomes crystal clear. Damduk never learned how to use divine power. In the first place, he just assumed it was a fancy title, a mere label for a god, not something that actually did anything. Persephone stares at him in utter disbelief, completely stunned by the idea that he's walking around, with absolutely no idea how any of this works. She's completely thrown off by how a god could possibly be this. Clueless, just like other ordinary guys are. She doesn't even stop to consider that he might not be a god at all. He then calls out the obvious. There's no way to stop a beast like this without completely burning out. Persephone tells him to think of it like activating a warrant. She tells him to close his eyes and picture his divine power, to let it take shape, to feel it as if it were water inside his body, and mold it with his intention. Our boy tries, and the energy builds slowly. And then, without warning, the dog stops. Damduk is stunned that it actually worked. Persephone nods, explaining that if he channels his divine power into a part of his body, that area becomes enhanced. Cerberus is already starting to resist again, but Damduk pulls the leash even tighter, pouring every ounce of power into his arms. And yanking hard, Cerberus crashes into the ground, shaking the dust loose, completely stunned by the impact. Persephone watches in disbelief as Damduk declares the walkover. The beast thrashes, but it's over. He drags Cerberus behind him like it weighs nothing, still speaking to Persephone without breaking pace. She gives him credit. For someone who didn't even know how to use divine power 5 minutes ago, he's doing better than expected. She even calls him a worthy part-timer. Damduk finds that strange. Persephone clearly holds power, but she hasn't lifted a finger. She stands there while he, a low-tier god at best, drags a beast of the underworld across the floor. He brings it up, she listens. He asks why she's keeping her distance from Cerberus. Her expression tightens, but she finally admits the truth. She's under restriction. Cerberus is the gatekeeper of the underworld, sworn to keep the dead in and the living out. And Persephone, it turns out, is one of the living trying to make her way back. The second our guy hears all that, he just shuts up. So, turns out the sweet goddess, Persephone, is basically stuck in the underworld. She can't do anything about Cerberus, because only gods hired by Hades have clearance to deal with the mutt. Damn duck. You recalls the old myth where Hades saw Persephone once, and acting like a classic asshole, straight up kidnapped her and dragged her to the underworld. Our hero always thought that sounded like exaggerated myth nonsense, but apparently it's not that far off. Feeling bad for her, he realizes she's probably been here, trapped and alone for ages. That kind of loneliness must have been brutal. Still, damn, Tokyo knows he can't let this sudden wave of justice take over. Hades is the older brother of Zeus, king of the gods. Making a fight with that family is suicide. Right in the middle of this mythological guilt spiral, Snowy pounces on him. Damn duck you. He just realized he almost left her behind. As the trio continues their journey, Cerberus shoots him another dirty look. Our boy asks what the heck the beast wants now. Cerberus just lets out a low growl, probably aware by now he can't do a thing. Persephone explains that even with his grumpy attitude, Cerberus excels at his job. He hunts down any souls trying to flee the underworld. Now she understands why she's forbidden from leaving. Someone has to be around to manage this hound's temper tantrums. He tells Damn Duck You that once he's chained the dog to the pillar, his morning job is done. Our guy finds it a little twisted that a literal dog is babysitting gods. Hades must really have some issues, raising a creature that only listens to him and no one else. And when Damn Duck You finally reaches the pillar, a notification pops up. His sixth sense just activated. And boom, it hits him. There's something inside the damn thing. He figures it's probably an item, not something alive, and doesn't think much beyond that. As Persephone tells him he's finished for the morning and should start getting ready for his evening shift, she hears a crack. Our boy, without any warning, punches a hole in the pillar. Persephone spins around like, what the hell is this guy doing? Damn duck you. Pulls something out and quickly apologizes for the damage. He claims he just had a feeling something cool was in there. Turns out that gut instinct was spot on. What he finds is a 4-star item, Cerberus's collar, the very one Hades uses to control him. Persephone immediately recognizes it. She's confused about why it was even stashed here. In the first place, she stares him down, demanding to know how the hell he found it. She says she's been hunting for it everywhere. Damn duck you. Chuckles nervously and chalks it up to instinct, though he still questions if this thing is really legit. Persephone confirms it. This is it. Cerberus isn't just any guard dog. He's the ultimate symbol of the underworld. Controlling him means controlling this entire hellscape. And Duke, he's not exactly impressed. To him, it still just looks like a regular old collar. He asks if he's even allowed to use it, since it technically belongs to Hades. Persephone should say no, but she doesn't. After thinking for a split second, Persephone shrugs and tells him to go right ahead. She says she didn't find it for him, so technically it's fine. Plus, whenever Hades is bored, he makes her go look for it. So this is her chance to get a little revenge. Apparently, get this, Hades once told her that if she ever found the collar, she could tame Cerberus herself. She's perfectly fine letting Duke do the honors instead. Our boy quickly realizes she's holding quite a few grudges against her husband, but he doesn't dwell on it for long. This is his shot to make things even easier for himself. No way he's passing that up. Duke turns to Cerberus and tells the mutt to sit still, so he can just slap that collar on. He reminds the dog that from now on, he's the one giving the orders. If Cerberus acts up, he'll get disciplined again. The dog's obviously absolutely pissed, but our guy doesn't care one bit. He straps the collar on anyway, and Cerberus whimpers. Duke, ever the provocateur, teasingly acknowledges that the hound actually looks pretty decent in it. He asks why the dog made such a fuss, when things could have gone way smoother. Now, the fun truly begins. With a sinister grin, Duke shouts, You. He points at the mutt and yells, I choose you, Cerberus. Full-on Ash Ketchum mode, indeed. He tells the dog to sit, lie down, and to his genuine surprise, it works. Cerberus even rolls over, though clearly not enjoying it one bit. Our guy starts absolutely laughing, realizing this beast actually has a soft side. He sends the dog to sit in the corner and think about its life choices until told otherwise. Damn. DQ's grin stretches ear to ear, thinking this is easily the easiest job he's ever had. He starts cackling, like a villain who's truly hit his stride. But then, he feels a light touch on his shoulder. From Persephone. Damn, DQ. He starts bragging about how he's got Cerberus completely and utterly under control. Persephone quietly places a single finger on his cheek. And just like that, he starts to fade away. He has no idea what's happening. Persephone calmly tells him that Cerberus's last orders from Hades were to guard the underworld, chase down rogue souls, and most importantly, to watch over her. And since she also wants to get out of the underworld, she counts as a threat. Damn, DQ. DQ starts to black out. He wonders why he's suddenly drained of all his energy. Persephone whispers, "Good night," and vanishes, saying she'll return, before her husband notices a thing. And just before he completely faints, our guy realizes something absolutely crucial. The most valuable thing to Hades wasn't the underworld. It was his wife. Damn, DQ. DQ knows now. He never should have taken his eyes off her. Then, everything goes completely dark. Our guy snaps awake, to the sound of Snowy barking her little lungs out. He blinks, dazed and confused, and realizes he must have dozed off. The memory of what just happened slams back into him. And yeah, he's completely screwed. His eyes dart around frantically. But Persephone is nowhere in sight. He mutters under his breath, wondering just how long he was out cold. Then, he checks his notification window. The river Styx's power still has 5 minutes left. So thankfully, he didn't sleep for too long. Suddenly, it all clicks into place. Why Persephone let him use that damn collar? Now that Cerberus is on his leash, our boy can leave him on guard duty, while he rushes off to find the goddess, before she ditches the underworld entirely. Normally, getting past the hound would be utterly impossible. But with him pacified, he's acting like a big, confused golden retriever. Things are definitely different now. Damn DQ. He knows full well, if Hades ever finds out he let his wife slip away, he won't just be fired, he'll be buried alive. He's got to catch her in fast. He remembers unlocking the Fleet Foot skill earlier, a skill designed to boost his speed. Our guy activates it, and thanks to his already boosted stats, the skill levels up instantly. Suddenly, he's absolutely bolting across the underworld. Even he's shocked at his incredible speed. He throws a burst of divine power into the mix, and that powerful combo lets him track her down in mere seconds. He finds the goddess aboard a ferry, gliding smoothly across the river, already halfway to the land of the living. Persephone hears something stirring in the river. She thinks the boat must have hit a rock or something, but to her surprise, it's our hero. He explodes out of the water like an undead dolphin. Persephone nearly falls off the ferry from the sheer fright. Damn Duke glares, and demands to know exactly where she's sneaking off to. She tries to chill him out, though, explaining she just wants to visit her mom. That actually throws him off for a second. Still, he reminds her that bailing like this isn't cool, especially not while he's technically on duty. Persephone just shrugs him off and nonchalantly mentions that her husband won't be back for 2 whole days. She tells him to just chill out, and even drops a little secret on him. This isn't her first escape attempt, not by a long shot. In fact, she's never, ever been caught before. However, that revelation doesn't make our boy feel any better. Before he can even begin to lecture her again, the fairy starts making some pretty concerning, cracking sounds. His notification window blinks again. The effects of the river Styx will wear off in just 15 seconds. This really gets our Duke thinking hard about his options. With a heavy sigh, our guy accepts that. He doesn't have time to drag her all the way back. So, he channels his immense power and shoves the entire boat toward the land of the living, since they're already closer to it. They land safely, sunlight drenching the entire place, and everything just springs back to life. Persephone finally breathes free, and then she tells our hero this is exactly why she loves sneaking out. Damn, Dookie gets dead serious now. He tells her to make him one crucial promise. He wants her to go see her mother, and then rush right back before Hades returns. She promises she will, insisting that. She's a total pro at this game, and has never slipped up. Still, our boy makes it absolutely crystal clear. If she gets caught, he's the one who dies. Not her. Persephone tells him to stop stressing, and even invites him to come along with her. If he's really that paranoid, she leads him into a cave, which makes Damdukyu silently wonder if all Greek gods have a cave phase. Inside, she calls out, and sure enough, her mom, Demeter, the goddess of harvest, appears for their reunion. Demeter cannot believe she's actually seeing her lovely daughter. Again, our boy, realizing this is probably a very private moment, takes the hint and wisely steps outside. According to mythology, when Persephone's locked away in the underworld by Hades, her mother's sadness causes winter to plague the human world. Damdukyu excuses himself and tells Persephone they should meet at the river at 8 o'clock. She thanks him for his kindness, and then he leaves. Cut to our boy waiting patiently at the river later that evening. He's fixed a ferry, so getting back won't be an issue at all. It's 8:03. She should be here any second now. He hears something rustling near a nearby flower patch, and turns around with a slight grin, expecting the goddess. However, to his absolute horror, it's not Persephone. It's her absolutely furious husband. The god stares him down, muttering coldly that our guy must be a very bold little part-timer. Damdukyu's sixth sense kicks in like a blaring survival alarm. Danger warnings flash all over his vision, and one of his notification panels straight up says, "Death is imminent." Damdukyu gulps. He knows he's just made the biggest blunder of his life. Hades cuts straight to the chase with the all-important question: where the heck is his wife? His no-nonsense demeanor is painfully obvious. Poor Damduck. He feels like his insides are absolutely vibrating. Our boy is fully panicking, wondering why this god is already back from wherever in the underworld he's been. Hades, radiating pure final boss energy, asks if the kid has suddenly gone mute. He stares down poor Damduck, confused how some low-level temp managed to both find Cerberus's collar and help Persephone sneak out. To Hades, this just doesn't compute, but he doesn't care enough to actually figure it out. In his mind, the solution is simple. Just kill the part-timer and move on. Right before things go full-on Greek tragedy, a voice slices through the suffocating tension. It's none other than the runaway wife, Persephone. She shouts at her husband, calling him out for bullying a junior god, like some total jackass, just as he's about to interrogate her. She fires back, reminding him that he was the one whining about finding Cerberus's collar, and now that our guy finally did it, suddenly he wants to murder him. That shuts Hades up real quick. The god calms himself. He admits she's not wrong, but tries to throw in that running away is still wrong. Persephone rolls her eyes, declaring she didn't run away. She just took a short trip to visit her mom. Her tone makes it crystal clear. She's not here for this dramatic nonsense. Seeing she's annoyed, Hades quickly dials it back. He gently asks if it would have been too much for her to just tell him. Persephone argues that she doesn't owe him an explanation because she believes he treats her like a damn child. Meanwhile, Damduck is just watching the god of the dead get utterly humbled. In real time, the same guy who nearly gave him a heart attack 5 seconds ago is now completely fumbling. Turns out, Hades isn't the villain here after all. He's just a big softy of simp, totally fretting over his wife. Damdukyu can't help but notice that this god is secretly a hopeless romantic. Persephone declares they need to have a proper talk, and tells him it's time to send the part-timer packing. Our hero still hasn't quite grasped it, but Persephone just yanked him out of death's jaws. She then tosses him a gift box before he can even begin to process anything. Damdukyu's surprised Hades looks quite unhappy, and he blurts out, "Why the hell is she giving the temp a present?" Persephone calls him out again, calling him stingy and firmly reminding him that our boy actually did everything he was supposed to. She assures Damdukyu that the payment's completely legit, and he doesn't have to report anything back to the job system. Then she leans in, smiles, and whispers that he should never come back here. A blink later, our guy is back on Earth, completely drained. Our boy mutters to himself, wondering just how many times he nearly died during that whole mess. Out of all his part-time gigs, this one was easily the hardest, but no time for trauma processing. He focuses instead on the mysterious gift Persephone gave him. He opens the box, and a brilliant golden glow spills out. There are two incredible fruits inside. One's the legendary fruit of knowledge, the kind that lets you tell good from evil, and the other, a damn golden apple, said to grant immortality. Damn, Dokyu freezes, utterly stunned. Could one of these actually cure his mom's cancer? He holds up the fruit of knowledge, wondering if it's even safe for a human to eat. Something plucked straight out of mythology. Suddenly, we cut to a hospital in Korea. A doctor is practically screaming in disbelief. Something utterly impossible just happened inside the room. Damn, Dokyu and his mother are sitting quietly, listening. Her cancer cells are gone completely. Damn, Dokyu's mom tears up, completely overwhelmed. And our guy softly reminds her that he promised. He told her good things were coming. Turns out, he gave her juice made from the golden apple. He didn't even think it would work. Now that it has, he's beyond relieved. The doctors say they can finally go home now. Our hero helps her right out the door. Into a cab they go, with damn Dokyu leading. He quickly gives the driver their address. But the driver says they'll have to take a detour. Confused, our hero asks if going through the Yodi Park wouldn't be quicker instead. The driver just glances at him, as if he's been living under a rock. Clearly, damn Dokyu hasn't seen the news. The driver turns up the radio, and the voice on the air says it all. There's total chaos near the park. A cylindrical dungeon has just popped up out of nowhere, and authorities are urging civilians to evacuate. Immediately, guild affiliates and free hunters are already on the scene. But traffic is an absolute nightmare. Before damn Dokyu can even say anything, his mom tells him to go. She insists she'll be fine. She even jokes that she wants to see him on TV. Our hero hesitates, but ultimately gives in. She tells him to stay safe and to take it easy, and our guy tells her not to worry. He looks toward the madness in the distance, and then he sees it. A weird, tilted dungeon tower, like someone ripped the Leaning Tower of Pisa right out of Italy and just dropped it in the city. He asks his fox if it's ready, and with a sharp grin, our hero takes off toward the chaos, already bracing himself for another long, sleepless night. Damn Dokyu figures he should check out the Emporium of Gods, maybe even grab something useful. When he opens his account, he sees he only has 12 tour. Barely anything, it looks like. Hades and Persephone still haven't paid him. His profile has been updated, though. It turns out he picked the title Tamer of Cerberus. The description underneath calls him the top dog. The boy cringes a little at that. He didn't ask to be some mythological dog whisperer. Before he can keep spiraling, someone yells like their life depends on it. Damn Dokyu assumes it's all about him, and acts as if he's annoyed. But deep down, he is totally eating it up. Then he realizes the crowd is actually losing it over someone else entirely. It's none other than the stalker, Soiju. People swarm around her like she's royalty, begging for just 1 minute of her precious time. Before she finally heads into the dungeon, she graciously humors them, answering a few questions without breaking a sweat. The boy watches it all, a slow realization dawning on him, that no one gives a single damn about him. All eyes are fixed solely on her. Soiju brushes them off once she's done. Reporters keep tossing questions her way, but she doesn't slow down one bit. She's clearly not in the mood for any of it. Damn Duck knows exactly what he has to do. He follows her silently into the dungeon. Inside, Soiju leads a pack of Sun Gun Guild hunters. They're already arguing amongst themselves, trying to guess where the monsters might be lurking. But the conversation quickly drifts into dumbass jokes, and that absolutely sets Soiju off. She shuts them up fast, no hesitation, clearly acting like the no-nonsense leader she is. One of the hunters notices the sharp switch in her tone. Apparently, she's not usually this intense at all. He wonders what's gotten into her, but doesn't say much. Then suddenly, fire erupts up ahead, just enough to let them know danger is coming. Soiju's eyes immediately lock onto it. She warns everyone to stay sharp. Moments later, the enemy finally shows itself. A group of monstrous, venomous hounds steps into view. They're huge, fast, and downright terrifying. It's ironic since Damn Duck just came back from dealing with Cerberus. But none of these hunters are laughing about it. One of them recognizes the specific type. These dogs aren't just scary. They're killers. One bite, and you're dead in 10 minutes, due to the potent poison they carry. Soiju keeps it together and tells all non-melee hunters to fall back. Everyone else is to follow her lead. Just as they're bracing for impact, a voice cuts through the chaos. Someone casually calling the hounds good boys? The redhead in the group immediately snaps. Assuming one of his people is trying to be funny, He shouts at them to stop screwing around, but the others quickly confirm the voice didn't come from them. Confusion ripples through the group until someone points. The eerie voice came from right behind the hounds. Stepping out of the shadows walks none other than Damn Dokyu. He approaches the snarling beasts as if out for a casual stroll. And just like that, he tames them without even a single flinch. The seasoned hunters freeze solid. Their minds immediately jump to the absolute worst-case scenario. They assume some horrifying humanoid monster just pulled a reverse Pokemon move on them and is now planning to unleash these hounds on them. Panic quickly spreads through their ranks. The redhead barks at Soyoju to fall back and fiercely demands the figure show his face. Damn Dokyu casually tells the guy to chill out and lower that sword because he's scaring the poor dogs. It seems everyone recognizes our mysterious hero now, right? Just then, he spots another hound sneaking up behind Soyoju. He activates Fleet Foot and shoots forward like a blur, grabbing her and pulling her to safety just in time. He punches the dog mid-air, sending it sprawling, then calmly teaches it not to bite, as if he's just training a mischievous puppy. Apparently, that top dog title wasn't just for show. It grants him the incredible ability to tame any canine. He's already got 32 powerful hounds under his command. The tense hunters finally let out a collective sigh of relief. Whatever lingering fear they had completely vanishes, now that they clearly see. He's not about to start mauling innocent people. Damn Dokyu glances down and realizes he's still tightly holding Soyoju's hand. Then he notices a familiar bracelet adorning her wrist, one he has definitely seen before. That detail immediately catches his keen attention. He doesn't say a word, but he seems subtly pleased to see Soyoju. Our boy stares at the unique bracelet again. There's absolutely no way he's mistaken. It's the exact same one he saw on Persephone's wrist. He looks straight into Soyoju's eyes, ready to finally ask where she got it. But she beats him to it, offering a knowing smirk. She says she didn't take him for the bold type. Damn Dokyu has absolutely no clue what she's talking about, until he finally notices that he's still down on one knee, holding her hand as if he's about to propose. He immediately lets go, fully aware that he looks like a desperate fool. Our lovesick dumbass immediately jumps to his own defense, but it's already far too late. Guild members are furiously snapping pictures, like they've stumbled upon a celebrity scandal. Sighing, the guy shakes it off and tells his hounds to sit. Every single one listens, as if they've been through basic training. He divides his army, ordering dogs 1 to 10 to dig, and the rest to pair off and watch their humans. He salutes one of them, and the hound salutes back. The hunters can't believe their eyes. The dogs immediately start digging, and within seconds, they find unearthed gemstones. Damn duck. He gives them a proud nod and tells them they did well. The entire guild is frozen, wondering if this is some kind of trick or an illusion. Even Soyoju, who usually stays cool no matter what, actually looks surprised. She even tells the hero that he's got skill. She then asks how the hell he managed to tame beasts like these. Damn Ducky shrugs, caught off guard. He tells her he was just born with it, wondering if the mysterious girl has figured out that he's a god. Our guy then flips the conversation around and asks about the bracelet. He asks if it's hers. She says yes. He presses harder, wanting to know where she got it from. She looks, caught off guard by how serious he suddenly sounds. Damn Ducky doesn't back off. He stares her down and asks again. The thing is tacky as hell, but one of a kind. It's too close to the bracelet Persephone wore. It's probably a custom job from the goddess herself. And now he's thinking that maybe Soyoju isn't who she says she is. He already suspected she was some sort of stalker. But this messes with his head even more. She dodges the question and says she bought it online. Right then, a notification pops up. The divine fruit of knowledge lights up, ready to spill the truth. She repeats her story, and the fruit confirms. Her intentions lean toward good. She offers to send him the link, and the fruit confirms it once more. No lies detected. Damn duck, you can practically feel the hunters judging his every move. So he decides to play along, claiming he's always wanted a bracelet just like that one. He thanks her for the offer, even calling it his precious. That sets the entire guild off, and they start relentlessly roasting him. He hears them all, calling him a total creep, claiming he only approached the boss to ogle her jewelry, mocking him relentlessly for liking bracelets, like some kind of delicate little flower, no less. Now he's completely stuck everyone thinks he's a pervy loser. If he doesn't shift this narrative, and fast, his reputation is absolutely cooked. So he decides to drag Soil-ju down with him. He loudly asks how she possibly knew his pet fox's name. He throws in a healthy dose of suspicion, loud enough for everyone nearby to catch every word. She simply explains she overheard others at HQ mention it back when he was calling for Snowy. The knowledge fruit backs her story up. She's telling the absolute truth. A short silence follows, and the guy realizes just how badly he's messed up. He had her all wrong from the start. Before he can stew in his embarrassment any longer, the dungeon boss suddenly shows up. The monstrous thing starts barking threats at the hunters, calling them pathetic weaklings, and declaring they've walked straight into their graves. He lets out the kind of evil laugh you'd expect from a dollar store supervillain, honestly, then starts calling everyone utterly stupid. But before he can even finish his little monologue, damn Duckyu, still riding the high of his own humiliation, goes absolutely berserk and beats the absolute snot out of the guy. No hesitation, just a few brutal blows, and the boss is already folding like cheap paper. The red-haired guild member just stands there, stunned, trying to process how the hell. Damn Duck, you soloed a dungeon boss like it was absolutely nothing, while the monster is still getting clobbered. In the background, damn, Ducky walks up to him and casually tells him to keep his arrival a secret. He makes it crystal clear that every word he said should be kept secret, too. The red-haired guy just nods, completely freaked out. Seriously, Duckyu. He even marches right up to a lower-ranked hunter and boldly repeats his message, just to make absolutely sure everyone's in the loop. Meanwhile, Soil-ju glances at him, completely confused. Then, she looks down at her bracelet once more, probably wondering what the heck just happened, and why this guy was so darn fixated on that thing. Outside the dungeon, there's a buzzing frenzy of chatter. The commotion suddenly breaks when someone yells that the hunters are finally coming out. It's Hunter Soil-ju, leading the crew, and once again, she's absolutely swarmed by reporters, who are acting like her biggest, most obsessive fans. They barrage her with the same old, usual, boring questions about the dungeon, dying to hear how hard or easy the raid was. Our protagonist, meanwhile, slips out in disguise, hoping nobody notices him. Soil-ju handles the press like a seasoned pro, stating there were no injuries whatsoever, and that the whole operation went off without a hitch. Meanwhile, Duckyu, watching from the sidelines, suddenly realizes something incredibly dumb that he's never even bothered to think about before. Hunters actually need licenses. He never took the official exam because, well, his powers just spontaneously showed up out of nowhere. It turns out that all hunter groups are heavily monitored, and all registered members can be looked up online in a mere second. So now that he's out here, clearing dungeons like it's absolutely nothing, people online are starting to ask, who is this guy? No profile, no records whatsoever, which makes him look like a total scammer. He figures that if people start doubting him too much, his divine powers might just take a serious hit, and with them, all his lucrative side gigs. So the best move is to let Soil-ju take all the credit, and just go sign up for that test already. But before he can even leave, he bumps right into someone dressed in a super flashy outfit. Even though Duckyu is totally in disguise, this guy clocks him right away. Our protagonist is utterly confused. He thought his cover was completely solid, but this person has absolutely no problem calling him out. The guy straight up calls our hero an abilityless scrub, and aggressively demands to know what he's doing there. The people nearby quickly recognize Damn Ducky too, thanks to the news, and start whispering amongst themselves. The man's voice grows louder, and now everyone can hear him clearly. He's loudly declaring Damn Duckyu is utterly powerless. Damn Ducky doesn't respond, just stares back, visibly irritated. This man starts throwing around fake compliments, sarcastically saying our guy has grown up. His name is Young A.K. Cheon, and he's the very same person who made Damn Duckyu's life a living hell back when they were in school. Back then, Damn Ducky believed power only came with money. He didn't believe in gods, divine systems, or any of that nonsense. But now, it's a completely different story. The tables have completely flipped. Our guy grabs Young A.K. Cheon's hand with a firm grip, clearly not in the mood for any friendly reunion. Our guy has already realized the asshole hasn't changed one bit. Still rich, still entitled, still speaking as if the world owes him its full attention. Damn Duckyu swears to himself that he will surpass every single person who ever used money as a weapon against him. Jung Akphone seems taken aback by the fire in our guy's voice. He acts like Damn Duckyu has gotten cocky just because he's gained a little fame. He claims he saw Damn Duckyu on the news, taking out the dungeon boss and destroying the gate, but still thinks it's all just BS. He grabs our guy's hat and flat out calls him a liar. He says if he's going to lie, he should at least try harder to sound believable. Then he laughs, and he just keeps going, calling Damn Duckyu a powerless fake. And people around them start reacting again. Some even look like they believe him, before this can escalate any further. So Il-ju shows up. She snatches the hat, right out of Jung, a.k.a. Cheon's hand, and swiftly gives it back to our guy. Jung, a.k.a. Cheon glares at her, asking why she's defending someone with no powers. He keeps calling Damn Duckyu absolute trash. So Il-ju challenges him, asking if he can actually prove it. She confidently states she knows Damn Duckyu has powers, but Jung, a.k.a. Cheon, stubbornly swears he doesn't. Our boy spots the girl glancing his way. He instantly understands she wants him to make a grand showing. So, our protagonist doesn't hesitate for a second. He blasts into the air, landing perfectly on a nearby rooftop. Jung, a.k.a. Cheon, keeps adamantly insisting he has no powers. He's clearly unwilling to accept this reality. Damn Duckyu is totally over it, knowing it's a complete waste of time. But this encounter serves as a stark reminder. He seriously needs to get that license stat before more people like Jung, a.k.a. Cheon, start popping up. He remembers there's an exam site not too far away. He decides to head there, just as a car pulls up beside him. Il-ju is driving, already knowing exactly where he's headed. She casually offers him a lift. The scene immediately jumps forward to the busy exam site, where our guy quickly thanks her. The entire place is absolutely packed with candidates, and our protagonist immediately notices something odd. The mysterious girl has somehow followed him inside. She's casually petting Snowy, which seriously annoys him. He can't help but wonder, how does a guild vice leader have this much free time? Il-ju replies that she had absolutely nothing planned today, so she figured she'd just tag along for fun. Damn Duckyu asks why she's being so unbelievably friendly, and she just casually shrugs it off, simply stating they're the same age, after all, so they might as well be friends, right? Well, that's definitely some top-tier riz right there. The fruit of knowledge suddenly pops up, with its usual, incredibly helpful input, declaring the girl's intentions are indeed leaning good, especially since divine wisdom totally approves. Our guy lets it slide, as a loud announcement suddenly cuts through. Candidate 117. The hero is called to Zone H for the dreaded physical test. He hands Snowy over to Il-ju, and figures maybe this was the real reason she came, to look after his adorable fox while he's occupied. He notices that Il-ju has basically already taken complete control of Snowy's feeding schedule, and every time her intentions check out as good, so there's absolutely no reason to stress over it. Another announcement immediately informs him that the test is about to begin very soon. All personal items are strictly banned, and he'll only be allowed to wear the exam issued gear. The lower body test kicks off, and our protagonist drops into a series of squats. But then, things suddenly take a sharp turn. Jung, a.k.a. Cheon, reappears on the scene. He actually followed our hero here, and demands the system crank the difficulty to its absolute max. The exam panel promptly confirms the change. Our guy's challenge has been officially set to the highest possible level. It seems this arrogant jerk is, in some twisted way, actually one of the bigwigs running this very exam. The fruit of knowledge makes another timely appearance, though frankly it hardly needs to, and confirms Jung, a.k.a. Cheon's intentions are utterly malicious. As it turns out, that bar he's supposed to lift weighs a whopping 110 kilograms. There's absolutely no way any average person could ever lift that, without some serious superhuman strength. Jung, a.k.a. Cheon, leans in with that insufferable, smug tone once more, telling Damn Duckyu he better lift it at least once, or face immediate disqualification. While our hero has officially had it, that voice is infuriating, and this whole thing is obviously a blatant setup. But even so, Damn Duckyu has no intention of backing down. Our hero now has divine power on his side, after all. All he wanted was to quietly snag his hunter license and bounce. That was the whole simple plan. But now he's stuck dealing with this same annoying person. From high school all over again. This very same dude, who used to make his life a living nightmare back then, has somehow wormed his way in here too. And our hero is absolutely, completely done with this nonsense. He stomps the ground, muttering under his breath, "Fine, if this man wants to play games, then we'll play." Damn Duck Yu isn't the same guy he used to be. He has divine power now, and he's not afraid to use it. Meanwhile, the entitled jerk with a massive superiority complex tries to drop yet another thinly veiled insult. Something about low lives. Like damn Duck Yu, knowing their place. He says it with that sickeningly smug expression, clearly hoping damn Duck Yu will just crumble on cue. Unfortunately for him, our hero does the exact opposite. With a grunt of pure determination, he lifts the weight. The result? 6 stars in lower body strength. He doesn't stop there. More weights are swiftly handled. 6 stars for upper body strength. His overall strength even reaches 5 stars. Reaction speed earns him another 6 stars. Damn Duck Yu continues to utterly surpass all expectations. And the other man simply cannot believe his own eyes. Driven by pure spite, the guy violently grabs the poor administrator by the collar, demanding the test be stopped immediately. The administrator looks understandably terrified, but calmly explains that they can't interrupt an exam without a valid reason. The sore loser yells back, "Those damn D rank numbers are impossible," claiming there's clearly something wrong with him. But nobody's listening to his pathetic, insecure rambling. More crucial stats roll in. The hero's coordination scores show up next. 6 stars in both upper and lower body coordination. Flexibility lands at a respectable 4 stars. The hero finally takes a deep breath, relieved that this nightmare of a physical test is finally over. Cut to a massive, echoing warehouse, where all the remaining candidates gather. For round 2, the administrator congratulates the survivors and announces the second, critical stage, which focuses on something most solo players absolutely dread. It's a teamwork-based exam. He goes over the rules, emphasizing any monster taken down for a different team will not count toward your score. That part is especially unfortunate for D rank Yu, who just can't help but save people, because that's just how he's built. Right on cue, a monstrous shriek echoes as a creature stomps into the warehouse, instantly setting off the chaos alarm. One hunter screams as he's immediately targeted, and the hero dramatically leaps into action. With a weapon that's barely functional, he intercepts the attack and knocks the monster out with a clean, decisive hit. He asks the guy if he's okay, then promises to handle the rest. Another powerful swing leads to another monster down. Suddenly, another hunter screams from the other side of the vast warehouse, and the hero instantly responds. The monster gets dropped in mere seconds. His team looks at him, astonished, fully aware that if it weren't for this guy, they'd be utterly overwhelmed right now. Thanks to him, they clear the round effortlessly. Meanwhile, Yoon Kook Chaiwon, the guy with the most fragile ego in the entire building, is seething as he watches this all unfold. And he is absolutely not enjoying the show. Watching the hero effortlessly outperform everyone else sends him spiraling into a dark place so naturally. He does something truly messed up, confirming his twisted mind. His actions scream he's gone mad. He injects one of the monsters with a glowing, powerful steroid. The protagonist immediately gets a crucial notification. Some kind of enhanced, monstrous being is headed his way. Sure enough, the supercharged monster materializes from nowhere and actually manages to land a devastating hit. It barely phases damn Duck Yu, who shrugs it off. But one of his teammates reacts with utter terror upon realizing the beast is still incredibly alive. That monstrous beast wastes absolutely no time. Within mere seconds, it completely wipes out every other contestant, leaving only damn Duck Yu standing alone. It plays out exactly as Young A.K. Cheon had meticulously planned. He had figured that if he could take down all of damn Duck Yu's teammates, the hero would completely lose his shot at any teamwork points. The smug bully grins and mockingly asks how it feels to finally face someone at his level. Though, to be brutally honest, even he knows he's nowhere near the hero's league. The hero has always found the bully's intense obsession with him strange. But now it's starting to feel like full-blown, obsessive stalker behavior. The bully dramatically tells him to quit while he still can. If Damn Duckyu doesn't take out the monster with his team, he won't earn any teamwork points. But the hero, unfazed, doesn't care about the score. He just wants to push himself to the limits. And maybe, just maybe, the administrator will recognize his incredible feat anyway. He focuses, launching into a clean set of powerful swings. He effortlessly slices through all the remaining monsters. Without a moment's hesitation, he notes afterward that, while he didn't rack up any teamwork points, his solo score is absolutely stacked. It's an impressive 200 points, and he only needed a mere 100 to pass. He checks in with Young, a.k.a. Cheon, and the administrator, awaiting their confirmation. Both of them clearly know he is undeniably right. Young, a.k.a. Cheon, looks like he's about to absolutely explode. The administrator begins to announce the final results for Stage 2, but before he can even finish speaking, sirens blare as an emergency alert sweeps across the entire site. Everyone receives immediate orders to evacuate. Apparently, a massive tidal wave has formed off the Dokdo coast, and it's heading straight toward the city. Our hero watches this madness unfold. He needs to find out what the heck is going on out there. He notices some roof openings in the warehouse, and swiftly jumps his way up. Jungkook Cheon yells at him, asking where he thinks he's going, and warning him it's dangerous. Damn Duckyu doesn't even look back. Outside, he sees it, a giant tidal wave rolling in. If this thing hits, everyone inside is going to be wiped out. It's clear from all the screaming that nobody inside is ready for this level of chaos. But right before the wave can flatten them, a notification window suddenly pops up. Our guy has finally received payment from Persephone and Hades. It took them long enough. Persephone even includes a formal apology for the late payment. The hero immediately accesses the Emporium of Gods, their divine shopping center. Hundreds of items instantly appear, but his eyes lock onto one specific weapon, the Wave Slasher. The price tag, 200 Hades. It's almost too convenient, but he's definitely not complaining. As he gears up, Snowy, his Arctic fox companion, shows up out of nowhere. He asks where is Seolju, as if the animal is going to give him a detailed report. He quickly realizes that now isn't the time to think about the mysterious girl. He tells Snowy to get ready. She transforms into the Wave Slasher. The hero activates the ability. With one clean swing, he slices the tidal wave in half. He pulls it off, but the force from the wave drenches him from head to toe. Another evacuation alert goes off. There's a high chance of a second wave hitting soon. Everyone is told to find shelter immediately. Damn Duckyu is absolutely soaked. I'm definitely not thrilled about round 2. He questions whether he can stop another one. His powers aren't infinite. Right after, a new notification pops up from Poseidon, the actual god of water. He's urgently hiring for underwater palace repairs. Turns out, the barrier protecting his underwater palace is busted, and that's what's been causing all these tsunamis. Suddenly, everything makes perfect sense. The disasters, the timing. It all traces back to Poseidon's underwater mess. Our hero checks the listing. No one else has applied. Meanwhile, chaos is raining down on humanity. The hero quickly realizes that for beings who've lived for thousands of years, these gods are quite unreliable. Some are dealing with theft. Others are tracking cheating spouses. Honestly, humans might be more competent. At this point, the hero, of course, decides to do what only he would do. He accepts the job, choosing to forget the exam. People's lives are more important. He dives straight into the ocean and reaches the underwater palace. Inside what seems to be Atlantis, he notes that the infrastructure is elegant. As he appreciates the view, a familiar voice calls out. It's none other than the universally loved Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths. He looks thrilled to see our hero again. Hephaestus notices Snowy, who has clearly grown a little, and reaches out to pet her. Snowy responds by ignoring him completely. Hephaestus is visibly heartbroken and asks what he did wrong. Damn Duckyu awkwardly assures him that it's not personal. Snowy is just shy, while Hephaestus is still sobbing over his failed fox. Friendship, Damn Duke asks why the god is even here. The god acts like that's a dumb question. He says, No repair job happens without a blacksmith involved. He points out the source of the problem. A busted section of the palace's barrier. Apparently, the damage causes water to leak out into the human world. And what's a minor inconvenience to the gods is like a full-on apocalypse for the humans. The hero demands to know how the barrier even shattered. In the first place, Hephaestus gestures toward a mysterious, menacing gate, muttering that gates are absolutely the worst. They always try to destroy them, yet they keep appearing, making damn Doki pause. He always assumed that these gates and dungeons were creations of the gods. Now, he's left wondering what they truly are. Suddenly, Snowy starts acting strangely worried. Damn Dokyo. Asks what's wrong. He then turns to see the gate behaving like a monstrous black hole, sucking everything into its maw. Hephaestus yells for everyone to hold on tight. If they get pulled into that gate, it's game over. He struggles to stabilize the situation, but Snowy loses her grip and starts getting pulled in. The hero panics, screaming her name, while Hephaestus desperately tries to stop the disaster from swallowing them whole. Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths, taps into Ra, surging divine power, and launches an attack so loaded with intense pressure that it shakes the very air itself. He wants the gate to behave. No surprises and absolutely no divine nonsense. Our guy notices the god's overwhelming power. He realizes that this moment is exactly why high-ranking gods truly stay in a league of their own. However, the gate doesn't flinch. Instead, it rips open and the first wave of monsters emerges, as if they've been waiting for their cue. So, that plan clearly didn't work. Damn Dokyo clearly never even considered gates in the divine realm. Could unleash monster waves right here. In god territory, his brain scrambles for logic. But Hephaestus doesn't wait around. A weapon instantly materializes in the god's hand, forged instantly and without a word. He tosses it to damn Dokyo. The sword lands perfectly in the man's grip, as if it were forged just for him. Hephaestus tells him to take care of the approaching threats, while he handles the gate himself. Damn Dokyo sighs, a sound loud enough to echo. He came here merely to fix some damage. No way he can hold the line against an entire raid. He mutters angrily that he better be getting paid extra for this, since combat definitely wasn't in his job description. Nevertheless, he charges forward, meeting the first monster mid-stride. His slash, packed with divine power, connects, but the monster doesn't even flinch. There's no satisfying finish, just a whole lot of enraged monsters, as his instincts scream at him, as that same monster swings right back. Still alive and still absolutely furious. That should not be possible. He knows exactly what kind of force he used. In that first hit, the creature growls out a threat, promising to tear every filthy Olympian apart. Our hero is shocked to hear these things can talk. The worst part is, he's not even an Olympian, but the monster doesn't know that. Then it clicks. These beasts are built differently. Damn, duck you always. Always thought the creatures from the gates were cannon fodder, weak and predictable. But now he's reevaluating everything. The last gate was nothing like this. For the first time, he wonders whether he might not be able to handle this alone. Still, he stands firm. Even though his thoughts are screaming, his body doesn't flinch. If something's going to take him out, it's going to have to earn it. The monsters glare at him, snarling and hungry. Then, they suddenly start fighting each other. One throws a punch while another kicks back, and chaos erupts inside Atlantis. And Ducky stands there, stunned. For a moment, he thinks Poseidon might have sent help. It turns out he's right. Some of the monsters are on his side. He lets out a breath, relieved that he doesn't have to take on all of them by himself after all. While he's mid-thought, one monster tries to cheap shot him from behind. Ducky slashes it down in a clean cut, without even bothering to turn around. It's just one clean motion. He mutters that these creatures look tough, sure, but in a one-on-one fight, they're totally manageable. Then, notification windows pop up. Horizontal slice. Vertical slice. More slashes follow as his rhythm begins to build. However, these monsters just aren't falling. He flashes back to that very first one, still alive after his strongest swing. He keeps attacking, divine energy burning through every single strike. And still nothing happens. Not even scratch. The hits land, but the damage just doesn't stick. Our hero has realized these things are no joke. The monster declares it's done playing around and tells Damn Duckyu, quit resisting and die already. Damn Duckyu plants his feet, telling the beast to try and survive this next hit. Then, he pulls out his wave slasher. The moment that blade flashes, everything changes. He cuts down the enemy again and again. Now, the man finally feels the momentum shifting. He lifts his blade and asks the horde, who's next? He decides not to wait for volunteers. He picks one out and threatens it directly. He's about to bring the pain. But then, a notification window interrupts the drama. He doesn't have enough divine power left to use the wave slasher. He realizes he's screwed. There's no more power. Just like that, the look on his face says it all. Of course, things are going too well. He knew it was only a matter of time before the universe flipped the script on him. A monster charges, screaming that Damn Duckyu's life is over. It seems our guy has given up. Even he has limits, but he doesn't get the chance to surrender. The monster explodes mid-run. Beams, bullets, and bursts of energy strike it from all sides. Then, a furious voice yells out. It demands to know what kind of creature thinks it can raise a hand against a god. Standing, there is none other than Red Fist, the dwarf, the legend, and the prideful menace with divine fists. Red Fist glares at the monsters, muttering that creatures like these are best when deep-fried. Damn, Dokyu sees him and nearly collapses in relief. Red Fist gives him a nod, apologizing for being late. Right now, it feels like much-needed backup has arrived. And just like that, our boy is back in the fight. That was close because without the dwarves, our boy would have been cooked for sure. He watches the blacksmith doors roll up like a formidable squad. The fish monster completely loses control. The bastard vows to rip everyone apart and charges relentlessly toward them. One of the dwarves tells the fish, bring it. He pulls out a gun, ready to end it all. But he freezes when he sees the monster clutching a rock. That rock catches him off guard before he can react. The fish is already right in his face. The gun is violently slapped away, and the poor dwarf is sent flying. So much for that plan then. Red Fist grabs his hammer and slams the fish monster. Our guy's eyes lock onto the hammer in action, and instantly recognizes the sheer strength behind it. He recalls wielding this very same weapon back when he was dunked into the river. It sticks, and he wonders if that moment had more to do with his combat skills than dumb luck. He opens his skill list and notices the dwarf hammer ability sitting right there. It only costs 5 divine power. That's cheap and absolutely perfect for the situation. Meanwhile, one of the dwarves is being strangled by a monster that's ready to snap his neck. That's enough. Damn Dokyu jumps behind the monster, ready to unleash his skill and save the day. He loudly declares he's about to take this ugly bastard out, but the attack completely flops. The dwarf hammer skill does not activate. Apparently, it only works with blunt weapons, and Dokyu is holding something that's definitely not blunt. The hit does absolutely nothing. The monster doesn't waste any time. It smacks the guy hard, sending him flying. While lying there, damn, Dokyu grumbles about how utterly dumb the restriction is. Blunt weapon only? He checks around for Snowy, but she's nowhere to be found nearby. Not that she can even help, anyway. Then it hits him. He glances down at his own fist. He realizes that should be blunt enough. If he's rocking an SS rank combat stat, perhaps that's all he truly needs. He hears another dwarf cry out in danger. There's no time to think. He charges the monster, unleashing a full-force punch. It lands, but at first, nothing happens. The fish monster clamps onto his arm like it's no big deal. Then, a beat later, the dwarf hammer skill finally activates. The fish monster is instantly annihilated. There's nothing left of it. The skill levels up right then and there. Dwarf Hammer B becomes Dwarf Hammer Punch A. Damn, Ducky, he finally lets out a breath. For once, things are actually going well. As he celebrates, Snowy leaps right into his arms, totally fine. That alone lifts his mood to the max level. Snowy then transforms into a pair of gloves, melding perfectly with his fists. They'll grant him perfect balance and immense force. He mutters that he's counting on her. With that, he starts tearing through the battlefield, one punch after another, each hit landing with devastating force. Some monsters don't even get a chance to see him before they're utterly knocked out of existence. After an impressive streak of wins, he starts wondering if they're finally done here. Then, the gate starts acting up. Dark energy begins to seep from it. The hero struggles to comprehend what kind of power this is. Hephaestus shouts for everyone to brace themselves. Confusion creeps in. Phoebus tries to hold it back, but the effort is failing. He cries out that he can't contain it anymore. The guy glances toward the gate and realizes this might end with everyone getting sucked inside. He notices that Hephaestus is gone, just vanished. Even the god of blacksmiths is pulled in by the gate's irresistible gravity. The guy stands frozen, his brain absolutely fried. He wants to know what he's supposed to do now. Right then, a bright red notification pops up. A powerful presence is approaching. He looks toward the gate. A shadowy figure slips through. More notification windows open in rapid succession. Each one's more terrifying than the last. They all scream danger. The entity then lands in Atlantis. With one glance, it instantly recognizes Duke. You and your allies wiped out all its lackeys. The bastard looks around, utterly unimpressed, and dismisses the boy and his squad as mere worms. Now, a new figure steps through the gate and into Atlantis. Wielding a trident, his aura practically drips with power. Some of Poseidon's loyal servants immediately erupt in a frenzy of excitement, yelling that the loop is finally over. They're convinced this guy must be Poseidon himself. As cheers break out, the hero watches this unfold and starts to wonder if these people are actually not serious. He's not feeling any joy at all, only a chilling discomfort crawling under his skin. That aura isn't just powerful, no, but it's undeniably sinister. He asks a nearby guard if that truly is Poseidon. The guard, after getting a better look, admits that something does seem utterly off. This version of Poseidon feels different. That trident-wielding figure is giving off some truly not bad vibes. The guard starts second-guessing everything. He's getting suspicious as well. The hero focuses on the ominous mark on the figure's forehead and instantly recognizes it. It's the very same. That cursed mark the fish monsters from the gate carried. That one crucial detail draws a clear line between the fishmen, who loyally serve Poseidon, and the grotesque ones crawling out of those gates. As if that weren't enough already, the hero's sixth sense suddenly goes haywire. An internal siren blares wildly in his head. Whoever this being is, he's incredibly dangerous. The entity then notices that all the gate monsters have been completely wiped out, thanks to the hero and the fishmen, and his gaze locks onto what little is left of the battlefield. Dumb Ducky warns everyone to immediately back off. They need to brace themselves for something truly major. He doesn't even have time to finish that thought. Not before the entity effortlessly flicks his trident and annihilates every last fishman in the area. Without moving an inch, there's no build-up. No warning, just instant death. The entity then starts to laugh, sinisterly calling the dead fishmen worms. MDQ's sixth sense screams one clear thing. Get out. Fighting this guy is absolute suicide. He tries to move, but the entity's gaze still locks onto him. And that's a defiance it absolutely won't tolerate. The monstrous being mutters aloud. Why is there still one breathing? The hero dives for cover, but it lasts barely a second. The being finds him with effortless ease and unleashes a devastating attack his way. The hero's mind races. He needs to know how it spotted him, even while he was completely hidden. But there's no time to dwell on questions now. He activates Fleet Foot without a moment's hesitation. It's his only option left. He needs to move fast enough to outrun death. He bolts, but in the blink of an eye, the entity materializes directly before him. The being smirks, asking, "Where do you think you're going?" Every last Olympian must perish, it declares. And you aren't even an Olympian. But that distinction clearly doesn't matter. Its trident is raised high. Its tip pointed directly at the hero. His mind goes utterly blank. All he can do is stand there, utterly helpless, knowing he's about to be erased from existence. Then, something slices through the escalating chaos. An unexpected attack slams right into the entity. A new, powerful voice rings out, calling the being Neptune, and mocking him as a cheap knockoff of the real deal. The hero is stunned by this new arrival, who speaks with utter confidence and biting sarcasm. He boldly tells Neptune, "No one can keep me trapped forever." It turns out the true Poseidon has finally arrived. Neptune clearly did not expect this turn of events. His smug expression instantly twists into furious anger. He begins to scream that he, too, is a god of the sea, but Poseidon answers that by promptly punching him in the face and bluntly telling him to be quiet. As it happens, Neptune isn't even the being's true name. He outright stole it from Poseidon himself, who now stands there visibly enraged. The true god of the sea glares down at the impostor and fiercely demands to know, "How dare you copy my very identity?" Neptune, in turn, grabs Poseidon by the hair. This only further infuriates Poseidon. The impostor calmly orders him to take it all back. Meanwhile, the hero just stands there, watching these two powerful gods duke it out. No ancient wars or grand strategies here. Just two immortals trading insults and challenges. Damn Duck watches as these two legends clash. Poseidon is absolutely ready to take down Neptune for daring to impersonate him. But Neptune just laughs, calling him weak. He declares, this will be Poseidon's 78th failed attempt at finally putting an end to Neptune. He's not exaggerating. Poseidon doesn't even deny it. He just counters that this time he came prepared. He brought backup. That's when the air shifts and a glowing gate rips open. The hero narrows his eyes, trying to figure out which god Poseidon brought with him. Then Hephaestus strides out. Making his grand entry, Hephaestus doesn't hesitate. He stares Neptune down and declares, those pathetic tricks won't work on him. He looks determined and utterly furious. Then he suddenly drops to his knees. He's already completely exhausted. He groans that it's been ages since he fought seriously, and now his stamina is practically non-existent. The hero isn't sure if he should be impressed or gravely concerned, a mix of hope and fear stirring within him. Damn Duck, with a hint of dread, asks if this plan will even work. Hephaestus, looking utterly drained, places the heavy responsibility squarely on the hero and states he's counting on him. Right as that immense burden lands on the hero's shoulders, another portal blasts open, and none other than Soju steps right through. Yes, Soju, with two gods marching at her side. One radiates immense strength, and the other looks like a powerful sorcerer. Damn Daku absolutely freezes. He's not even sure he's still breathing. The stalker is in Atlantis. What in the world is she doing here? Like a true menace ripped straight from myth, Soju rips the heart jewel from the gate and crushes it without a single hint of hesitation. The entire structure immediately begins collapsing, and Neptune completely loses it, his voice tearing through the air as he watches his precious gate crumble into ruins. He was clearly not expecting his pathetic lackeys to be this. That utterly useless inside the gate. Every single one of them is already dead. He glares at Soilju and the other gods, absolutely seething with rage, and furiously demands to know how they dared to utterly wreck his sacred domain. The man completely snaps. All talking ceases. He unleashes an attack meant to completely wipe her out. The hero immediately sees what's coming. He yells out, desperately trying to warn her, because this thing isn't just flashy. It's absolutely lethal. Neptune demands to know who she even thinks she is. Soilju doesn't flinch. She simply tilts her head, just enough to let the attack harmlessly pass right by, as if she's done this countless times before. She is calm, sharp, and absolutely terrifying. She swiftly pulls her weapon and rushes Neptune. A few strikes land cleanly, but they barely do anything at all. He lunges for her head, looking ready to crush it. But the hero steps in. His weapon connects just in time, blocking the brutal grab. His sixth sense kicks in hard, forcing his body to react instantly, before his brain even finishes processing the threat. For a moment, he feels like he's got this. He feels strong. However, that feeling doesn't last. Neptune shoots him a bitter compliment. He says he's got guts for trying, and then decides to stop playing around. He's about to kill the hero for real. But before it can happen, Soilju pulls him back by his coat, saving him. One of the gods behind her slams a powerful punch into Neptune's side, while the other, clearly some magic user type, jumps in and weakens the fallen god even more. The teamwork hits hard, damn. Duckyu, still catching his breath, looks at Soilju and asks why she even saved him, when he was just trying to help. She fires back without a moment's pause, basically saying there's no way she'd lose to a weak attack like that. And the worst part is, she's right. And he knows it. She shifts her focus back to Neptune. The man's losing it now. His body shakes. His power surges wildly. And it's clear he's in his final, desperate phase. The other god's efforts actually paid off. He's rapidly running out of steam. Soyeol-ju calmly observes the entire scene. With an odd, relaxed air, she mysteriously comments, "This one fell much faster than usual." Hearing that, the hero is completely thrown off guard. He desperately wants to know what she could possibly mean. Our guy is left wondering, who is this woman? Noticing his mental spiral, she quickly cuts him off. She tells him that if he just handles his part correctly, she'll give him all the answers later. Then, she hands him some incredibly mysterious object, leaving him with even more questions than before. A system window suddenly pops up, displaying nothing but vague, indecipherable gibberish. The stats are completely filled with question marks, offering zero clarity on what this object even is. It's totally shrouded in mystery. Soyeol-ju tells the hero to drink it, but also delivers a stern warning. And then, as if it's just casual news, she drops the biggest bombshell of the day. He's the one who has to kill Neptune. The hero just stands there, stunned, absolutely frozen to the spot. Not long ago, he was just grinding through dungeons. And now he's being told to end the life of a god that even other gods are struggling to contain. It's beyond insane. He blurts out something like, "What does that even mean?" But Soyeol-ju doesn't have the time or energy for a full monologue. She tells him he'll have to figure it out himself and charges straight back at Neptune. Damn, talk about being thrown in the deep end. His brain feels like it's melting. Nothing makes sense. This entire situation is completely messed up, and he's right at the heart of it all. Meanwhile, back in the fray, Soyeol-ju launches a series of fierce strikes at Neptune, trying to chip away the last bits of his health. Two other gods jump in to help as well. Their teamwork is wild. One hit after another lands, pushing Neptune back and slowly weakening him. The hero watches all three of them fight, completely locked in, amazed at their power. For a second, it almost looks like they'll win, but quickly, Neptune wipes them all out in one explosive counterattack. In an instant, the tide completely flips. Our hero is absolutely stunned by how quickly everything went south. He glances at Neptune, a wave of panic crashing inside him. That's the formidable enemy Soyeol-ju wants him to obliterate. That's the powerful being she expects him to conquer. Poseidon watches the scene unfold, and his expression says it all. He knows. Neptune has entered his explosive new phase. His ultimate final form, the in-game version. Our hero just thinks, damn Duckyu is completely drowning in his own thoughts. He remembers how, not so long ago, he was just a total nobody. Now, he's expected to fight an overwhelmingly powerful enemy. It feels impossible. He's paralyzed by the sheer weight of it all. Then, Neptune shifts his menacing gaze to our hero. He demands to know if Duckyu admits to interfering with his previous attack. If so, Neptune promises to utterly destroy him. Our guy is clearly overwhelmed, frozen, and locked in place. As Neptune hurls his devastating attack, Soyeol-ju shouts at him in utter frustration, demanding to know what he's doing. Just standing there as the attack hurtles right towards him. That finally snaps him out of his trance. Soyeol-ju steps in, bravely taking the hit. That should have instantly ended our guy right then and there. Neptune slams her down, then plants his foot firmly on her, calling her move utterly foolish. He points out that she could have easily escaped, saved herself, and probably made it out alive. Instead, she chose the losing team. He looks at her as if she's completely lost her mind, and asks why she would even bother throwing herself in front of some weak, useless worm like our boy. Our boy himself wonders why she'd take that kind of damage for him. Soyeol-ju answers Neptune without a moment's hesitation. She declares it was absolutely worth it. She calls our guy far more impressive than Neptune thinks, putting her full belief in the very same guy, who was just struggling to keep up with his new responsibility. Her words hit him oddly. Even he doesn't buy into that claim. He quietly wonders what she's even talking about. There's simply no universe where he could ever beat someone like Neptune. But Soyeol-ju isn't just talking. She yells out to our guy, telling him she believes in him. She means every single word. And a notification window pops up, confirming it. all thanks to the incredible power of the fruit of knowledge. For the first time in forever, seriously, someone truly sees the potential within him. That sends our hero reeling straight back. He remembers the day he was born vividly, and how his entire future came pre-written. People born with powers? They were treated like absolute royalty. Everyone else was just background noise. He always lived on that second tier. But there was one person who stood out, who never looked at him like he was anything less. His mom. She always had unwavering faith in her son, even when he had absolutely nothing going for him. He remembers pushing himself past his absolute limits, just to keep up with those ridiculously gifted people. He remembers the day his uncle mysteriously vanished, leaving his mom utterly crushed under his mountain of debts. That same day, he realized something absolutely brutal. His mom didn't believe in him out of genuine hope. She did it to deal with the crushing guilt of having a powerless son. It shattered our hero, but even then, he didn't feel anger or even sadness. Just relief. He figured if no one believed in him, then he couldn't let anyone down anyway. He convinced himself that giving up was the only easier path. That trying and failing would always give him an excuse to walk away. He hated that pathetic version of himself. He remembers being cornered, laughed at, and treated like absolute trash. All those painful memories hit him at once. But this time, it's completely different. Right now, someone actually believes in him. A notification tells him that this unwavering belief is activating something incredible inside his body. It's spreading through him like a powerful blessing. With zero hesitation left, none at all, Dan Dukgu finally drinks what Soil gave him. Power floods his system, his divine level spike. Even he knows this isn't normal. This girl is strange, but she genuinely has his back. Our hero makes a solemn vow this time. He is not running. Not anymore. Right as Neptune is about to finish Soil, Dan Dukgu pulls her out of the way. Neptune's eyes instantly lock onto the interruption. Dan Dukgu. He tells Soil Ju to take a break, saying he'll handle this. He vows to end this fight quickly. But from behind him, Neptune strikes. Yet, in the blink of an eye, our hero plants a sword right into Neptune's face. Raw power is still surging through him. It's divine, overwhelming, and for once, he actually feels like he can win. But Neptune isn't just some boss fight. He's a god. He warns Dan Dukgu not to get cocky over a little boost of power. Then he snags our guy with his own hair, knocking Snowy right out of his hand. Dan Dukgu realizes it's something brutal. Even now, this still isn't enough. So he does the only thing left to do. He charges in and punches the god right in the face. Neptune's hidden rage erupts. Our hero doesn't stop, though. He boosts his speed, landing a punch. Boosts it again and lands another. He realizes it's still not enough. So he keeps pushing faster, harder, pounding Neptune repeatedly. The moment he lets this god breathe is the moment he dies. Snowy's gone, so the boy knows he's stuck using his fists. Neptune tries opening his mouth for an attack, but Dan Dukgu shuts that down with a swift kick. It's effective. That move sends Neptune over the edge. He starts charging something big, and right then, Snowy returns. Neptune unleashes his attack, but Snowy's shape shifts into a shield and saves him at the last second. Still, this is far from over, and Dan Dukgu knows it. Neptune shifts his focus to the boy. Now he looks at Dan Dukgu and asks if any of this is even doing anything. That's when Poseidon spots his chance. He calls in a dragon exacerbation attack. A dragon shows up and launches itself right at Neptune. The impact creates a massive explosion that rattles everything around them. Poseidon is hoping that blast finally ended it. But Neptune crawls out of the wreckage, now quite weakened. He vows to take everyone down with him. And this is no bluff. Whatever he's cooking up is bound to be catastrophic. Duck warns Neptune not to get ahead of himself. And then he pours every ounce of divine energy into his wave slasher. This one absolutely has to count. It's all or nothing now. As he prepares for the final swing, the boy is hit with a sudden wave of clarity. Good and evil can't always reveal the absolute truth. But right now, it's crystal clear. For once in his life, someone has truly put everything on the line for him. Someone believes in him without holding anything back. He refuses to let that trust go to waste. With his soul lit up and power surging, Dan Dukgu unleashes one last devastating blow. The strike lands, and notification windows flood his vision. Neptune, the forgotten god, has been defeated. Another window appears. This time, it's about Soael, the nameless goddess, confirming that she's deeply satisfied with Damn Duck. She's pleased with his victory. Then comes the message. Damn Duck has completed the final condition for his evolution. The final strike. Not only that, he's absorbed a sliver of Neptune's power. Through the kill, and Soael has leveled up. The boy's body finally gives out. He crashes down to the seafloor, exhausted and barely holding on. But there's a tired smile on his face. He won. Somehow. He really won. Above him, Soid watches in silence, a proud smirk on her face, as she sees what he has become. After everything goes down, our boy finally wakes up. The first thing he sees is Poseidon, sitting on a throne, staring at him like he's been waiting. That alone is enough to make the boy's heart drop. Poseidon greets him like he's waking from a nap, acting completely casual about it. Damn Duck notices that his clothes are fresh, and his wounds have been patched up. His hands, however, are chained. Poseidon thanks him for helping take down Neptune. But there's a catch. He has a serious question lined up. The god reveals that, while most of Neptune's power returned to him, a significant portion remained with the boy, all thanks to that decisive final strike. He begins charging a mysterious energy in his hand, delivering a chilling warning. This power isn't merely a souvenir. It can reshape the very fabric of the world, or incinerate it to ash. The fruit of knowledge flares in the boy's vision, flashing a dire warning that Poseidon is acting suspiciously. His aura radiates dangerously raw energy, and he's clearly not in a generous mood. Poseidon locks intense eyes with the boy, demanding to know his plans for the newfound power. The boy freezes. That glare feels like a death sentence, hanging on an incorrect answer. He quickly realizes that lying would be a grave mistake, and choosing the wrong words might end him then and there. The hero takes a deep breath and answers directly. He states he didn't defeat Neptune for power, but if Poseidon permits him to keep it, he swears to train relentlessly and become a god people can truly respect. That earnest response catches Poseidon off guard. The god remarks that Damn Duck reminds him of his younger self. The god even smirks slightly, as if observing the spirit of a young, budding god, still finding his path. He praises Damn Duck's words as clear, honest, and free of ego, now that the gate is destroyed, and the forgotten god vanquished. Zeus declares there's no reason not to celebrate. He announces a grand party to commemorate their victory. The scene jumps to the lively celebration. People are dancing, laughing, and thoroughly enjoying themselves. But the boy has one thing on his mind. Soijao. He nervously approaches her, feeling nervous, ready to speak. Just as he opens his mouth to talk, Snowy leaps on a Soijao once more. Damn Duck. He stands still, glaring at his mischievous fox, telling it to get off and return to him. Snowy doesn't care. He's busy nuzzling Soijao, absolutely loving her attention. The boy realizes the fox is acting out, because it leveled up and now thinks it's a big deal. He's totally annoyed because Snowy ignores everyone else. But the moment Soael appears, he only has eyes for her. Damn Duckyu wonders why this fox treats her with such preference, acting like he doesn't even exist. Just as our guy is about to ask Soael the question he's been holding in, a group of loud fangirls crashes the moment. They shove him aside and start grilling Soael about what she's doing there. Damn Duckyu tries to remind them he was there first, but one of them elbows him right in the face. He tries to speak again, but before he can utter a word, Poseidon snatches him by the collar. Our guy's furious. He just wanted some time with Soael, but Poseidon has other plans. The sea god declares he's looking for someone different, and apparently, our boy fits the description. As he's dragged away, the girl watches and casually comments that it's too early for them to meet seriously. She says they should both succeed in life first, remaining calm but mysterious as always. Then, the scene shifts and a screen appears, listing all the titles and incredible feats Soael has accumulated over time. It turns out, she is the god of transformation and reincarnation, and this is her 1,869th reincarnation. The scene cuts to the hunter exam grounds. Our hero stands there as someone congratulates him for finally earning his hunter license. He smiles, proud of the moment, even if it doesn't quite compare to what he achieved. In Atlantis, he earned it. He finds out he's officially a 6-star hunter now. Now that's a solid achievement, especially since the Hunter Association ranks go from no stars to 9. 9-star hunters are incredibly rare, and no one from Korea has ever reached that level. Only 13 hunters in the world hold 5 stars or more. And now, Damdukyu is one of them. That comes with serious responsibility, and he knows it as he processes everything. A familiar wailing sound cuts through the air. It's young A.K. Cheon, crying loudly while being dragged away by guards. Even as he's being dragged away, he's still screaming about Damdukyu, who cleared dungeons and gates without a license. He's trying to frame our hero as a criminal, yelling that letting him go is a huge mistake. The boy watches this whole spectacle, wondering why Young-ak Cheon is still acting like this. It just comes off as pathetic as the man keeps shouting and even threatening the guards. Then, Snowy makes her grand return, landing right on Damdukyu's shoulder. He instantly notices the fox feels heavier and larger than before. He asks himself if this is what leveling up does to magical pets. A worrying thought then crosses his mind. If Snowy keeps getting stronger, maybe she'll leave him one day. But he quickly shuts that thought down. Snowy is still snuggled up to him, soft and warm. The boy tells himself that she definitely loves him, more than she loves the girl. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Before he can even relax, So-il-ju brings him crashing back to reality. She appears and tells him that even if things seem calm now, the easy days are definitely behind him. She wants him to follow her. She promises to explain everything, what is coming, what matters, and what the future will look like. She drops a chilling warning about the end of the world and mentions something even bigger on the horizon, something called Ragnarok. Cut to the reincarnator's car. Our heroes are officially on the road and probably speeding way past the legal limit. Our guy leans back, eyes fixed on So-il-ju, and finally says what's been on his mind for a while. He's always thought she seemed a little shady. He asks her, "Who the hell are you, really?" The mysterious girl gives him a look and asks if he's seriously curious. When Damdukyu nods, she shrugs and simply says fine. She might as well spill it. She explains that about a year ago, a divine job listing popped up in front of her, out of nowhere, basically the same way it did for him. Since then, she's been grinding nonstop, dumping every single paycheck from her side gigs into upgrading her godly powers. All that hard work totally paid off. Now she's achieved the status of a mid-rank god. Our boy listens, still a bit thrown for a loop. But then she drops yet another bombshell. Somehow, she acquired a warrant of insight along the way. The name alone completely catches our boy off guard. He immediately asks her what that even means. She tells him that while she doesn't know everything, that warrant did show her something absolutely wild. Through it, she caught a terrifying glimpse of the future, one where a massive, inevitable war is on its way. It's not just any war, but a cataclysmic war between gods. The girl then elaborates, explaining that god names actually vary wildly between mythologies, like Zeus and Jupiter, Poseidon and Neptune, or Eros and Cupid, who sound like the same dude. But they're not. They're actually entirely different gods, each with their own distinct powers, goals, and unique identities, while humans might think it's just different names. Across cultures, the truth is far, far messier. They're legitimately separate, distinct beings. So, Poseidon and Neptune, for instance, aren't just two names for the same ocean god. They're rivals. One survived through worship and fame. The other got forgotten, becoming incredibly bitter. And that's exactly where the gates come into play. The reincarnator reveals that forgotten gods, like Neptune, use these gates to rebuild their power. The gates are essentially massive divine gems. Once their strength is juiced up inside a gate, they go all out, attempting to launch a grand comeback by going to war with the more famous worship gods. It's all just a desperate power grab to reclaim their names. It all finally clicks for our hero now. The gates aren't random at all. They're designed to give old, forgotten gods a boost. And when they're strong enough, they come swinging hard to reclaim what they lost. At the end of all that impending chaos, So-il-ju says, Something called the Sixth Ragnarok will go down. Our boy looks over, completely stunned, and blurts out, "Do gates exist in the human world?" 2. Soil-Ju doesn't hesitate, explaining, "Yeah, they absolutely do." She explains that dungeons were purposefully made by the gods, specifically to train humans for this incoming disaster. That's why dungeons and gates feel so eerily similar. Dungeons? They basically just practice arenas. Our hero's mind flashes back to Thor's words. Something about building a place, a realm, where humans could undergo intense trials. It all clicks into place now. Dungeons are nothing less than divine boot camps. But that revelation doesn't exactly sit well with our hero. In fact, it absolutely infuriates him. Ever since these dungeons first appeared, people have been maimed and killed, trying to clear them. Yet to the gods, they're nothing more than mere exercises. Unbelievable. Duckyu snaps, declaring, those gods should be the ones closing these gates. Themselves. He brings up Neptune, recalling how even before reaching full strength, the guy was already a nightmare to deal with. But the mysterious figure doesn't back down. She reveals there are things hiding inside those gates that even the gods don't want to mess with. The reincarnator explains how gate difficulty scales with the specific god behind it. The stronger the forgotten god, the nastier the gate. If a god's power is high, then the resulting gate is a death sentence. She explains that even the active gods are barely managing to keep their own realms in check. If this whole Ragnarok scenario kicks off, no one will be left to guard the human world. There will be no gods, just utter chaos. She adds that regular people have no clue any of this is happening. To them, gates and dungeons are just different words for the same disaster. But the mysterious figure makes it clear. If someone like Neptune appeared in a real city, it would be obliterated before anyone could react. Damn, Duckyu sinks into silence. As everything finally clicks into place, the skills, the warrants, the sudden game-like mechanics. The monster drops, the magic stones. It's all been a gift package from the gods for humanity. But instead of feeling blessed, our boy is just enraged. It's like the gods dumped the entire weight of survival onto humans, and then just left. They're handing out weapons, while avoiding the real fights themselves. He blurts out that humans are being expected to fight. These are challenges even gods would struggle with. Soyeon-Ju doesn't deny any of it, but she promises to back him up. She tells Damn Duckyu she's peered into the future, his future, and he's the one fighting back, against armies crawling through the gates. He's the one who will save the world. Damn Duckyu is completely taken off guard, stunned that someone as powerful as her, that believes in him so profoundly. But before he can unleash another barrage of questions, Soyeon-Ju slams on the brakes and declares, they've arrived. He thanks her for the ride, but when he turns to look outside, he spots something wild. A stage is set up, microphones, cameras, and a massive crowd. There's a crowd cheering, apparently. Soyeon-Ju has been planning something again. She signed him up to make a massive public announcement. Reporters yell for his attention, begging him for a few words. Now that he's one of the few hunters in the world, ranked 5-star and above, he stares bewildered at the scene and asks Soyeon-Ju if this is seriously the right place. Because this feels exactly like a setup. And yes, it totally was. This is what she meant when she said she'd help him. She put him directly into the spotlight. Soyeon-Ju leaves with a smug smirk, drives off in her car, while Damn Duckyu yells at her to get back. And just like that, fame hits our guy like a truck. Cut to 1 month later. The whole world is now fixated on our boy. The man's cleared 3 dungeons in a single month. And the most surprising part? 0 casualties. Not one person injured. That kind of track record doesn't just earn respect, but it makes him an absolute legend. So our boy's life has gone from a mid-tier hunter to extremely wealthy overnight. Even though the money is good and people admire him, he looks at the situation around him and realizes. Godin thinks the same thing. Every celebrity eventually realizes. Being rich and famous? It totally sucks. Sure, being famous has its downsides. But Damn Duckyu knows it's necessary. The chaos, the press, this constant attention, but it's all feeding into his divine power. And that power is going to matter real soon. Still, his patience is wearing thin. The reporters just won't back off. They act like his personal space is public property. It's gotten to the point that even Snowy has her own fan club now. He glances at the fox on the ground and mutters, Does it feel nice being praised for doing nothing? Then Soil's voice chimes in. She tells Damn Duck You to hustle harder. Fame isn't just clout. Soon, it'll turn into real strength. So he better start putting in the effort. But before it's too late, she warns him again. The fights that are coming up are much tougher. The end of the world is coming closer. And if he slips even once, that he'll fall hard, not just physically, mentally too, if he allows it. The future is cooked. Then she asks him the real question. With all that in mind, is he ready to face his fate head-on? At this moment, we find out Apollo's looking for a part-timer. And our guy, he's on a short list. Damn to Q takes a second. He thinks about what life would have been like. That if he had stayed unaware. That if he never found out the world was ending. He knows it would have been easier. But now that he knows the truth, he can't ignore it. He can't just stand by while everything collapses. Soul knew he'd say that. She knows him well. That determined heart of his is clear. Together, they move forward toward the next step. The part-timer world of the gods. The scene jumps to someone calling our duo ducklings. It turns out it's none other than Apollo himself. Beautiful, shiny-haired, with a sharp jawline and a sculpted physique. He welcomes them with a smug grin and tells them they should feel honored to be his part-timers. But since he's the god of the sun, our boy naturally gets starstruck. He fixates on Apollo and blurts out he never expected to actually see the sun. In person, he can't help but notice its incredible brightness. Apollo simply nods, as if our hero just announced that gravity exists. He claims the sun follows his vibe. So, naturally it's bright according to him. It also perfectly copies his jawline and body curves. So Ilju's face clearly shows how done she is with the entire situation. But Apollo is just getting started. He claims the sun is still mid-tier compared to him, since he is, after all, literal perfection. Then, without anyone even asking, he launches into his full origin story, starting, of course, with his birth story. Cut to our heroes in a carriage, probably escaping that agonizing monologue. Damn, Duke. Still recovering? Asks Soiju. How does Apollo even manage to talk about himself for that long? He wonders if Apollo's warrant is just a glorified mirror, because no sane person flexes that hard about themselves. The mysterious girl says she considered just punching his shiny face, just to make him stop. Our hero admits that Apollo's rampant narcissism might be irritating, but it's still kind of awesome. He explains that after spending all his time making dungeons and training mobs, pulling the sun across the sky actually feels like a major promotion. She shuts that down immediately and asks him if he genuinely thinks they're hauling the real sun. It turns out Apollo's sun is a total fake. It's just a light orb created by his warrant that syncs with the actual sunrise. So everyone thinks it's the real deal. Our hero tries to play it cool, acting like he knew all along, but then panics and demands to know how Apollo even made it, and why he bothered if the real sun still exists. So Ilju breaks it all down. The fake sun massively boosts Apollo's image, and the stronger people's belief in him gets, the more divine power he stacks. That's how he went from a mere mid-tier narcissist to the actual god of the sun. Our hero is completely shocked. He quickly realizes that makes Apollo a complete scammer. Soilju doesn't hesitate at all in confirming our boy's suspicion. The reincarnator just shrugs, remarking, "It doesn't really matter. What does matter is the reward." And she quickly reminds Damn Duck You of that. Her plan is simple. Get through this weird gig, grab the prize, and leave. She's steering the carriage with impressive skill, and the guy gives her props for being so good at it. He asks if she's done this kind of thing before. She confirms she has, more than once, actually. This catches the boy completely off guard, mostly because Apollo didn't even recognize her. The reincarnated notes that. The guy's usually not very observant, but sometimes out of nowhere, he connects the dots, since she can't lie, without getting smacked by the fruit of knowledge. She tells the truth. It's not as embarrassing as she expected. Apollo didn't remember her, because he's too obsessed with his own reflection to notice anything else. Of course he forgot. The guy probably thinks his reflection is a different person. Right then, some kind of beast launches itself at the mid-flight. Damn Duck Hugh's sixth sense kicks in instantly. They dodge the attack, but it's way too sudden. Soilju points out that sunwolves shouldn't even be on this path. The hero stares at them and says, Those things look more like hellhounds than sunwolves. Luckily for them, the guy is the undisputed top dog. That trait kicks in immediately, before the mysterious soil Jew can even offer to handle it. Damn Duckyu tells her to stay back. He's got this. The reincarnator warns him not to be reckless. These things are dangerously hot. Touching their fur could literally melt bone. But the guy doesn't flinch. If he's supposed to live up to the version of him from the prophecy, then he needs to handle fights like this alone. He leaps out of the carriage, weapon in hand, eyes locked on the fiery beasts. He's got an idea. His blade slices through one of the wolves, but just won't go down. He yells back at Sol Jihu, telling her to pay close attention, because this is the moment he's unveiling a brand new move. He activates Wave Slasher, and in an instant, the flames around the beast completely fizzle out. He seizes the wolf, but even without its flames, it's still scorching hot. That's when a notification pops up. Neptune's power is kicking in. The blessing of waves wraps around his body like protective armor. Our guy tries to figure out what that even means, and he touches the wolf again, only to realize the heat is completely gone. Just like that, he's immune. Now he can finally deal with these creatures. He simply keeps repeating the process, cooling them off, taming them one by one. Sol Jihu watches him work, and for the very first time, she genuinely smiles. She almost blushes. She remembers the version of damn Duckyu she first met, a guy who couldn't even talk, back when people called him dumb. But no matter how tough things became, he kept pushing forward, even if others thought. His progress was barely noticeable. He never gave up. 2 times, 3 times, over and over. He just kept improving. She looks at him now and sees the incredible results of his 18th, 69th return. They matter. He might actually be the only one who can truly kill the thing she saw coming. That's why she keeps coming back to him. He's not just some guy. He's a full-on gambler, like betting everything on a single, massive risk. Goddamn. Duckyu orders the now-tamed wolves to follow his lead and chase off the rest. Now that our boy has 2 loyal sun wolves on his side, he's ready to deal with the rest of the rebellious mutts. He gives his newest pets the go-ahead, and they launch straight at their own kind. The untamed wolves don't even see it coming. Our guy smirks and throws a verbal jab their way, wondering aloud if they're stunned by the betrayal. But then he realizes it's something important. Watching these sun wolves attack each other, for his sake, feels a bit grim. So he changes course with a confident grin. He decides to tame the rest of them too. He might as well settle this with less bloodshed and more control. He goes after one and tames it cleanly. Then he snags a few more. Soon, his group swells to a formidable 40 dogs. Our hero is clearly having a blast, steadily building what looks like the early stages of a full-blown canine force. With this momentum, he decides to tame the rest as well. As he does, something new suddenly triggers. His top dog trait instantly levels up, and now he's gained a brand new ability. Damn, Duke can summon every beast he's ever tamed. While under this title, that bit totally catches him off guard. He has tamed quite a few creatures in his time, but not all of them are going to be useful right now. Some are just for aesthetics, others not so much. Still, one name instantly pops into his head. Cerberus. That 3-headed creature was absolutely no joke. Our hero considers calling him in, thinking it might be incredibly useful. But before he can summon anything, he totally zones out, thinking about combinations, like he's in a high-stakes strategy game. So Hilju snaps it back. She yells over, wanting to know why he's just standing there. And while there are still wolves left to tame, Damn Duck realizes that these sun wolves, on their own, aren't terrifying. But once they start feeling threatened, they group up and form a single, massive beast. That kind of pack behavior could easily overwhelm him. Just as he's processing that, one of the untamed wolves suddenly lunges and totally catches him off guard. This one doesn't bite, though. It breathes fire straight out of its mouth. The attack hits him hard, blasting the nearby carriage into smoking pieces. Our hero survives, but now he's completely surrounded by flames and smoke. The girl doesn't let up. She tosses out a sarcastic comment about how he needs to stop zoning out in the middle of dangerous situations. It turns out she may have given our boy way too much credit. She tells him to get it together. Our homie isn't focused on her words, though. He's just staring at the wreckage. The carriage is totally gone. And then something else clicks in his head. He asks about the fake sun's movements. Soju responds that both the wreckage and some sun wolves have fallen into the village below. Our guy's stomach sinks. Then she delivers even more serious news. If even one sun wolf reaches a human village, it's over for those people. So now, their top priority shifts. The mission is clear. They must save the villagers, no matter what. We cut to the village. Panic is already spreading. Amidst the chaos, a little girl runs for her life. She's seconds away from danger. But our boy steps in and saves her with his weapon. The threat becomes terrifyingly clear. The sun wolves have already combined into one large, violent unit, and it targets Damn Duckyu immediately. He tries to fight back, but this fusion beast is powerful. That's when he decides to summon Cerberus. Cuxie knows there isn't a single dog in the Dog Empire that has enough street cred to deal with that beast. A three-headed hound drops into the scene. The hero gives the command, and Cerberus is prepared to engage the target. One of the villagers stares at our boy. The man points up at the sky, still wide-eyed, asking, what kind of person descends and defeats a beast like that? The few sun wolves are still lying on the ground. Soilo walks over and answers. She says his name is Damn Duckyu. Pauses, then changes her mind and calls him a god. He's no longer just a puny human. He's the god of swords. We cut to the guy, standing with arms crossed, watching the sun wolves clean up their mess. He commands them to stay focused. But the second he looks away, one of the wolves starts slacking off. Damn Duckyu glares. These wolves lose focus quickly. An old man approaches and calls him by name. Damn Duckyu, the god of swords. The villager introduces himself as the representative of their town, and then drops to the ground, forehead on the dirt. That throws the hero off. He waves a hand and tells the old man to get up. He explains there's no need for them to bow. This whole event wasn't a divine test. It was their mistake, and there was nothing noble about it. But the old man simply doesn't care. He's just utterly grateful that the gods paid attention to their humble village. He doesn't realize those same gods often cause more problems, instead of solving them. Then, the man suddenly announces, loud enough for the entire village to hear, that from this day forward, they will offer living sacrifices in the name of the god of swords. Our bro's face instantly goes blank. The villagers cheer his name wildly, and before they can even begin offering anything, our boy disappears. The old man looks around, confused, trying to figure out where his new deity went. Meanwhile, Damduck observes from a distance, looking concerned. The talk of sacrifice deeply unsettles him. He mutters to himself, wondering what Swalu told the villagers. He knows there's an even bigger problem brewing. The carriage is completely destroyed. The fake sun they were transporting was eaten by wolves during the attack. He only has a week left before Apollo expects the task to be finished. And right now, he has no sun, no transportation, and villagers ready to offer sacrifices in his name. While he's deep in thought, Swala speaks up. She casually suggests they just make another sun, as if it's as simple as making instant noodles. Our guy turns to her, stunned, and demands to know what she means by making a sun. He reminds her that creating things is absolutely not his strength. But the reincarnator remains completely calm. She simply tells him that he's not the one who's going to make it. She knows someone who absolutely can. The scene then cuts to the god of blacksmiths, Hephaestus. Swallow casually throws out Hephaestus's name, like it's no big deal. Damduck actually considers it, and realizes that if she's serious, then she must be loaded with god-level resources. To even think about asking Hephaestus to build a sun, the mysterious girl hears that, and casually states she's completely broke. Damduck absolutely freezes. There's no way this mid-rank goddess, with this much power, has no money. That shouldn't even be possible. He figures maybe she's close to Hephaestus. But even then, asking the god to forge a sun without payment sounds completely unreasonable. Royal Jew just ignores him, telling him to follow her. He feels totally disregarded, but tags along anyway. He tries again, reminding her that convincing Hephaestus to do this job for free is utterly impossible. He even places a bet. The loser has to do whatever the winner says. The scene cuts to Hephaestus agreeing immediately. There's no argument, no negotiation. He says he owes Soil Jew more than once. So this task is completely minor. He's even willing to stay up working to complete it. Damn Duck just stands there, wondering what kind of favors Soiled Jew has given to earn that level of loyalty. Later, she leads him to a random area. Damn Duck has no idea what she's planning. The girl reminds him that he lost their bet, so now he's obligated to do whatever she asks. But before that, there's something else he has to handle. Damn Duck, you ask what it is. Soiled Jew says he needs to start gathering priests if he plans to stop the God War. He's confused and asks, what even is a priest? Soiled Jew explains that when a low-ranking god hits 50,000 divine power, they unlock a warrant called the Calling of Gods. With that, they can recruit priests who follow them and boost their power during battle. Damn Duck looks at her in disbelief. He points out that it doesn't make sense to start telling people he's a god when he isn't even one in the first place. Soiled Jew remains calm. She says it doesn't matter. He can't stop the upcoming war alone. He needs priests from other dimensions to stand chance. The prophecy says he needs 12. Damn Duck is completely confused, and that reaction is completely understandable. He tries to understand the mission. The number alone is absolutely overwhelming. So he asks what she means by different dimensions. The reincarnator explains that right now, he only has access to basic, part-time jobs across their continent. But as his divine power swells, he'll unlock jobs and dimensions beyond their own. This offers little comfort, though. The great gods are already a handful, and now he's expected to tackle interdimensional threats? But Soi remains unfazed. She tells him there's no need to stress. Their very first priest is already in their world, and will be a major help. She then reminds him again. He agreed to do anything she wanted. A soft glow illuminates a nearby village. Later, they visit the next village in the same damaged carriage. When they arrive, the villagers kneel. One asks who Damn Duck is, and another explains he's the god who defended the nearby village from demon attacks. Someone else points to the banner on the carriage. That boldly declares Damn Duck is amazing. The people assume Apollo is backing him up. The banner certainly leaves an impression. Now, Damn Duck finally understands. This is Soi Jew's master plan to boost his divine power. By dramatically building up his public image, Damn Duck gets frustrated, yelling at her, saying he doesn't care if this boosts his divine power. It's utterly embarrassing. He's not the kind of person who enjoys being the center of attention. The mysterious girl reminds him of their deal. She explains that they need to unlock the calling of gods, so raising his power is absolutely necessary. Damn Duck complains about the banner design, calling it bad and asking why it looks so incredibly unappealing. Meanwhile, our hero is now in a grand palace, reviewing his notification windows. He just acquired a new ranged ability. He reflects that ranged combat has always been his Achilles heel, especially during the Neptune fight, where his only option was Wave Slasher, and he nearly lost. So, these upgrades were absolutely necessary. He checks to see just how much his divine power has soared. While scrolling, he mutters about his recent lack of sleep. That embarrassing banner has clearly been bothering him. Then his eyes land on it. His divine power has rocketed to 50,000. The warrant has been activated. Only true reverence grants one the title of priest. He's somehow taken aback by the revelation. The banner strategy actually worked like a charm. He's completely unsure how to feel about it. While he's deep in thought, reviewing his stat screen, a voice suddenly speaks up from right behind him, and it makes him jump out of his skin. It's none other than the notorious Self-Glazer. Apollo, the god, immediately asks what he's staring at. He then clarifies that the system his mother created is invisible to everyone else, so there's truly nothing to worry about. Damn Duke finally calms his racing heart and asks Apollo to elaborate on his mother's system. Then, a sudden realization dawns on him. He means the windows. Apollo then probes if anything significant occurred while he was away. Damn Duke fills him in on the Sunwolf incident, but reassures him that he'd already resolved it, which truly catches Apollo's attention. He then asks if Damn Duke is referring to those infamous wolves. After a beat, he heartily compliments him for handling the situation. Clearly impressed, Apollo announces the hero will receive a generous bonus, beyond his regular compensation, naturally, for truly exceeding all expectations. A vibrant, glowing aura suddenly envelopes Damn Duke as Apollo's precious warrant of self-healing transfers over. His hand starts to emit a gentle light, and Damn Duke stares transfixed, completely curious about this strange, new power. Apollo goes on to explain that the warrant of self-healing is something countless people desperately covet, but only those who truly serve him can ever earn it. He then launches into a monologue about how people practically line up, just for a slim shot at obtaining his warrant. The self-proclaimed god even starts cackling loudly. Snowy, who is peacefully dreaming away, is abruptly awakened by the racket and stares, visibly annoyed. She currently appears as an adorable mix of soil and fluffy fur. Noticing Snowy's sudden wakefulness, Damn Duke promptly asks the little spirit to lend its power. Apollo casts a suspicious side glance, clearly wondering about Damn Duke's plan. Damn Duke casually states his intent. He simply wants to see the healing warrant in action, up close. He swiftly transforms Snowy, then deliberately makes a tiny cut on his own finger. A soft, ethereal light pulses visibly from the wound, and the warrant of self-healing immediately springs into action. The injury begins to heal, a slow but steady process. Damn Duke even finds the soft glow quite cute. Snowy then lovingly leans in and licks the small wound, as if feeling a touch guilty for what just happened. Apollo watches the whole display, raising a single brow at Snowy. It turns out, spirits capable of shape-shifting into weapons. Meanwhile, they're extremely rare. Snowy actively avoids Apollo's gaze. Apollo, however, is still watching. He asks Damn Duck how he tames creatures so easily. Damn Duck admits he does possess a taming ability, then flips the question back. Why is Apollo so curious anyway? Apollo explains that lately, something has been damaging the sun, and it's apparently been frustrating him. He's been wondering if there's a way to tame it. He points out that the sun wolves actually seem to like Damn Duck, which is unusual considering they hate everyone else. Apollo hasn't heard of any god who can tame those creatures, so he's clearly surprised that a low-tier god like Damn Duck managed it. He directly asks Damn Duck how he did it. Damn Duck thinks about it for a second. Animals gather around him, playfully frolicking. He agrees to teach Apollo, but he wants something in return. He wants archery lessons. Now that he finally bought an archery skill, that makes sense, considering he nearly lost during his previous encounter. The god agrees. It turns out he's not just the sun god. He's also the god of medicine, poetry, music, and archery. Apollo is now guiding Damn Duck through archery basics. The god starts instructing him on how to craft an arrow from divine energy. The idea is simple. Focus divine energy into your fingertips, hold your breath, and pull the bowstring back until it feels right. Once everything aligns, release the arrow. The god demonstrates. His arrow blazes through the air and hits the target with no effort. Apollo gives a shrug. Damn Duck isn't surprised, but he gains some respect for the god. Although Apollo acts arrogantly, his skill is undeniable. Damn Duck's own training begins. From there, 1 month passes. Archery becomes a routine, and Apollo proves to be a serious teacher. He is strict. Damn Duck fires an arrow with good technique and realizes he finally understands archery. Now he reflects a bit. Up until now, most of his improvements came from watching YouTube, just doing tutorials or mimicking moves during fights. Compared to that, learning directly from a god is way more effective. He starts to wonder, if he learned this much from Apollo, what could he gain from training under more gods? Suddenly, Soilju interrupts his thoughts, letting him know it's time to move on. She explains Damn Duck is about to meet his first priest, and time is limited. Damn Duck prepares to leave, but decides to say goodbye to Apollo first. He wonders where the god is. It turns out Apollo's spending time with his son wolves. This confirms both of them fulfilled their agreement. Snowy curls up beside Soil, and Damn Duck feels like something important was learned from this experience. He says that gods seem to respond well to animals when given food. That could be why Apollo and the sun wolves bonded. Soil tells him to be thankful the idea worked, because if it didn't, the situation would have been dangerous. Damn Duck says he would have simply kept trying until it succeeded, as if this dumbass wasn't dealing with the god of the sun. Soil tells him that maybe he should plan things more carefully, or one day he'll make a mistake he can't fix. Damn Duck doesn't appear worried. He tells her she worries too much, then lists the benefits he gained from this job. Divine power increased, New Warren acquired. Archery skills learned. He believes things can't get any better. And bro's actually right cause shit. Only goes south from here. Because the underworld is filled with ruins. And an eerie atmosphere. Hades, the ruler, is speaking with one of his servants. He asks if the information is confirmed. And the servant says it is. Cerberus was summoned to the human world a month ago. Without Hades' approval. That decision was made by a dumbass. Damn duck. Hades is furious. He demands to know who interfered with the guardian of the underworld. And he doesn't care about the reason. Whoever summons Cerberus is about to experience the consequences of angering the god of the dead. I guess this is what Seol was talking about when she suggested thinking before acting. The scene jumps from the underworld to the Sun Gun headquarters, where things are way less dramatic. Damn duck is mid-training, hacking through massive logs with his sword. His proficiency with swords keeps leveling up, one log at a time. He's glad he's getting stronger, but something feels off. Our guy wonders if this so-called priest is ever going to show up. He turns to Seol-ju and asks if she's really sure about this location. And the mysterious girl tells him to be patient. Damn duck starts feeling the grind. He's been swinging this sword nonstop since they got back from that side quest with Apollo, and nothing exciting has happened since. He notices that both his swordsmanship and divine power grow a lot slower in the human world than during part-time gigs with gods. So he asks Seol-ju if maybe they should start looking for another part-time job. She doesn't respond, so our hero calls her out, asking if she's even listening. Seol-ju lights up. The guy thinks it's finally priest time, but it's just a part-time job listing. She tells him to sit tight while she checks it out. The guy complains that if she's going to leave, she might as well drag him along, so he doesn't die of boredom. The reincarnator shuts that idea down and tells him to stay put. At the Sun Gun base, he grumbles about how unfair it is that she gets to chase part-time jobs while he's stuck training. He asks why she even needs to go herself, but she brushes him off, saying it'd take too long to explain. He vents about how nobody's shown up to the base in weeks and questions how he's supposed to keep waiting for a priest when he doesn't even know how long this search is supposed to take. He begs again to come along. A familiar, irritating voice cuts in. Of all people, it's Young, a.k.a. Cheon, that smug jerk. He asks why the guy's so obsessed with part-time gigs, throwing in some typical rich boy snark, mocking him for being born with a dirty spoon. Our guy immediately recognizes that infuriating voice and wonders what this jerk is even doing here. Young, a.k.a. Cheon, just keeps on talking, saying our hero is just a talentless loser who's finally realized that part-time jobs are all he's good for. Little does this idiot know, our hero has been working with literal gods. Our hero asks when this guy's going to stop being a moron and demands to know what he's doing at the Sun Gun base. Then a horrifying possibility hits him. What if this jerk is the priest he's supposed to meet? He mentally begs every god in existence to make sure that's not the case. The bully asks our hero if he really came here, without knowing what's even going on. It turns out there's a taming competition happening at the headquarters today. The bully mocks Snowy by calling the little guy a kitten and says there's no way our hero could even enter, let alone win. Cheon shows off his huge German hound and says, this is the bare minimum if you want to win. Then, he tells our hero to find a job and stay out of his way, adding that today is too important for him to waste time dealing with someone like our guy. Normally, our hero wouldn't care about this kind of event. But now that this jerk is in the competition, winning and watching that smug look drop off his face would be so satisfying. The scene jumps straight into the taming competition, already in full swing. The announcers declare that the jerk and his dog just racked up 39 points. Apparently, a new record. Hearing this, Cheon is convinced the bonus points will seal his win. This is his big chance to finally impress his father. It turns out this guy has some daddy issues. His father never gave him the love he wanted. His father is none other than Gunnak Cheon, chairman of Iris, the top guild in all of South Korea. The dipshit is aiming high, dreaming of taking over Iris someday. The announcer drops another name. There's one competitor left, and it's none other than the homie, currently the hottest topic in the country. The dipshit's expressions change. The camera pans to a fiery hound standing by the hero. It turns out our guy brought one of Apollo's sun wolves back to Earth. Like a madman, the judges prepare to evaluate the boy's taming ability. One of them, a seasoned expert, admits she's been judging these events for a decade and has never seen anything like this. Fire-coated beast. The other judge notes that this kind of hound isn't listed in any research or thesis. The announcer speaks loudly about how a new era in taming has arrived. The person doesn't take it well. Damn Duck asks if he's disappointed. He follows it up by saying, "The bully's bark is louder than his bite." Then the guy nods at the person's dog and throws some shade, asking if that old dog was supposed to win him the tournament. Cheon looks pissed. Our hero asks why the guy always looks at him like that. Jungkook Cheon snaps back by demanding to know why. Damn Duck always shows off and gets in his way. Calling him a bastard, that's crazy. When you realize that he bullied our boy in school. Young A.K. Cheon is about to swing, but he gets halted by a deep, commanding voice. His dad shuts him down, telling him to be quiet if he still wants to compete. He calls him a fool to his face. The asswipe tries to explain himself, but his dad isn't having it. The old man tells him to stop and threatens to send him overseas if he says another word. Young A.K. Cheon stands there frozen. The chairman turns to our protagonist. He apologizes for Jung A.K. Cheon's blatant disrespect. Damn Duck, ever calm, decides to let it slide. He reflects on just how unexpected this reunion truly is. He never imagined seeing Cheon Sr. again, especially like this. Gunak then showers our protagonist with praise, saying, "He's grown so much more reliable since their last meeting." They then exchange proper greetings. The chairman tells Damn Duck not to pay any mind to his son, bluntly calling his own blood a failure and an embarrassment. Cut to Cheon Jr., now in full meltdown mode, smashing the flower pot he brought for his dad. He's furious at how his father constantly compares him to Damn Duck, someone not even related to them by blood. He rages that ever since our guy re-entered his life, everything has gone downhill for him. A voice speaks up, coolly asking why he's so angry. Young A.K. Cheon turns to see a blue-haired guy. He clearly knows him, asking where he's been. The blue-haired person replies, he was busy finishing an in-game event. Young A.K. Cheon flares up again, furious that this guy missed a promise to his dad, all for a video game. He complains that this blue-haired guy always does whatever he wants, simply because the chairman likes him more than his own son. Cheon Jr. then insults both the blue-haired guy and Damn Duck. That's when the bully gets a devious idea. If he can't deal with either of them alone, maybe he can make them fight each other. The scene cuts to our guy greeting Soil as she returns from her part-time gig. He asks if she caught up on the situation while she was gone. He fills her in on the Young A.K. Cheon conflict. Soil Ju doesn't respond. Our guy found the whole experience more interesting than what he's been doing lately. The reincarnator says something cryptic. The mystery man has arrived. Our guy asks who she means. A notification pops up, warning him that someone nearby is bloodlust. Behind him, the blue-haired guy spots Damn Duck and laments how unfortunate it is that he got dragged into this mess by Jong A.K. Cheon. The guy tells our hero not to take any of this personally, then lunges. Our hero dodges the hit, and just like that, we're introduced to Cloudback. He's one of Iris's elite hunters. The scene shifts to Young A.K. Cheon, stewing in his thoughts about Cloudback. It turns out, this blue-haired punk is one of Iris's top elite members, and just so happens to be one of Daddy Cheon's golden boys, born with an SS-class swordsman ability. The guy hit peak swordsmanship before even hitting puberty. Arrogant, brutal, and talented, enough to nearly kill his sparring partners. He earned the title White Phantom. Young A.K. Cheon is confident that this time, Damn Duck is absolutely defeated. The scene cuts to Damn Duck clashing blades with Cloud. Damn Duck blocks the first hit with ease, which throws Cloud off for a second. The ambush feels lazy to Damn Duck, and he's not shy about saying it. He figures Young A.K. Cheon sent this kid. Jung Akphone never has the courage to face things himself. Instead, he sends some prodigy to do the task. Cloud clearly doesn't like the commentary. He admits he was only planning to rough Damn Duck up a little, but now he's fully committing. The brat adjusts his stance and dives in again. This catches Damn Duck off guard for real. The kid's speed and precision aren't just for show. Damn Duck actually has to work for it. Cloud, confident as ever, asks which arm he should slice off first. Damn Duck, now acknowledging that Cloud is skilled, notes that this fight is no simple challenge. Then it hits him. This kid is supposed to be none other than his first priest. If things keep going like this, he won't even get close to fulfilling the first condition. He remembers what So-Il told him about priest recruitment. The first step is making the other person respect you. There are different ways to earn it, but the easiest is through raw strength. But right now, Damn Duck, you're falling short again in this fight. Cloud sharply tells him to quit talking. Now that he's finally putting up a real fight, the kid charges in again, slicing Damn Duck's clothes. This angers him. Damn Duck mutters to himself, wondering how Cloud can wield a blade better than the so-called God of Swords. That title is his. Damn Duck realizes he's stuck. If he can't outmatch Cloud in swordplay, then there's no way this brat will ever respect him. Cloud keeps pressing forward relentlessly, almost catching Damn Duck again. Damn Duck barely dodges, hanging on by a thread. Damn Duck makes a decision. If pure swordsmanship isn't effective, then he'll push past his limits. He doesn't need to rely on his blade alone. Cloud gets ready to swing again, expecting another clean sword clash. Then he notices something strange. Damn Duck is in an attack stance too, except this time, he's not holding a sword. In a blink, Damn Duck's blade turns into a set of glowing, magical gloves, and he stops Cloud's slash with a single palm. The prodigy looks stunned. He asks himself, what kind of technique is this? Without wasting a second, Damn Duck grabs the kid's sword and strikes him across the face with a punch that echoes beyond Sun Gun Guild HQ. Even after all that, the brat is still standing, which impresses our boy. Cloud complains, claiming it's unfair for a swordsman to use fists. Damn Duck shuts that down. He tells the brat that relying only on a sword is ineffective, and that versatility wins fights. Since Cloud didn't know that, he lost cleanly. Cloud blames the loss on being unprepared. Damn Duck laughs in his face and asks if he's ready now. The brat, knowing he's screwed, tries to negotiate. The scene cuts to Damn Duck's place. He and So-Il are sitting around, waiting for Cloud. It turns out Damn Duck has given the kid his address. He wonders aloud if the brat will actually come, admitting maybe he was a bit too rough. The reincarnated doesn't doubt it. She's seen Cloud's type before. Now that he knows where Damn Duck lives, she's confident he'll make an appearance eventually. Damn Duck grumbles that waiting for this person feels even tougher than divine. Part-time work, especially with those recruitment conditions. Piling on the pressure, we're reminded of the 3 critical requirements. To recruit a priest, first, earn their respect. Second, make them realize they're destined to become one. And third, the most difficult part, the priest has to believe all of it and willingly take an oath. Damn Duck throws his hands up. He asks why this process is so complicated. The mysterious girl explains that's exactly why. Most gods who get this warrant just ignore it, since recruiting a priest is extremely difficult. Damn Duck looks at her. He wonders why she hasn't used her warrant. She's strong enough, smart enough, and clearly not lacking anything. The question catches her off guard. She stammers, saying she's got circumstances. Damn Duck, being who he is, asks what kind of circumstances she means. She stays quiet. It finally hits him. Maybe he shouldn't have asked. She brushes it off, saying she's just too lazy to explain. That answer clearly irritates him. But before he can say anything else, the brat finally arrives. Damn Duck invites him in, but Cloud replies rudely, saying he only came to ask a couple of questions. He cuts straight to it, asking Damn Duck what he's even supposed to be, a martial artist or a swordsman. Damn Duck reminds him of their fight and says he's both. Cloud, of course, thinks that's impossible. According to him, no one can be a genius in 2 different paths. He demands that Damn Duck pick one. As if that's even a necessity, Damn Duck doesn't entertain that logic. He casually threatens another duel. If Cloud wants proof that our guy has both roles mastered, the kid instantly folds, saying he's not here to fight. He just wants to know why he lost. He craves proper criticism to genuinely improve. Damn Duck almost spills the beans, and Cloud's face practically glows, believing he's finally about to get some real feedback. But just then, Damn Duck flat-out refuses. The brat flares up, demanding why he won't say a word. To that, Damn Duck calmly retorts, explaining that no one's eager to help someone who speaks so disrespectfully. That instantly humbles the proud prodigy. Damn Duck smirks, then lays down his challenging condition. If Cloud truly wants to know why he lost so badly, then he better ask to become Damn Duck's disciple. Cloud's going to have to crush his pride into dust. If he wants to do this, and sure, it's not totally impossible. He knows damn well that training under our guy, that would actually benefit him immensely. But of course, the stubborn brat isn't there yet. He snaps back, declaring he'd rather die. Then never call Damn Duck you his teacher. Then he storms off, moping about how long it took him. That just to respect Young, a.k.a. Shion. No way he's handing that kind of respect over to our guy. Not on day one. Especially not when this is literally their very first meeting. The whole situation just feels utterly ridiculous to him. Damn Duck watches the entire tantrum unfold, and casually remarks that it's a real shame. That the brat's already bailing out. He tosses out one last, tantalizing lure, mentioning he was just about to teach them that a martial arts move too valuable to possibly miss. Something that could have truly pushed Cloud. Past all his competition. That's all it takes. Pretty might have shoved the kid out the door, but some basic bribing quickly drags him back. Our guy knows the type. Kids like Cloud always fold. When you dangle power and strength in front of them. Deep down, Cloud already understands. If he truly wants to get stronger, that he's going to have to blend his swordsmanship, with martial arts. Trying to pretend none of that whining ever happened. Cloud sheepishly comes back and tells Damn Duck to forget what he just said. Our guy can practically see the brat choking on his own pride. But it's happening. The kid even forces out the word hunim, which is what you say to someone ranked higher than you. Our guy acts like he didn't hear a thing, and asks him to repeat himself. Cloud looks absolutely ready to explode, but he closes his eyes and mutters it again. He tries to convince himself that, once he masters this stuff, he'll totally crush Damn Duck anyway. So for now, he plays along. Finally, the blue-haired brat asks Damn Duck to become his teacher. That gets a short laugh out of our guy. He throws Cloud a bone, saying that if he's that desperate, he's cool with teaching him. He even calls him little, which totally stings the prodigy's ego. But he swallows it down before training kicks off. Damn Duck says they've got one more thing to deal with. The priest ritual. Since the respect part is already handled, it's time for the next steps. Cloud, Soil Jew, and Damn Duck all go through the process once. The topic of becoming a representative of a god comes up, stuff like crossing divine gates, stepping into the god's world, and putting your life on the line for your deity. Cloud is totally interested. The kid sees the whole priest thing as a critical mission. Our boy finds it surprisingly easy. There's literally no resistance. He really thought it'd be a harder sell. With that out of the way, training begins soon enough. Cloud's sweating through it. After a rough session, the goat tells him that's enough for the day. Our hero feels seriously impressed. Not only is the kid copying him, he's also doing it faster than expected. That's a great sign, especially since the 12 priests will be a core part of Ragnarok. At this rate, Cloud might be able to learn the dwarf hammer punch sooner than planned. So with a grin, Damn Duck decides it's time to mix everything together and see what the kid's got. Cloud watches our hero's brutal training routine. The kid prepares for round 2. Our hero gets hit with a couple of system notifications. The first one reveals his priest has just picked up the coveted 1-2 combo skill. Meanwhile, the second one's personal combat stats have actually soared. Turns out, sparring with a clumsy but high-potential priest totally pays off. Our guy quickly realizes this priest system is brilliant. It's a harsh setup, but the stronger your priest becomes, the more benefits flow straight to you. Cut to the hallway. Cloud's voice is dripping with frustration. He's absolutely furious after busting his butt to get the dungeon clearance license, only for Damn Duke you to ditch him for his first real run. The prodigy whines that there's even a guaranteed skill rune waiting inside. Our boy doesn't even flinch. He survived more dungeons than he can count, so he's completely unfazed. He tells the brat he's already made his stance clear, and he's not repeating himself. Cloud tries to guilt-trip him with talk of the God War. He argues that if Damn Duke truly wants to stop it, he needs more power, which means clearing dungeons, not just gates. Damn Duke realizes he hasn't told Cloud everything, so this outburst makes perfect sense. He feels a strange kinship with Soil, remembering how he once was. Being a good leader means knowing how to handle stubborn kids. So he opts for the calm approach. He explains to Cloud that gates aren't just monster closets. They help predict when the God War will kick off. Plus, it's where they find other priests across worlds. That's part of the job, but Cloud clearly doesn't care. He doubles down, declaring he's staying behind. And damn Duke can't do a thing to stop him. Our guy is beyond frustrated. He's finally understanding why the reincarnator is always on the verge of snapping. So, he grabs the brat by the collar, practically choking him, calling him spoiled, and ordering him to follow orders as always. Soil has a plan, so she ushers damn Dooku along. Because, according to her, there's another way around this whole mess. The scene cuts to Cloud, playing a game, but his mind drifts to Soil and damn Dooku. He wonders if they made it to the gate. He realizes that maybe he should have gone after all. After all, he is damn Duke's priest. But then, he tells himself not to even care. He'd spent a fortune on dungeon clearances, only for dungeons to become utterly irrelevant. Suddenly, the scene shifts once more. Soil and Damn Duck are busy setting up a platform. Back to Cloud, who's still sulking like a brat, ranting in his head about all his wasted dungeon info. Before he can even finish being mad, he gets yanked away from absolutely nowhere. He's been instantly teleported to the gate. Damn Duck and Soil are already standing there. Damn Duck is utterly surprised it actually worked. Turns out, he can summon his priest from literally anywhere. Cloud, still totally confused, is desperately trying to figure out what just happened. Damn Duck quickly explains. He used divine power to summon his priest. He tells Cloud to just take a deep breath and slay the monster right in front of him. The creature growls, and Cloud instantly attacks it. He slices through the beast with shocking speed, which genuinely shocks Damn Duck. But Damn Duck wastes no time in praising him. He tells the entire group to finish the job. Cloud tries to act rebellious once again. But then, Damn Duck knows he's the one with the teleport power. He smirks, realizing resistance is utterly pointless. The brat finally gives in. Our boy then wipes out the rest of the monsters. Cloud, on the other hand, is already showing some serious potential. One martial arts skill, and this kid's already cracked. Our guy asks him how he likes their 1-2 combo. Cloud just shrugs, muttering that he's totally over it. Wants to know if they're finally done, so they can leave. But Damn Duck has some other plans. He casually mentions the gate was just a warm-up. Their real goal lies somewhere else. Cloud stares at him, like he just got completely betrayed in a cut scene. Then, they teleport yet again, and Cloud promptly calls our guy a bastard, considering this guy overworks his priest, without even minimum wage. So yeah, bastard sounds about right. The trio lands in what Cloud immediately recognizes as the magic world. Everything around them is absolutely glowing. Our boy takes it all in with utter confusion. This place looks nothing like what he ever expected. Soil Ju playfully teases him, asking what he imagined magic would be like. Our hero brushes it off, getting straight to the real issue. How are they supposed to find the next priest when they don't even know what the person looks like? The reincarnator, calm as ever, tells him not to worry. She's got it handled. He then spots their next target on a billboard. It turns out the priest is none other than Adele Sharon, a famous actress and winner of the Best Actress Award at the Magic Movie Festival. Our guy's shocked. A movie star? Why would someone with a mansion, fans, and free meals want to be a priest for him? The reincarnator tells him to get it together, because recruiting Adele won't be easy. Meanwhile, Cloud is absolutely thrilled to be in a magic world. He wants our boy to tag along while he explores. The girl says that this priest won't be as simple as that one, pointing towards the brat. Cloud takes offense, clearly not liking being called simple. He figures they only treat him this way because he keeps letting it slide. So he screams and says they should settle this right here and now. Before he could do more, the reincarnator shuts him down with a swift slap to the face. Damn Duck turns to him and reminds the brat that he warned him. Messing with the reincarnator means getting hit. She's the strongest out of the three of them. Cloud swallows his pride and gives the mysterious girl a formal apology. Soyu Umbutid returns to the mission. According to the prophecy, Adele shows up at her school every Friday. Damn Duck finds that weird. She's 27 and still goes to school. He wonders if everyone in the magic world stays in school forever. Our girl explains that Adele's case is special. She suggests the goat look in her background later. But for now, she politely tells him to follow her. The scene shifts as they arrive at the Magic Academy, Adele's school. Our guy introduces himself as a transfer student and asks the others to treat him kindly. Internally, our guy's already bothered by the fact he realizes he needs to go back to school just to find a priest. He suspects the mysterious girl has been taking on side jobs just to track these people down for him. Students begin to whisper. Apparently, the new kid was recommended by the dean, but also managed to score a 0 on the entrance exam. This instantly makes him the laughingstock of the school. He hates how incredibly familiar this feels. Back in his own world, people used to insult him relentlessly, and the way this place operates isn't any different. They still judge people solely by their stats. The dean quiets the room and tells our boy to sit wherever he likes. Our boy already knows exactly where he's going. His logic is simple. Sit close to Adele and bond. He asks Adele if he can sit next to her. She barely even looks at him and tells him to do whatever the hell he wants. She's clearly not in the mood to become buddy-buddy. He thanks her and says he hopes they get along, trying to spark some small talk. He tells her it's his first day and asks where the magic lab is. Our homie realizes he's using old counseling tricks, even though he never thought they'd come in handy again. But Adele snaps. She tells him to cut the fake, friendly act. She makes it clear that people like him, who think they can make friends with movie stars, just because they're in the same class, don't matter to her. Damn, bro got rejected. The scene shifts again. Our boy is now lost and trying to find Building A. He's annoyed that even that is turning into a struggle. While wandering around, he stumbles onto Adele mid-argument with some man. The man brings up a promise she made about not graduating. He pressures her to quit school and focus on acting instead. Adele looks annoyed but doesn't argue. The man starts ranting. He says she doesn't understand what's going on. He accuses her of being stubborn and clueless. He mentions something called mana disease and claims there's no cure, while our boy listens in from the shadows. Back in the classroom, the magic lab session begins. The professor is teaching the students, mastering the art of fire creation. He instructs everyone to channel their mana and envision a roaring fire. And that's the whole lesson? Damn Dokyu is absolutely buzzing to give a shot. But no matter how intensely damn Dokyu tries, he conjures nothing. He begins to wonder if divine power could possibly substitute for mana. But eventually, he's forced to accept the harsh truth. No mana means no magic. Meanwhile, the entire class erupts in laughter at his epic fail. Damn Dokyu tries to explain himself to the mocking crowd. He tells them he's new to magic, still practicing, just try his best like any normal person. But that only makes things infinitely worse. The laughter intensifies, growing louder still. Now, they think he's not just utterly hopeless, but hilariously amusing. One student even taunts him to strike that pose again, the one he made while failing to summon fireballs. Damn Dokyu, barely holding back, tells the student to knock it off and go do something useful. Then Adele walks right up to our guy. She tells Damn Dokyu to stay after class because they need to talk. The two are now alone. Adele asks how our boy is still trying, when it's obvious he doesn't even have mana. She calls it pathetic and coldly tells him to give up. Damn Dokyu pauses. He's quiet. Then he looks straight at her and asks if that's more embarrassing than taking your pain and throwing it at someone else. Hearing this, Adele completely freezes, and she snaps back, demanding to know what he means by that. Our guy already knows. He overheard everything earlier. Adele has mana disease, a rare, incurable condition that blocks you from using mana, even if your mana pool is full. Damn Dokyu doesn't say it outright, but the knowing look in his eyes says enough. She demands to know how he knows about mana disease. Saddened by her harsh reality, she tearfully reveals that it shattered her dreams. She admits that maybe that's why she felt something when she saw her Mr. Guy fail in the lab. Maybe she saw a bit of herself in him. People mocked her. They called her immature. They told her to stop. She pursued a career she could never quite grasp. Everyone told her to just go back to acting instead. But she stubbornly refused, trying again and again, even when success seemed utterly impossible. Now, she finally understands the gravity of her actions. She unleashed all that pent-up frustration on someone else, someone who's just as lost and broken as she is. She condemns herself as pathetic. But our hero remains completely unfazed. Damn Duck confidently tells Adele he'll help her use magic. That declaration, once again, takes her by surprise. She snaps at him, calling him utterly unrealistic. She reminds him that she can't even cast the simplest spell, no matter how desperately she tries. She demands to know how he expects to help anyone, when he doesn't even possess mana himself. Our determined hero simply looks at her and asks for 1 week. In just 7 short days, he promises he'll prove he can wield true magic. Adele scoffs, telling him to go learn a single basic spell before making such outrageous promises. But Damn Duck remains incredibly persistent. He just grins, proposing they make a bet. The scene cuts to Soju, who looks absolutely fed up with our hero's antics. Damn Duck's new plan to master magic in just a week doesn't sound believable to her at all. She questions where all this sudden confidence is even coming from. It's not even disbelief anymore. It's pure concern, as if she's questioning his sanity. Damn Duck admits he knows it sounds absolutely ridiculous, but he truly didn't have much of a choice. He figured that if he didn't present something genuinely significant to Adele, she'd just keep ignoring him. Perhaps he came on too strong, but desperation ultimately pushed him to act. Soju ponders to herself that, while Damn Duck's method isn't exactly brilliant, it's not entirely wrong either. She knows Adele only cares about magic, so offering that was the only real chance he had to get through to her. However, even so, 1 week is an incredibly unrealistic goal. Damn Duck lets out a small chuckle and asks if there's some ancient prophecy about him unlocking magic in a week. The reincarnator doesn't even crack a smile. She tells him plainly, with no room for doubt, that magic isn't something you can just buy. If he wants it, he'll have to earn it through sheer effort. She remembers how, in one of his past lives, it took him 3 whole months just to start using magic. This means he failed to keep his promise to Adele back in life number 1868, however, but there's still a way. Soil knows it can work. If Damn Duck takes on a certain hidden part-time job, in about 2 months, the forgotten god of the Magic Kingdom appears and causes widespread destruction. That situation triggers an emergency job post from Belmont, the god of magic. One of the main rewards is access to magic. Soil remembers all of this because she watched Damn Duck fail last time. She knows this is probably the only legit way he can possibly pull this off. Damn Duck is stunned and asks Soil what they're supposed to do. The girl holds back the details. She knows that giving Damn Duck too much information will cause problems. She gives him the short version. In 2 months, a forgotten god appears, and all our guy needs to do is accept Belmont's emergency job. Since there's no shortcut, Soil tells him to delay his bet with Adele. 2 months is the minimum. But Damn Duck, being stubborn, dismisses the advice. He asks why he should wait when he can just start now. Soil stares at Damn Duck and asks how he even came up with this plan. Damn Duck waves her off and tells her not to worry. He starts asking questions about the Belmont job, specifically what triggers it. He wants to know if the event starts when Belmont feels threatened. Soil confirms it and asks what he's planning. Damn Duck suggests they fake a monster attack. He wants them to pretend they're creatures from a gate, attack the city, and scare Belmont enough to trigger the emergency post. Soil is surprised, but doesn't dismiss the idea. She starts thinking that maybe Damn Duck's approach has potential. She reflects on how the magical realm works. Strict and complicated for 1868 lives. The Duke always tackled problems in the exact same way. But now something feels off here in his 1869th life. Still, she can't help but voice her concerns, because one single mistake could ruin the entire plan. The Duke merely shrugs, casually stating it's not his job to cause the damage himself. Then he points to her, basically implying the reincarnator is the one who's supposed to do the dirty work. Soil, without so much as a flicker of emotion, cracked her knuckles with a loud, ominous pop. The scene then shifts to Belmont's Grand Temple. It's massive, teeming with powerful wizards and witches. The Duke is taken aback by the sheer size of the crowd. He informs his companions, Soil and Cloud, that he'll be staying behind, while they go on ahead to create a distraction. Cloud, visibly agitated, yells at the Duke for dragging him into this mess. The Duke assures him there won't be any fighting. They're only acting as bait, but the kid is still worried. But the Duke sharply orders him to stop complaining. With the plan now officially in motion, the Duke reminds them to make sure his cover isn't blown. Soil and Cloud proceed into the temple. They're almost immediately spotted by a vigilant witch, who sharply questions their presence there. Cloud, utterly frustrated, feels like nothing more than the Duke's assistant. However, he sticks to the plan. When the witch threatens them again, he bravely steps forward. She delivers one final warning. That's absolutely enough for Cloud. He's completely fed up with being underestimated. The witch unleashes a devastating flame storm, but the kid powerfully counters the inferno. He boldly tells them to back off, and promises that once he masters martial arts, he will absolutely defeat them all. During this intense moment, Cloud unlocks the Flame Slasher skill and gains fire resistance. The Duke, observing from a safe distance, realizes Cloud has inexplicably created an entirely new skill. It's an absolutely astonishing achievement. With Cloud now successfully drawing all attention, the Duke summons his magnificent Sun Wolves, ordering them to unleash chaos, but without harming a single soul. All to draw out Belmod. The mages react by quickly forming defensive barriers, and one panicked wizard cries out for help. Soil is genuinely surprised by how fast things escalated, but also incredibly relieved, as she had clearly thought it would take much, much longer. Cloud continues to wonder, pondering why the temple guards are completely useless. But Damduck has no good explanation for this. It still feels way too easy. There's still no sign of Belmod anywhere. Suddenly, someone appears right behind Damduck and asks why he's here. Damduck instantly feels nervous. He asks, as calmly as he can, who this man is. However, the man doesn't answer. Instead, he states he should be the one asking. Damduck manages to stay composed, assuming that if the man wanted to harm him, he would have already done it by now. Damduck guesses the man hasn't figured things out yet, and he's totally right. It turns out this tall dude is indeed Belmod, and he has no clue what's actually happening. Damduck quickly lies, saying he came to check on things. After hearing about the attack, he claims it's perfectly normal for one god to be concerned about another. Hearing this, Belmod asks if Damduck believes they are equals. Our guy quickly says that's not what he meant at all, and tries to ease the tension. Then, unexpectedly, Belmod smiles. He tells Damduck to stand up, brushes the dirt from his clothes, and apologizes for being rude. Damduck is totally surprised by this sudden change. Belmod says he checked Damduck's intentions and found no hostility. He adds, it would be highly unlikely for an unknown god to launch an attack like this. Damduck stands there, still feeling pretty uneasy. From a distance, Soil spots their conversation. Cloud joins her and looks at the man next to Damduck. He asks who the man is, and Soil immediately tenses, saying they need to leave. She doesn't want to stick around when a god is involved. For their own sakes, they both quickly leave. But Belmod notices them. The god calmly remarks that chasing them would be difficult. Damduck is relieved that Belmod doesn't seem interested in following the two. Still, he remains cautious to be safe. Damduck prepares a plan to send them back to their dimension if Belmod suddenly becomes aggressive. Pondering everything Damduck believes, Soil was the perfect choice for this plan. Belmod isn't focused on combat at all. He's far more interested in research. That's why he led the ambush. Belmod turns to Damduck, asking where he's from. And our guy, I guess, blurts out Korea. This dummy completely forgot that Korea doesn't even exist in this world. Belmod is utterly confused. He wonders if it's the same place that the other god from America came from. Hearing this, Damduck is surprised. Someone from America also received the same system as Soil. Belmod calls him a god from another dimension and says he has a favor to ask. Damduck wants to know what kind of request Belmod has in mind. But instead of waiting to hear the god out, he quickly offers to help destroy the gate. If that's the goal, Belmod appreciates the enthusiasm, but says that's not what he's getting at. The god explains that whether it's tiny insects or full-blown gate monsters, they all have their reasons. Some temples can be rebuilt, and others, well, if Damduck comes across any of those attackers again, Belmod wants him to just scold them a bit and send them home. Apparently, the god feels bad for them. Damduck thinks this kind of soft-hearted thinking is exactly why Belmod got clapped in a last life. Sure, the god is powerful, but the prophecy Soil mentioned says his predictable personality will lead to someone surprising him with a fatal strike. If Damduck doesn't step in, the gate is going to kill him. Finally, Belmod gets to the actual request. He wants Damduck to live among the people and teach them magic. The monsters might not be a problem for Belmod, but for regular people, they're a real threat. If another attack hits, these people won't survive it alone. Belmod would go deal with things himself. But apparently, rebuilding the temple is his priority. His priests are completely powerless to act. So now, he's asking Damduck to step in. The god promises a reward, telling Damduck, "I'll teach you how to wield mana freely. No restrictions." That's all Damduck needs to hear. He has to learn magic in just a week anyway. So, without wasting another second, he readily agrees. He declares this is exactly the kind of thing he should be doing and tells Belmod to leave it all to him. The god looks incredibly relieved after that. Belmod decides he'll spread the word to prevent Damduck from running into any issues. The scene shifts to a field behind the Magic Academy, where students are casually chatting. They're all talking about Damduck. One of them points out they haven't seen him, and assumes he's already given up on magic. The group laughs, calling him a hopeless case. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted by the professor, who sternly reminds everyone to focus. Adele looks visibly annoyed. Apparently, she even skipped a movie for this. She was expecting Damduck to show up, but seeing the empty seat makes her think she was wrong to expect anything at all. Then, Damduck nonchalantly enters the garden. He remarks the place is confusing, and his surprise class has already started. The students are utterly shocked to see him, and one of them comments that he's acting so confidently, despite being incredibly late. The professor clearly doesn't tolerate tardiness, but instead of scolding him, the man greets him surprisingly warmly. He calls him the high priest and formally welcomes him. Damduck gives a casual apology, blaming traffic. The professor simply waves it off. Since Damduck is now acting as a temporary priest of Belmod, he's not subject to normal rules at all. The professor even apologizes for not meeting him earlier. The students are utterly surprised, knowing this professor is normally so strict. So the man announces to everyone that Belmod himself has sent Damduck to teach the class today. The students don't respond enthusiastically at all. They look visibly uncomfortable as Damduck makes a light remark. He's back with his temporary classmates. He wonders if he's the only one who missed their little class reunion. One student can barely believe his eyes. Just a few days ago, this guy that couldn't even use mana, and now he's supposed to teach magic. The student reminds the professor that this so-called Duke has no mana, no skill, and zero qualifications to teach. He openly questions the professor's judgment. The professor is not having this disrespect. He turns to the student, demanding to know how he can speak to our hero that way. Our hero tells the instructor to calm down and not overreact. But the teacher argues the student was completely out of line, though he promises to deal with it himself. The student, however, isn't finished. He declares he'll prove our hero is a fraud and challenges him to a duel. He even calls him a manaless fool. That finally gets a reaction from our hero. He's seen types like this before, those who judge others solely by their power. The scene shifts to the arena. Both combatants are in position, ready to fight. Our hero graciously allows the other student to go first. The student immediately casts a powerful fire spell. Our hero just raises a finger, conjuring a barrier, effortlessly blocking the attack. Calmly, he states it's his turn. Then he tells the student to try blocking his spell. Flashback time. Belmod warned him not to use high-level spells too soon. Instead, Belmod gave him some of his own power. So basically, our guy has the magic god's power. He's a walking cheat code now. Our hero is significantly stronger back in the present. His spell manifests as a massive, glowing blast. The watching students are absolutely shocked. The spell hurtles toward the challenger. Right before impact, the student completely panics and begs for mercy. He admits he was wrong. Our hero redirects the blast into the sky, where it detonates spectacularly above them, making it clear that if it had landed, it would have caused serious harm. Damduck asks the student if he finally understands. He tells him to inform everyone not to doubt his power. From now on, their teacher is the manaless student. The professor is utterly shocked that Damduck just cast an 8th circle. Magic. He declares no one can deny he's Belmont's priest. Adele looks surprised, seeing our guy actually succeeded. The scene shifts to Adele slamming a table and glaring at Damduck. It seems our guy has informed her about the priest contract terms, and she's absolutely fuming over them. Damduck tells her to calm down. She asks if he seriously thinks she'll accept something like that. Meanwhile, Cloud is playing a game in the background, and Damduck notes that this brat was much easier to convince. Still, Damduck understands. Adele's reaction makes perfect sense. He suggests she sit down and listen, and asks which part of the priest contract she disliked. But she quickly answers that she absolutely hates all of it. Adele shouts, "Damduck, you are a fool for thinking you can summon me whenever you want." According to her, this isn't a priest contract at all, but more like a slave contract. She angrily calls him a fraud and a fake-ass god. Annoyed, Damduck responds by saying that being a god isn't about status. For him, it's more of a job title. Still, he doesn't want this to be hostile. He negotiates, saying he won't summon her unless it's absolutely necessary. He just needs her to help stop something major that's on its way, something that'll hit hard in the near future. And to sweeten the deal, he promises to help cure her mana disease, and he says he'll personally help her master magic, like actually become one of the best. That manages to grab her attention fast. She asks how the hell he plans on doing that, especially since top-tier experts say even throwing billions at doctors won't fix it. Damduck's answer is total trash. He says he doesn't really know how he'll do it, but he will. Adele screams again, absolutely done with the bullshit. She instantly calls him out as a total scammer. She boldly declares it's far more believable to call herself the actual god of magic instead, because whatever bogus crap Damduck is peddling is pure BS. Our guy, surprisingly, realizes she actually has a point. He then turns to Soil, who's been silently observing this unfolding train wreck, and asks if mana disease is curable by any chance. She doesn't sugarcoat it, simply stating a blunt no. Internally, she admits she's impressed Damduck even managed to get this far. But getting Adele on board? That's always been an absolute nightmare, just like in every single life before this one. The soul crack in Adele's formidable armor is the cursed disease that's plagued her entire life since. Forever, she steps in, telling them both to chill. They've still got some time before the monsters arrive, so maybe don't rip each other's heads off just yet. She suggests they try taking things slow, one careful step at a time. Suddenly, a massive crash violently shakes the ground. Our guy's instincts immediately kick in. He wonders what the heck just went down, realizing something's seriously off. Then, a terrifying realization hits him. The gate from the prophecy is already here. He stands utterly frozen for a second, because that monstrous thing wasn't supposed to appear for another whole month. Outside, it's an absolute horror show. Kids are screaming for their families, and people are screaming and desperately scrambling. Adele, utterly stunned, demands to know what the hell is happening. She's never witnessed anything like this before. Our boy turns to Soil, completely confused. He reminds her that she said Karas wasn't showing up anytime soon, but Soil is dead certain this is Karas. Adele, still not accustomed to this level of chaos, asks why the heroes aren't even running. The reincarnator explains that Karas has never appeared this early before. The Sun Wolves were already bizarre enough, and now this. Something is definitely off. The prophecy's core framework still lines up, but the crucial details are rapidly breaking apart. For once, she genuinely has no idea what's coming next. Damduck you. He grips his sword. Soil sees this and instantly calls him out, demanding to know what he's doing. She warns him, Karas is nothing like Neptune. Neptune hadn't even fully emerged when our hero defeated him. This is a whole different ballgame. If they charge him now, they'll just be walking right into a trap. But Damduck doesn't care, because standing around isn't helping anyone. They gotta move now. Just then, a loud call rings out. Belmod is recruiting fighters. He needs them to protect against the gates. Seeing this, our hero grins wide. It's time to get a workout there. Outside, monsters are ripping through the city. The boy cuts one down, but he's been at it for hours. They just keep coming. The gate must be insanely strong. Soiju mentions that by killing them, they gain some of Belmod's power. It's a small bonus, but definitely useful. Belmod is the top god after all, and he's never asked for help like this before. That alone shows just how bad this situation is. The boy thinks about the magic he learned from Belmod. It was strong, no doubt, but he knows even 50 of him couldn't match one Belmont. So Il isn't her usual confident self. She tells them to hold the line and keep killing monsters. For now, she's clearly shielding Adele, knowing the star will matter in the final fight. Even if the prophecy's gone sideways, Belmont can hold Karis off for now. When Karis retreats, they'll regroup. Suddenly, a massive boom rattles the entire field. The boy flinches. Karis and Belmont are supposed to be fighting quietly, far from here. So what the hell was that? Belmont's voice cuts in, speaking to every god. He says things are worse than expected. He's changing his order. Instead of fighting, they need to focus on evacuating everyone. And that he'll buy time. That moment hits hard. Belmont, the strongest god, is putting himself on the line. Adele looks shaken. Cloud asks where the voice came from. So Ilju explains that this is Belmont himself. Adele watches the gods pull back. She runs up, asking, "Where are you going?" One of them reveals Belmont ordered the evacuation. She's in disbelief, screaming at them, demanding to know why they're abandoning everyone. Soyuju steps in. She declares this isn't how the prophecy was supposed to unfold. She's unsure what's coming next, but fears the entire dimension is on the brink of collapse. Adele's face goes utterly pale. She stares at the reincarnator, accusing her of lying. She vehemently refuses to believe it. Soyuju doesn't argue, simply telling her Karos, power can't be stopped right now. Still, Adele can't bear to ignore the suffering people. Desperate, she turns to our boy, pleading if there's anything he can do. For the first time, our hero looks utterly hopeless. He just whispers sorry, knowing even his crazy, hero-like antics can't save him now. That crushing silence says it all. Adele drops to her knees, completely shattered. Her voice cracks as she asks, "Damn duck you. Why he's giving up so quickly?" The scene abruptly shifts. Wizards and students scramble desperately to escape the chaos. Spilling out from a gate, smoke, fire, and debris everywhere. Back in the heart of the mess, Adele pleads with Damn duck you. She brings up the time he called himself a god, who fights for humans. That memory cuts deep. Her desperation mirrors the cries he once ignored. In himself, our hero stares at her, and something inside him just breaks. That's when he summons the Emporium of the Gods. The reincarnator is quick to protest. She's the logical one, always the brain in the room, and she warns him, now's not the time for this kind of gamble. But Damn Ducky brushes her off. He tells her not to stress. He's not planning on dying today. He admits he didn't think he'd have to use Belmont's power this early. But it can't be helped now. Without a second thought, our boy purchases the Nemean lion armor, the legendary defense booster from Hercules' arsenal, jacking up his durability by 500%. But he's not done yet. He goes all in and snags Hercules' actual club. This isn't some cheap replica. It's the real deal. A weapon designed to knock anything out cold, boasting a guaranteed 100 KO rate with just one swing. And that's no longer just a myth, because now it rests firmly in the boy's hand. The equipment adapts to him, fitting perfectly. His entire look gets an upgrade. Soul tries again, calling him a dumbass for even attempting such a feat. But damn, DQ simply asks her to look after everyone and walks away. We cut to Belmont versus Karos. The god of magic himself is clearly struggling, pain etched all over his face. In front of him, we hear loud laughter, cruel and utterly twisted. It's Karos, the forgotten god, standing tall and menacing, watching Belmont suffer beneath his agonizing black flames. He mocks him, labeling his defenses pitiful. There's undeniable venom in his words. He declares he's ashamed to have ever followed Belmont's teachings, revealing a dark, shared history between the two. Belmont, ever the one to cling to hope, asks Karos if he's truly sunk to such depths, if he's truly forgotten everything he was taught. But Karos only laughs harder, a bitter sound. He declares Belmont's beliefs nothing but a joke. He claims that the ones who have truly fallen are Belmont and these pathetic humans. Karos pushes his twisted, dark gospel. That real magic always craves more. More strength, more dominance. According to him, power for the sake of absolute control is the only truth. Then he charges a monstrous, devastating spell, threatening to crush everything in its path. Belmont doesn't back down easily. He manages to hold it off, even if barely. He grinds his teeth, and replies that Keros's black flames only destroy, and destruction isn't the true point of magic. Not real magic. In a flash of sudden clarity, Belmont throws his old lessons right back at Keros. He reminds him that strength is meant to protect, not dominate, not burn everything to ash. Keros scoffs and sneers that he'll protect the humans, with flames that'll leave absolutely nothing to save. Belmont's clearly reaching his limit now. His power's rapidly draining, and it shows. He admits to himself that he can't hold on much longer. But just before the light completely vanishes, a massive surge of magic slams into Keros. It's the 8th circle hellfire. Even Belmont wasn't expecting this. Then, none other than our boy speaks up. He asks if Belmod's having trouble out here all alone. Our hero looks like he's here to finish things. And now, help has officially arrived. Belmont doesn't exactly look thrilled to see backup, though. He gives Damn Duckyu a sharp glare, scolding him for ignoring orders and charging in. He reminds the boy that Keros is way above his level, and that he can't spare any more divine juice, without completely burning himself out. He tells Damn Duckyu to scram while he still can. But our hero just says he isn't here to get credit. He doesn't give a damn about the worth of his name. If people are dying, Belmont pauses, clearly not expecting that level of guts. Damn Duckyu claims that he's got a plan. Meanwhile, Keros keeps laughing. He mocks Damn Duckyu's hellfire, calling it a sad excuse. He asks if that's the best Belmont knew. Little champion can do. Then he throws shade at Belmont, saying that he must have picked Damn Duckyu in a hurry. Technically, the jackass ain't wrong. Keros gets ready to roast both of them alive. But Belmont blocks his flames again. He knows that he's barely holding it together. So he asks what Damn Duckyu's plan actually is. Damn Duckyu explains that he just needs one hit. One clean strike, and it's over. He's got the Hercules Club, and if it connects, Keros is done for. Belmont knows what the weapon can do. He says that he can give Damn Duckyu a small opening, but there's no way he can shield him from those black flames. Our guy's fine with that. He kicks in a speed boost, and mentions a little trick that he's been saving. Belmont keeps Keros distracted, while Damn Duckyu tries to sneak in. But Keros has surrounded himself in flames, making it impossible to get close. Damn Duckyu's stuck, no matter how fast he moves. He can't get through. Keros blasts him hard, and it looks like game over for our guy. Keros starts laughing even louder, telling Belmont that his little disciple. Now it's nothing but ash, but the bastard's too focused on Damn Duckyu to even notice what's happening behind him. While all eyes were on the boy, Belmont sets a trap in the blink of an eye. Thick chains explode out, wrapping around Keros. The smug god scoffs, asking if Belmont seriously thinks that'll be enough. Belmont doesn't need it to hold forever. Just a few seconds. It turns out Damn Duckyu isn't dead. He dipped out at the very last second, using sheer speed. Now he's got a shot. He winds up with the Hercules Club, and as he swings, we get a system message. Neptune's blessing is embedded in the strike. Keros's eyes go wide. He can't believe that. Damn Duckyu survived. Before he can do anything, Damn Duckyu smashes him in the face. One hit, and he's knocked out cold. The hero just took down a god. One that even Belmont couldn't stop. Damn Duckyu casually asks if he can land the final blow, the same way he did with Neptune, because he wants the power himself. Belmont doesn't respond right away. Instead, he flashes back to the day he met Keros. A rainy day. A cursed kid with a talent too bright to ignore. Back then, Belmont thought he could change the boy's fate. He taught him everything, gave him access to the black flames, and believed in him too much. But Keros got greedy. Belmont exiled him when he saw the darkness inside, but couldn't bring himself to kill the student. He once saw his family deep down. He always knew Keros would come back. He wonders how different things would have been if he hadn't taught him at all. He's carried that guilt for way too long. But now it's time to let it go. In the end, Belmont can't finish off Keros, whether it's regret or hope. He holds back, and so, it's Damn Duckyu, who finishes the job and absorbs the god's power. The guy feels weird for the first time. Getting stronger actually makes him uncomfortable. Through this game, Snowy, the little Lunar Fox rockets from level 1 to 3, and her sealed abilities finally unlock. Meanwhile, Damn Duckyu also snags the Black Flame skill. The stronger he gets with his magic, the further his devastating flames can reach. He reflects on how close he came to dying, and realizes it's not about where power comes from, but how it's actually used. Just then, Cloud and the others finally show up. The kid immediately loses his mind over the incredible black flames. He practically begs Damn Duck-You to teach him. The boy smirks. Cloud keeps pushing, crying. But Damn Duck-You shuts him up by socking him in the head and telling him to quit whining. Cloud doesn't stop, of course. Adele finally snaps at him, ordering him to show some damn respect. She says that Damn Duck-You will teach him when the time's right. Damn Duck-You's a little shocked. This is the same girl who once called being his priest slavery. He asks if she finally sees how amazing he is. Adele says he's not amazing, just brave. However, she admits he's not a fraud, at least. And that's enough to earn a bit of respect. Damn Duck-You grins and asks if she's finally accepting the contract, even though she believes the terms are total garbage. But if it's with someone like him, she's willing to give it a shot. For now, she wants to stay in the magic world. She still doesn't know how to use magic and doesn't want to be dead weight. She wants to find something only she can do. Hearing this, Belmont offers to help. Adele is stunned to meet the actual god of magic. She's clearly honored, but Belmont's just grateful that Damn Duck-You showed up when he did, so he's more than willing to lend a hand. Damn Duck-You realizes that Belmont might recognize Soul and Cloud as the monsters from the gate. The mysterious girl rolls her eyes, saying he barely even glanced at them. Damn Duck-You thinks it's still possible, though. He's leaving nothing to chance. So Isle's just relieved everything turned out okay. Since there's no cure for mana disease, it makes sense for Adele to stay behind for now. Damn Duck-You agrees, saying they should bounce before things get messy again. He, the Reincarnator, and Cloud teleport back to their world. But the second they land, they freeze. The place is completely wrecked. Damn Duck stands there, staring at the destruction, and quietly asks what the hell went wrong. The scene shifts fast. Giant bat-like creatures screech overhead, ripping through the skyline. Chaos spreads across the city, and our boy has already sent his sun wolves, charging into the mess. Too bad, they're barely making a dent. The guy looks around, trying to piece together what happened here. His first guess is a dungeon break, but that theory collapses quickly. There aren't any hunters, no soldiers, not even a panic response, which is quite strange. While he's trying to make sense of it, a massive snake slithers up behind him, quiet and deadly, clearly aiming to take his head off. Before it can strike, Soilju comes in and slices the thing into two halves. She dusts herself off and mutters, all this chaos is kicking off earlier than it should. That catches the guy off guard. He turns to her, confused, wanting to know what she's talking about. Soilju keeps it cool. She tells him, this isn't a dungeon break. It's something worse. An explosive gate. The news hits the hero hard. His mind scrambles, trying to process what that even means. A dungeon break is already destructive enough. So if this is worse, then they've got real problems. He guesses that if a gate went explosive, then it must be tied to a forgotten god. Soilju nods. He got it right. She confirms. The forgotten gods are starting to gain power again. His thoughts race rapidly. He currently has only 2 priests under his command. That is simply not enough. But Soilju remains calm, telling him not to panic. She senses no actual divine presence in this vicinity, which is somewhat reassuring. Just then, a helicopter roars in and hovers nearby. A voice blasts through a loudspeaker, demanding to know their identities immediately. The agent wastes no time at all. He's here for Damn Duck-You Cloud. And Soilju. He states he's from the Gate Bureau, and they're coming with him. The next scene cuts to the Gate Bureau building. A man at the head of the table speaks up, stating they all know the reason for their gathering. It turns out, 12 gates have simultaneously reached an explosive state, all within major cities. The scale of destruction is the worst they've ever witnessed. Civilian casualties are catastrophically high, but only gets worse. It turns out, hunters failed to show up in time. Most didn't even show up at all. A few arrived late, and one of the hunters in a room, part of the Iris Guild, speaks up. He argues, the minister of the Gate Bureau is being too harsh. No one could have seen this coming. All 12 gates exploding simultaneously is an absolutely unprecedented situation, if they're going to point fingers. He says the Bureau isn't entirely blameless either. They've been treating these gates as if they are safe, until they abruptly explode. So perhaps they shouldn't act so surprised. The chairman fires back, clearly enraged. He demands if the hunter is implying the Bureau is solely responsible. But before it escalates into a full-blown argument, the leader of the Iris Guild cuts in. He reminds everyone of their true purpose in this room. It's to fix this urgent situation, not to lay blame on each other. He emphasizes the hunters here are the elite. They're the ones who absolutely cannot afford to ignore national-level disasters of this magnitude. And then comes the damning statistic. 12 out of 18 hunters showed up late. That's not just a mere problem. Talk about a bust. The Iris hunter, who dared defy the minister, visibly squirms in his seat. The esteemed leader of Iris clears his throat, then proposes a bold idea to the assembly. He declares all hunters must unite, forming an unstoppable single front, to devise a strategy to finally crush these gates. And surprisingly, the majority of the room agrees with little resistance. Our boy, however, leans back, thoroughly unimpressed. He's growing weary of everyone's predictable reactions. Nobody batted an eye when the minister was speaking, but now the Iris leader commands their attention. And suddenly, everyone's on board. This is just a superficial Iris gathering. Damn Duke then, at last, rises to his feet and declares that if this meeting's sole purpose is to just babble on about monster hunting plans, then he's out the door. He strides right past the minister, the Iris leader, and the most respected hunter alive, without so much as a glance. The elder then stops him, demanding to know why he insists on going solo. Our hero doesn't flinch, coolly reminding them all that he's the one and only person who can actually step foot into those gates. He already understands clearly. Any strategy they concoct will simply be insufficient. Our boy knows that if the chaos from the magic world begins to spill over into this one, then no power on earth will ever be able to halt it. Damdock, our hero, is already laser-focused on his true goal, to bring an end to the brutal war of the gods. He knows that's the absolute root cause of all this terrifying chaos. Without stopping that, everything else is merely a temporary fix. One of the Iris hunters, bristling, doesn't appreciate this attitude, and retorts by labeling our hero a disrespectful brat. Some other Iris Guild members quickly chime in, urging their leader to just ignore the insolent young man. They rationalize his behavior, claiming he acts this way only because he's a prestigious 6-star hunter. To them, he's merely a young, arrogant hunter. Before the situation can escalate further, a breathless man bursts into the room, shouting an announcement. There's been a catastrophic emergency. A massive gate has just violently exploded at Incheon Airport. The entire room freezes. A deathly silence falls upon everyone. The frantic man then clarifies that the devastating blast obliterated everything in its vicinity. The damage is absolutely devastating, and they still don't have a full report. Damduck's thoughts spiral wildly. With that level of destruction, it's possible one of the forgotten gods just appeared. Back in the magic world, he had divine backup to deal with this sort of thing. Now, surrounded by mere mortals, the odds look grim. Seolju notices him zoning out. She taps his shoulder, telling him to stay calm. She knows he's already preparing for the worst, but she assures him that whatever's at the airport isn't a forgotten god. The fruit of knowledge backs her up, confirming she's absolutely right. Someone in the room asks the minister whether 6-star hunters are allowed to use private jets. The minister isn't entirely sure, but given the chance of more gates going off, he gives the green light. The scene shifts again. Multiple private jets touch down at the new danger zone. Monsters are everywhere, swarming through the area. The guy wastes no time. He summons Cerberus to take care of the beasts. Damduck keeps his focus. He wants to handle this disaster quickly, so he can get back to training. He knows what's coming, and there's no room for delays. His thoughts drift to Adele Sharon, his second priest. He wonders if she's made any progress. With her mana sickness, he's already planning ahead. Try to line things up before the real chaos starts. That's when his instincts suddenly fire off. A bad feeling crawls right up his spine, and before he can react, someone tries to end. Damduck, however. Seolju saves him, blocking the strike. Across from them stands a mysterious figure. The man tells the reincarnator to back off, saying he's only here for our boy. Seolju doesn't back down. She calls him Baron. So yeah, she knows this guy. The mysterious dude doesn't waste time. He stares both of them down and asks if they really thought they'd stay safe after stealing a creature that belongs to the lord of the underworld. Obviously, he's talking about Cerberus. He then turns to Solju, delivering a stark warning. No second chances if she dares to interfere. She'll die right alongside our hero. But Solju isn't one to back down easily. She moves lightning fast, pressing a blade to the guy's neck, and fiercely fires back a question, asking if he genuinely believes he can kill them both. Still, Baron only doubles down on his menacing threat. He tells her to back off while she still has the chance, because their next mistake will be their absolute last. Clearly, talking tough is his entire brand. He keeps going, calling the reincarnate out for choosing such a dumbass path, and acting all shocked, no less, that she'd throw herself in front of someone stupid enough to summon an underworld beast without permission. Honestly, he's not entirely wrong here, but he's still a total jerk about it. Cornered, Baron finally makes the smart play. He backs off, but not without tossing one final warning. He tells our hero plainly to enjoy what precious little time he has left. He calls him a low-ranked god and says Master Hades will soon come to collect. The weirdo then declares he's excited to watch Damn Duck You suffer eternally in the underworld. This grim threat rattles our guy a little. Not gonna lie, the scene then abruptly flips. Our guy and his bratty priest are now training. Cloud eats dirt once more, tossed onto the ground. Damn Duck You stands over him and decides they've had enough for the day. But something feels undeniably off. Our guy notices Cloud is slower than usual and asks what's wrong. The kid's clearly had it. He complains, asking if Damn Duck You has any clue how long they've actually been at it. It turns out they started at 5 in the morning, and it's been 17 hours of nonstop pain. Damn Duck is actually shook for a second. He didn't realize how long they've been grinding away. Maybe Cloud isn't slow after all. Maybe our hero's just been treating a literal child like a living, breathing punching bag. Still, he does what he always does. He tells Cloud he has other things to deal with, and promptly dips, ordering the poor kid to clean up all the mess. Cloud snaps, asking where the hell he's going. While he's stuck with all the janitor duty, our guy isn't big on explanations. He just casually states he's off to destroy a gate, and sharply warns him not to follow. But here's the kicker. Everyone keeps assuming he's joined the Iris Guild now, all thanks to how much time he spends with Cloud. Damn Duck You finds that absolutely infuriating. He slams the door shut behind him, leaving the bewildered disciples to gape at the disaster they made. Cloud's a little shaken. He's desperately trying to piece together what really happened at Incheon Airport that has Damn Duck You training him like he's prepping for the apocalypse. He knows our guy won't tell him a damn thing. Damn Duck You never shares the serious stuff with him. He treats him more like an irritating sidekick than a proper priest. Feeling frustrated, the kid considers just heading home to fire up some games. Maybe that's why our guy doesn't take him seriously. Then again, Cloud knows if Damn Duck You comes back to find the place still a total wreck, he's utterly screwed. So, he lets out a heavy sigh and starts cleaning, like the perfectly obedient little priest he is. In his head, he tries to tell himself this isn't about fear. It's all part of the training, right? Yeah, keep telling yourself that, champ. While he's diligently scrubbing the floor like a disciplined good boy, someone unexpectedly calls out to him, demanding to know what the heck he's doing. Cloud, thinking it's our guy, and immediately starts explaining he's just following orders. But nope, it's not Damn Duck You. It's that little jerk, Jung Ak-feon. He's clearly surprised to find Cloud here. He quickly turns smug and starts grilling the kid. He demands to know why he hasn't shown up to Iris lately, and what the hell he's doing, scrubbing floors at the Sun Gun Guild. Like some janitor, he questions Cloud's loyalty, acting like he's been personally betrayed or something. He reminds Cloud how much the old Iris Guild leader admires him, and demands he cut the crap. Cloud, however, doesn't back down. He tells the asshole to quit acting like his boss. He's done taking orders. He's going to be spending his time with our hero now, whether that asswipe likes it or not. That one definitely hits the little jerk hard. You can practically see his self-worth plummeting in real time. The prick lashes out, immediately calling Cloud a bastard. He then reminds Cloud that he gave strict orders to humiliate Damn Duck You, not follow him around like some lost puppy. But Cloud, naturally, couldn't care less. He practically throws it right back in Jungkook Cheon's face. He's staying with big bro Damn Duck You. Just like that, The asswipe loses whatever grip on sanity he had left. Hearing Cloud call Damn Duck You his big brother, that stings him like hell. He starts ranting, claiming that even after 10 long years, Cloud hasn't called him big bro once. But Damn Duck You, he earned it in a week. The enraged asshole then grabs Cloud, demanding he stop talking such nonsense. He insists his father expects Cloud to be on their side. When it's time to wipe out the gates, Cloud flat out tells him he doesn't want to. Jungkook Cheon immediately shuts him down and accuses him of disrespecting Iris just by being in Suinguin's training hall. At this point, Cloud finally snaps. He curses at Jungkook Cheon and demands he let go. And just like that, the fists start flying. Suddenly, the TV turns on, interrupting the escalating drama. Cloud's eyes light up as Damn Duck You appears on screen. And suddenly, the kid is all smiles again. He's totally hyped about the armor Damn Duck You's wearing, saying it looks totally new. He wonders if it's some kind of advanced artificial tech. But what really gets him going are those fierce black flames. He's absolutely obsessed. Cloud turns to Chaeyeon and makes it crystal clear. He wants to learn absolutely everything from Big Bro. He doesn't care what Jungkook Chaeyeon thinks. The brat's made his choice. Jungkook Cheon, still shaking with raw rage, watches him leave. But even after Cloud's gone, Cheon can't let it go. He curses Damn Duck You under his breath. He's utterly pissed that our guy always manages to stay one step ahead. He hates it. He wishes our guy had never even been born. The scene shifts. Our guy scratches himself, like someone's definitely talking about him. Yep, Jungkook Chan is definitely still thinking about him. Soil, sitting nearby, calls him out for looking way too calm. She says this is absolutely no time to relax. Not when they have no idea when Hades might show up. Our boy tells her he's simply building up his divine power. That all, while protecting innocent civilians. Talk about efficiency. 2 birds, 1 stone. But so Iju isn't impressed. She immediately questions his entire strategy. He asks why doing good deeds is such a bad thing. His divine power is already nearing 90,000. Soon it'll hit a whopping 100K. But she still isn't convinced. She counters. It'd be smarter for him to just pick up part-time jobs, instead of constantly clearing gates. That way, there'd be way less heat from Hades. If he keeps doing what he's doing, he'll just attract the god's attention even faster. She explains that hopping across worlds, and raising his power under the radar, that would be the smarter move. But Dan Duck isn't sold. He says, avoiding Hades like that just feels like running away. And if he runs now, he won't be ready when Ragnarok hits. So Iju asks him what his actual plan is. And our guy, like the overconfident dumbass he is, that admits he doesn't really have one. He says if Hades wants to meet him so bad, then he might as well go say hi himself. So Iju chokes on her drink right then and there. She's shook, the most collected person in the room, that just had a total panic spit take. She tells Dan Duck that's the dumbest idea she's ever heard, and that if he meets Hades now, he'll just get absolutely wrecked on the spot. Dun Duke. That figures maybe went too far. If even so, Iju's reacting like that. She tells him to quit joking around, and explain what he really means. So our guy tells her he plans to meet Hades, but somewhere the god can't actually kill him. So Iju asks where the hell that's supposed to be. Dan Duck drops the name, Banquet of Gods. Right then, a notification window suddenly pops up. Zeus is looking for part-time workers. For their 29,000th. 0.34 th banquet. Our boy doesn't waste a second. Cut to Mount Olympus, the divine stronghold where gods mingle and scheme. It's busy as hell. Servers are being ordered around like crazy. With less than 3 hours remaining. Before the big event, a supervisor hands Adele and Cloud some massive baskets of fruits and vegetables, courtesy of Demeter. Their job? Simple. Clean and prep absolutely everything. And once that basket is done, they get to tackle the giant mountain of produce on the table. Damn Ducky just smiles, gives them a little encouragement, and wishes them luck. Cloud immediately starts complaining, shouting about how this is supposed to be important. The dude left his game for this. Adele's even more furious. She was in the middle of filming. Now she's stuck peeling grapes or whatever this is. Damn Ducky tells them they're both annoying as hell. But he still explains that this is all part of the master plan. To stop Ragnarok, even if it involves onion duty. Before the 2 priests can argue any further, an announcement blares through the room. All banquet servers are told to move out. Our hero dips instantly, leaving the poor souls behind to finish the prep work. Alone, they are absolutely done with this guy. Neither of them signed up for this mess. Meanwhile, our guy's own world, thanking them silently, and hoping that everything goes smoothly. Once he steps into the hall, the scene opens with a few gods chatting it up, clearly enjoying themselves, while our guy strolls into the banquet, like he completely belongs there. A couple of gods glance his way, a bit confused by the lion's skin draped over him. One of them points out that he looks suspiciously like Hercules. No wonder, since Damn Duckyu is literally wearing the man's whole outfit. While serving drinks, it's like no one told him. This wasn't some Olympus Comic-Con. Damn Duckyu starts scanning the crowd, trying to spot Hades, but the bastard's nowhere in sight. He remembers Iju's concerns about the plan, but the boy's still betting it'll work out. As he mutters to himself, he gets ambushed by Apollo again. The guy clearly doesn't grasp personal space. Apollo greets our guy, as if he's his absolute favorite person in all existence, showering him with compliments about the lion skin gear, as if it's the latest high-fashion masterpiece, considering Apollo's entire personality revolves around being utterly fabulous and incredibly proud, no less. This is kind of wild. Damn Duck fakes a smile, says it's good to see him, and the two exchange some polite banter. From a distance, another voice cuts into the mix, Poseidon, the mighty king of the sea, making an entrance as if he's the main event. He's absolutely shocked to see our guy here, especially since their last meetup was at the palace. During that whole Neptune mess, Poseidon then brings up the bodyguard job he offered back then, saying the offer still stands. Damn Duck gives the Sea King a respectful nod. Apparently, the boy's name carries serious weight up here. Before their chat can go any further, Apollo sharply cuts in, reminding Poseidon that he was talking to Damn Duck first. Poseidon doesn't back down though, clearly just as hyped to hang out with our guy. These two gods, ancient as heck, are ready to throw hands over a part-timer. Other minor gods start whispering, trying to figure out who the heck Damn Duck even is. He doesn't look like much, but he's obviously tight with some serious names. That alone gets him worried. Something wild might just go down. Next thing you know, both Apollo and Poseidon are each grabbing one of Damn Duck's arms, literally turning him into a divine tug-of-war rope. The heroes are just stuck in the middle, trying not to get yanked apart by two furious immortals. That's when a voice, with the weight of a mountain, cuts through the chaos. It's Thor. Yep, the big guy himself. He calls out to Damn Duck as the god of mountains, saying it's been a while, and he's glad the kid's still full of energy. Our homie breaks free from the impromptu wrestling, matching bows instantly. He apologizes for the half-assed dungeon setup he did for Thor earlier, clearly feeling a little guilty. But Thor's in a surprisingly good mood. He tells Damn Duckyu to just forget about it, just as things seem to be calming down. A cold, spine-chilling voice cuts through everything. Hades has finally arrived, and he's already absolutely furious. He immediately calls Damn Duck a sneaky little rat, claiming that this dumbass just walked straight into his own grave. The boy spins around, startled, forgetting all the other gods instantly. Hades stares him down, declaring that this guy just saved him the trouble of hunting him down himself. He doesn't even wait for a second. He straight up starts trying to snatch the soul right out of Damn Duckyu's body. Damn Duckyu is left gasping for breath, his soul practically slipping out of him. But Thor steps in, blocking Hades without a moment's hesitation. He calls him out for picking on someone so much weaker. Hades isn't impressed at all. He fires back, asking if our bro is one of Thor's personal errand boys, and reminds everyone that this is Olympus, not Asgard. Thor doesn't flinch. He knows exactly where he is, but he also knows that Hades isn't running the show here. He reminds Hades that Zeus is the one truly in charge. Meanwhile, the smaller gods are absolutely losing their minds. There's no way they're surviving this. If a full-blown god fight breaks out right here, Poseidon steps in now, like a tired dad breaking up a sibling fight. He tells everyone to just chill out. It's a party, not a battlefield, for crying out loud. Thor, still totally fired up, says he doesn't care what day it is. He absolutely refuses to let injustice slide, especially since Hades just insulted an Asgardian and tried to kill someone half his power level. As Poseidon tries to calm Thor down, he notices Hades is still trying to sneak toward. Damn duck you. Without wasting a single beat, Poseidon stops him dead cold. He's not letting anyone die at a dinner party. No way. Hades is beyond furious now. He threatens to kill every last one of them present. Without a moment's hesitation, the entire banquet is swallowed in sudden darkness. Hades enters full-on meltdown mode, ready to murder everyone in the room without mercy. Poseidon watches in utter disbelief, wondering just how far this jerk will take his vendetta for revenge. Meanwhile, our protagonist is silently panicking. This was clearly not part of the plan. He assumed Hades would at least pretend to be civilized. Just as things are about to explode, a thunderous voice slices through the madness. Zeus, the one and only. The man who owns Olympus and this entire damn event. He reminds everyone that this is a banquet, not a battle royale. He demands to know why Hades is out here starting trouble. Hades terrifine aura vanish instantly. Our hero finally understands why Zeus is the king of the gods. Zeus scolds his brother and asks if his wife knows what he's up to. Hades insists he's only acting out, claiming someone here stole from the underworld. Zeus raises an eyebrow. That's a serious accusation. He wants to know what was taken. Hades explains it's Cerberus. Yep, our hero's favorite summon. Now, our hero has Zeus's attention. He asks Hades if he's sure our guy is the one who took it. Then, he turns to our boy and asks him what kind of god he is. The hero's confused by the question. So Zeus reframes it. He wants to know his title. Our hero says he's the god of swords. Zeus has never heard of him, which makes this even more interesting. Our hero doesn't seem like much, but Zeus can tell from a glance. He's just a low-rank god. Still, he looks way too put together for someone at that level. Now, Zeus is really curious. He wants to know how a bottom-tier god managed to win over Cerberus, who doesn't even obey Zeus himself. Our hero explains that he found Cerberus's collar inside a stone pillar and just bonded with him. And now, somehow, this one dumbass decision has dragged him into a fight between gods. Zeus is losing it. The man's laughing his ass off. He remarks that he never thought a low-tier god could actually pull something like that off. Our boy just blinks. He's totally unsure if that was praise or just playful banter. Honestly, though, he's utterly stunned Zeus didn't just obliterate him on the spot. Maybe, just maybe, if Zeus steps in, he could finally squash this beef with Hades, saving everyone a ton of drama. However, that's absolutely not the case. And to our guy's utter shock, Zeus decides the absolute best way to solve everything is with a deadly duel between Hades and our bro. Our guy feels like his soul literally just flew right out of his body. He's about to get brutally murdered, and Hades won't even need to lift a single damn finger. Apollo stares at Zeus like he's completely lost his divine marbles. He asks if Zeus is seriously pulling their leg, since expecting a low-ranked god to survive a fight against someone like Hades is absolutely unheard of. Zeus, ever so helpful, adds a single rule to make it fair. He adds that no divine power is allowed. He just dips, not even waiting for Apollo to respond. According to him, our homie and Hades totally ruined the party vibe, so now they're stuck fixing it. Apollo tries to talk some sense into the old man, but Zeus isn't listening. Our guy is standing there, fully convinced that he's already a goner. Even Thor and Poseidon look like they're mourning him. In advance, Hades doesn't seem thrilled either, but he walks off muttering, "That damn Duke's expiration date has been extended a little." The man tells Damn Duke to enjoy the little time he has left before he gets utterly erased. Our homie starts wondering if the Emporium of Gods sells tenacity skills because he's gonna need a whole damn lot of courage to pull this duel off. So you, looking like she just watched this dumbass completely screw himself over, throws in some biting sarcasm. She asks if things have finally gone too far. Honestly, this dipshit kinda earned it. She reminds him that she totally warned him. This plan was absolute suicide. There it is. The I told you so moment. Damn Duke knows she's right. He definitely didn't think this one through at all. He's cooked. Still, she gives him a bit of encouragement, urging him to treat the duel like he's facing a real human. Is she drunk? Our boy notices how incredibly chill Soy Ju is acting, as if this death match has nothing to do with her. Just as he's about to head off, to prepare for what feels like his own funeral. Someone calls out to him. It's none other than Hercules. Yep, the very same guy our hero has been impersonating. The man himself. Hercules invites him to the Ares arena to train. The scene shifts, and now they're inside the arena. Damn Duke is checking the place out, clearly impressed by Olympus's incredible infrastructure. Fq casually mention that if our boy trains here for just 1 month, he'll be ready to take on Hades. Damn Duke is incredibly grateful, admitting he never expected Hercules to agree to help. But the man shrugs it off and calls Damn Duke his brother, claiming their armor binds them tighter than blood. Our boy just got brozoned by Hercules. He definitely didn't see that coming. They hear a bunch of clashing noises, and our hero's attention shifts to two gods, going at it in the middle of the arena. He asks Hercules who they are. These two aren't just messing around. Their moves are sharp, fast, and absolutely brutal. One of them, the goddess, lands a savage kick and drops her opponent like a sack of potatoes. The guy tries to play it off, claiming he wasn't paying attention. She claps back, with a reminder that no one pauses in a real fight. He tries to call it a draw, saying they both put away their weapons. Damn Duke watches all this, realizing these two definitely aren't low-tier gods. If anything, they might be stronger than most of the banquet crowd. It turns out they are Ares and Athena, Hercules' older siblings. Our guy loses it. Ares and Athena are literal war gods, both major Olympians, and Ares still can't admit he lost. Classic soy Jew shows up out of nowhere and points out how convenient it is. Turns out, all three of them are battle specialists. Perhaps this is exactly what our buddy needs to survive. Ares wastes absolutely no time. He immediately challenges Hercules to a duel again, but Hercules quickly holds him off, explaining he has guests to introduce first. Ares turns and asks if he means these two weirdos. He explains that, since he and Athena never show up to parties, they're pretty clueless about who's who. But apparently, Damn Duck is the hottest topic among the gods right now. This dude totally caused chaos at the banquet, and is now set to brawl with Hades. The siblings then ask who the unlucky one is. Suddenly, their divine senses kick in. They can tell. Soil Jews has way more power than Damn Duck you. But our guy's energy feels weird. Something they've absolutely never seen before. Ares grins and says Hercules really brought them a good one. He draws his sword and challenges the stronger one to spar with him. Soil Jew isn't even pretending to care. She gives Damn Duck the look. He knows exactly what it means. She's making him fight Damn Duck you. He asks why she's staring at him like that, and she simply shrugs and casually mentions she's heading back to Korea. Apparently, dungeons and gates are popping up, so someone's got to deal with them. Our guy sighs, accepting his fate, and walks toward Ares. Ares studies him, saying his aura is kind of wild, and asks if he's ready. Athena wonders why this poor bastard has to fight the old hag Hades. Anyway, Ares clearly doesn't care. The only thing he knows is that if our boy wants to survive, he has to train like his life depends on it, because it kind of does. Then Ares launches from the sky like Superman and crashes into the arena. Our bro barely dodges, but the shockwave still messes him up. Hercules facepalms because his brother's being so extra. Again, Athena mutters that she can't tell if Ares is just simple-minded, or maybe just clumsy because Damn Doku trips. Yet he's still on his feet, and Ares looks intrigued. He tells Damn Doku to show him his true sword skills. The war god comes in swinging, and all Damn Doku can do is desperately block. Ares asks if our hero plans to defend all day long. Our guy already looks like he's been hit by a truck, and he hasn't even taken a clean hit yet. Still, he tries to strike back. Athena notes that at least he's got guts. And for a lower-rank god, that's saying something. But guts don't bridge the gap in speed, power, or experience. Ares is centuries ahead of him, and our guy's just a kid with cheat codes. Ares is having fun. He orders Damn Doku to stop being boring and make it exciting. He lunges again, a wild grin on his face. Damn Doku considers quitting right then and there, because the strength difference is absolutely unreal. He drops his guard and surrenders, figuring he's completely outmatched. But Ares doesn't accept surrender. He tells our boy to get back up and fight. And just like that, another grueling hour passes. Athena, now a little impressed, admits damn Doku's holding out better than expected. Hercules agrees, but also warns that Ares' eyes are rolling into the back of his skull, which is never, ever a good sign. So it's time to stop him. Athena wants to keep the fight going, claiming our boy is improving incredibly fast. But Hercules points out that Ares has been holding back. Athena agrees because no low-ranked god should be able to block Ares' hits. And yet, something's definitely off. Ares is visibly annoyed. He doesn't get how damn Doku is keeping up. It shouldn't be possible for this dumbass to block his attacks. The war god starts thinking, that damn Doku must have been hiding his power earlier. And now he's absolutely pissed. Ares puts everything into one final devastating attack. And our hero somehow cuts right through the war god's sword. That catches everyone completely by surprise. Because that has definitely never happened before. Damn, Doku exhales. He really hopes that was the end of it. Thanks to his incredible swordsmanship, the longer our hero sparred with Ares, the clearer the war god's movements became. Each block sharpened his reflexes, and every swing refined his form. At this point, Ares' sword snaps clean in half. The god stares at it, utterly bewildered. He then looks to our hero, who stands there clad in Hercules' armor. The broken sword in Ares' hand says everything. This isn't just some low-tier god playing warrior. Ares asks if our hero has been hiding this strength all along. His voice carries more offense than genuine curiosity. The god's pride has just taken a brutal punch to the throat. He doesn't wait for a reply. He declares he'll fight to the bitter end. Whatever that means in his dramatic, godlike brain. He launches forward with all his might, this time with bare fists, aiming to smash our boy's skull before impact. And suddenly, Athena appears and stops him cold. She tells Ares to cool it, reminding him this was supposed to be sparring, not a full-blown execution. Hearing this, Ares looks visibly frustrated. Athena, however, gives credit where it's due. She praises our hero's exceptional swordsmanship and says, the god of swords title. That makes perfect sense now. Our boy stays humble, denying he's that good. Because deep down, he's acutely aware. Ares didn't even use divine power during the match, and he still barely hung on. He knows he only managed to keep pace, because his skills leveled up incredibly fast. In that short amount of time, he starts thinking that training with these two legends might actually give him a fighting chance at surviving the impending duel with Hades. Our hero then asks Athena and Ares to train him. He doesn't dance around the subject. He tells them they're the absolute best, and he wants to learn from the goats themselves. This catches Athena completely off guard. She asks if he's truly sure about that. Our hero says yes. He knows it's sudden, but he promises to repay them however he possibly can. Athena reminds him that Ares held back significantly during their sparring, trying to keep our hero grounded. But she has to admit it's impressive how, even with the massive power gap between them, Art didn't shrink away one bit. He actually took it as pure motivation. She remarks, laughing, that she's finally getting why Hades finds him so annoying. The goddess explains, their training routine has been the exact same for centuries. So this will be a refreshing change for them too. And now that our guy's opened his mouth, she knows he won't back down now. She warns him that asking war gods for training means preparing for some serious pain. The scene shifts. Now, our boy is completely surrounded by what seem to be iron golems. Mid-battle, he's swinging his sword with everything he's got, trying to drop them fast. Ares stands nearby, yelling he's only got 10 minutes left. If he doesn't knock every single one down by then, they'll respawn. Damn. DQ's running on fumes, though. His divine power ran out a while ago. He's cornered. If he still had energy, he could have nuked them with one wave slasher. But he doesn't. So now he has to deal with this the hard way. The golems just keep charging. Ares shouts at him to push through. Our hero is tired, drained, and totally pissed. But if he wants to survive what's coming next, this is the price. So he fights on. The scene kicks off in a thundering arena, packed to the brim with divine energy. The gods are stacked shoulder to shoulder, hollering with pure excitement. All eyes are locked on Hades and our boy, who are mere seconds away from fighting. Judging by the crowd, everyone's rooting for Hades to defeat this so-called god of swords. But Hades is surprisingly calm about the whole thing. He actually seems impressed that our guy showed up at all. He says, if our guy didn't have the guts to stand in the ring today, He would have hunted him to the ends of the world, just to end him himself. But since our guy showed up with enough backbone to face him directly, he promises he'll make his death painless. Our guy stands calm and focused, with not a hint of fear on his face. And here's Nike, the goddess of victory herself. She steps in the spotlight. She announces she'll officiate this sacred duel. She lays down the rules. Divine powers are off limits. A laurel wreath lands between them, sealing their godhood. This duel is now all raw skill. Nike wishes them luck and gracefully floats away. Our guy wastes no time. He kicks in a speed boost, closes the distance, and slashes at Hades with solid technique. His training is clearly paying off. Every sword move he throws is at least A rank now. But he gets too confident. Hades watches him and calls out his movements for being too flashy. That hesitation costs Damyuk. Hades lands a clean, brutal hit that sends our boy flying. He taunts him, asking if that weak display is what he calls swordsmanship. He says, Damyuk has no business claiming the title god of swords. With that level of technique, Hades doesn't drag things out. He's ready to end it. Our guy's not giving up, though. He keeps pushing, trying to land something meaningful. But nothing works. The crowd starts shifting, whispering, Damyuk, you did start strong, but Hades is one of the major gods. While our boy's still low tier, reality is finally hitting hard. Somewhere in the sea of gods, Ares watches silently. When the whispers get too loud, he speaks up. He says, Damyuk is not losing. Everyone's stunned, first because he's even here, and second because he's defending Damyuk. Ares reveals that he believes in his disciple. Hearing this, spectators buzz, trying to confirm if our guy's actually Ares' apprentice. That's a massive deal, because these war gods don't just mentor weaklings. Ares casually confirms it. He says it kind of just happened, and that he's curious to see what Damyuk pulls off. He wants to witness what kind of growth our hero brings to the table. Back in the ring, our hero's vision snaps into focus. He starts keenly observing Hades' movements, but something just feels off. It's more than just footwork or blade paths. Something buried much deeper beneath the surface. Hades is furious that the guy is still standing. He bellows at him to give up, and swings in with a deadly blow. Damn Duck, you barely manages to dodge. But then, something clicks from his training. He noticed something strange. All the attacks might seem different, but they always target the exact same spot. The realization hits him. That's the hidden pattern. And with that, he activates his intangible swordsmanship skill and lands a perfectly clean strike, which completely exposes the god of the underworld. And to everyone's absolute shock, Hades is defeated. The fight is over. The arena falls silent, then absolutely explodes in disbelief. This low-rank god just defeated the mighty lord of the underworld. Zeus himself shows up, remarking that he hasn't seen anything this entertaining in a long, long while. The king of the gods claps and personally tells Damduckyu he's officially invited to the upcoming divine banquet. He even offers him a handshake. Seeing this, Damduckyu is absolutely stunned. He's beyond happy. The last time he was at this banquet, he was wearing an apron and refilling wine glasses. This time, he's going as a guest. But Hades protests. He asks Zeus why such a low-rank god is being invited. He reminds him that only mid-tier or higher-rank gods are allowed. Zeus calmly asks why his brother's acting like that. But then Hades pulls out the big card. He asks if Zeus plans to break his sacred oath, sworn on the infamous river Styx. That changes everything. Zeus sighs. It looks like he's just remembered something important. Hades smirks, fully convinced he's won. A notification suddenly flashes in front of Damduckyu. Every god on Olympus now knows his name. Our guy's aura is now officially legendary. The scene flips. Damduckyu is now at the banquet, clearly indicating Hades didn't get his way. Suddenly, someone calls out, it's Persephone. Hades' wife approaches, a warm smile on her face, and greets our hero. She remarks that it's been a while since their last chat. She watched the epic duel unfold, and expresses how truly impressed she is by his newfound strength. Damn, it seems Hades doesn't have a truly loyal girl on his side. Our hero is stunned she even bothered to watch her husband get totally humbled on the battlefield. He awkwardly mumbles that his newfound power was purely accidental. He hopes the duel didn't cause any undue trouble for her. Persephone, however, assures him she thoroughly enjoyed watching it. Apparently, she's told her hot-headed husband to calm down multiple times, but he never listens. She then hands Damdukyu a very special gift from her mother, Demeter. It's a gleaming golden apple, precisely the same kind Damdukyu once used to miraculously cure his own mother's cancer. Persephone then elaborates, explaining that Demeter had been dealing with centuries of deep-seated bitterness, but watching Damdukyu fight helped her finally let go of it all. She confesses she praises him constantly to her mother, and that's why Demeter sent the apple as a token of her gratitude. Damdukyu is visibly honored by this gesture. He instantly recognizes just how incredibly valuable this gift is. Persephone then states she regrettably has to depart, hoping to cross paths with him again soon. Our hero readily expresses he's more than fine for another meetup, especially with his day one homie, Persephone. Just then, Soy appears, her eyes immediately landing on Damdukyu. Damdukyu's face visibly lights up the moment he sees her. He eagerly informs her there was a part-time job posted earlier, and he wants to go do it right this instant. She looks utterly confused by his sudden declaration. She pointedly reminds him that this is a divine banquet, not a quick errand. She suggests he stay and perhaps, and maybe even, find someone who can help cure Adele's mana disease. But Damdukyu confidently states there's no need for that anymore. He dramatically pulls out the magnificent golden apple. The reincarnator stares, utterly dumbfounded. She desperately wants to know how he possibly acquired something so rare. Our boy, however, wastes absolutely no time. He immediately calls out to Adele, who is standing nearby. She yells at him for audaciously summoning her, as if she's some kind of spirit servant. But damn, DDQ abruptly interrupts her by cramming the apple into her mouth. Mid-rant, Adele blinks in surprise. She declares the apple tastes incredibly fancy and exquisite. She then asks, bewildered, what exactly it's supposed to be. Suddenly, a system notification pops up specifically for Adele. She's now receiving the power of the golden apple. Her debilitating mana disease finally begins to heal. A strange warmth envelopes her, leaving her feeling utterly exhausted. She quickly tells Damdik about this new sensation, and a knowing smile spreads across his face. He explains that the warmth is her mana, finally circulating freely. He then congratulates her, proudly calling her mage Adele. For the very first time in her entire life, Adele channels a tiny bit of mana, and a luminous orb forms right in her hands. She gazes at it in awe, like it's the most breathtaking thing she's ever seen. Our boy asks her how it feels to finally wield magic, and she simply calls it beautiful. She remembers all the years, how long she's dreamed of holding this very light, and now that it's finally a reality, she's filled with an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Adele declares she wants to repay the hero for everything he's done. Mysterious Soil immediately jumps in with a reality check, telling Adele not to get too ahead of herself. Sure, the golden apple removed her mana blockage, but in mage terms, Adele's still just a baby, who hasn't even taken her first magical step. Just because she can finally cast magic now, doesn't mean she's anywhere near ready for actual combat. She insists Adele needs to start training immediately. They've already lost years, she says, and there's absolutely no more time to waste. Damdik, however, thinks the reincarnator could probably chill out a bit. Adele just discovered magic literally 5 minutes ago. He believes she should be allowed to relax for a moment. However, Adele surprisingly agrees with Soil Jew. Even so, Soil does toss a rare compliment her way. For someone who just started manifesting magic, a ball of light like that is genuinely impressive. Adele lights up once more, and thanks her, calling the reincarnator her big sister. Soil's not too thrilled about that particular part, pointing out that she's only 27. Adele explains she means it respectfully, not age-wise. She just sees Soil Jew as someone she deeply admires and wants to learn from. Damdik watches this fascinating exchange unfold and realizes it's almost impossible to truly hate Soil. Even when she says strange things, she always means well. He also wonders how someone his age, like the reincarnator, can feel so incredibly wise. Sometimes it truly feels like she's from another planet entirely. Finally, Damn Duckyu asks if everyone's ready to move out. He tells Adele she needs to head back to the magic realm and properly learn to control her mana. As for the rest of them, the boy has already lined up another part-time gig. Cloud's jaw practically hits the floor. He can't believe the boy already scored another job. He asks where they're off to now. And Damn Duckyu tells the group they're headed to the demon world. A notification window pops up, confirming an offer from Demon Lord Rookapeel. The scene jumps to Damn Duckyu, stepping through a portal. He lands in front of a gate, and immediately notices something's off. Usually, the transport system drops them right at the job site, but this time it just dumped them near a gate, with directions instead of coordinates. That's strange. As Damn Duckyu processes this, the gate suddenly starts swelling in size. One of the gate bureau employees panics and yells that a mid-sized gate just evolved into a large one. Things get chaotic very quickly. A random civilian gets sucked in, screaming for help. Damn Duckyu dashes in, yanks the man out, and tells him to leave, before he ends up as monster food. After making sure the man is safe, Damn Duckyu decides to go through the gate, since the directions clearly point there first. He clears the area to prevent any more casualties. As he enters, the notification window lets him know he's arrived, and ends the navigation. Except this still isn't the demon world. The hero is confused. Every other time, the gate took him straight to the job location. So why not now? He wonders if the demon world is somehow connected to this gate system, or worse, maybe the forgotten gods are squatting in the demon realm instead of their usual hiding spots. Before he can sort that out, a massive monster leaps out behind him. Damn Duckyu gets saved again by Soil Jew, who slaps some sense back into him and snaps him out his daze when another beast lunges right at him. But Damn Duckyu shakes off the questions and gets ready to brawl. The very next moment, the scene shifts. Duke has already cleared out the monsters. All that's left now is the ominous barrier. It stands on the other side of the gate. He muses about how every gate he's ever seen has been sealed by something just like this. As soon as his hand touches it, a notification window blares a warning. It warns that the Eye of the Abyss is watching, but the boy couldn't care less. He orders the barrier to move aside, and violently tears it open with sheer force. He asks Soil if they've finally hit the right spot. However, Soil doesn't like what she's sensing. She urges him that they should turn back immediately. But Duke isn't vibing with that idea at all. He's come too far to retreat now. This is their only shot at grabbing that demon warrant. Soil explains that the demon world should be absolutely crawling with demons and monsters. Yet this entire area is dead silent. She asks if the boy truly knows what that means. It means something absolutely terrifying is nearby. Something strong enough to scare off everything else. Right then, a blood-curdling screech cuts through the silence. Soil completely flips out. She yells that they've probably been spotted already. She orders Duke to destroy the gate's core before it's too late. But before he can even move, a deep, booming voice echoes through the area, demanding who dares to disturb its slumber. A massive monster suddenly appears, shaped like a grotesque, floating eye. It stares down at the boy and dramatically declares, "You must die." Soil doesn't waste another second. She screams at Duke to run. The scene opens with Duke looking utterly lost. He stands on what looks like a shattered, floating jigsaw puzzle, with pieces wildly flying all around him. He stares around, muttering to himself, wondering where the hell am I? His last memory is of being attacked. Back in the demon world, suddenly, his attention snaps to two small kids. They're giggling, holding hands, and running around. The guy tries calling out to them. He wonders if they know something about this eerie place. But the kids totally ignore him and keep on running, not giving a single damn about his very existence. Then something dark and truly nasty creeps up behind him. It snatches him out of nowhere, engulfing him whole. Damn Duck. He desperately tries to figure out what the hell's going on. That's when he spots something truly horrifying. Something far worse than the encroaching darkness. It's his own lifeless body, sprawled in a pool of blood. He just stands there, utterly transfixed by the sight. This has to be some kind of twisted, sick illusion. And right next to his fallen corpse, there's Soil. Or, at least, a fragmented version of her. She's kneeling down, profusely apologizing. Apologizing again and again for failing to protect him. The boy tries to tell her, I'm right here. He's alive, but she doesn't hear a single word, and doesn't even spare him a single glance. Then he spots yet another version of himself in the distance, getting brutally stabbed with the very sword he once wielded. There are countless more bodies, more versions of him, all scattered across the swirling, flying puzzle pieces. All of them dead. Damn Duck collapses to his knees. Completely broken, he desperately begs for it to stop, for the fragmented pieces to just stop spinning, and for all this terrifying madness to finally end. And just like that, the nightmare abruptly ends. He snaps back to a jarring reality, gasping for breath like he's been choking on thin air. Cloud is right in front of him, asking if he's okay. Damn Duck nods, saying he just needs a moment to collect himself. He tells the mysterious Soil he needs a private word. He tells her he saw her in his dream or nightmare. Whatever the hell that was, our guy asks her if that was really the first time they met. The reincarnator gives him a knowing look, wondering if, perhaps, his fragmented memories are starting to leak back in. She figures it makes perfect sense. Facing such a powerful enemy in the demon world, it could have powerfully triggered something within him. She brings up Asmodeus, one of the 72 devils and the formidable ruler of blades. He's the one who ended Damn Duck's life during one of his many past reincarnations. She deduces that completely explains the vivid memory he just experienced. But the boy isn't satisfied. He demands to know more. But Soil shakes her head, adamantly refusing to explain. Hearing this, our guy raises his voice, demanding she just say it already. Soil firmly holds her ground. She glances at the eye of the abyss, and then says, I won't say a damn thing until we're out of here. She claims it's for his own good, but our hero isn't buying it. He activates the fruit of knowledge, and it confirms her intentions are indeed good. But that doesn't mean she's telling him the whole truth. So, yeah, she's totally lying, but she means well. Seeing this, he chooses to let it go, since whatever Soil's up to isn't malicious. That catches Soilju off guard. She looks surprised he's not pushing for answers anymore. The boy notices and asks why she's reacting like that. He tells her he still wants answers, but there's one thing he wants to confirm. More than anything, he looks her straight in the eye and asks if she'll always be on his side. The reincarnator blushes, but she answers with a firm yes. The fruit of knowledge confirms it. Her intention is real. Our guy brings up the barrier and asks what their next step is, since she mentioned they'd need serious power to win over the third priest. He figures they'd better get moving. He asks if they're finally clear to return to the demon world. Twirl says no, not yet. There's a good chance Asmodeus is still lurking around. Our guy realizes if she knows the bastard's name, then she must have known he was involved before they even came here. He confronts her, but the wise girl explains she didn't know. She points out that in every previous life, Damn Duck only met Asmodeus after reaching high-rank god status. So yeah, this whole Asmodeus thing is new to her too. He believes her, but also reminds him that relying too much on her foresight isn't always smart. The scene flips. Damn Duck You is now in a commercial shoot. A director yells cut and tells Damn Duck You he needs to follow the script. His line is supposed to be something basic about him. The company's shield is tanking. Hits from a 6-star hunter. But Duke You just shrugs, claiming he's just following the script. The problem is the prop mannequin wearing the shield is now in pieces. The director totally freaks out and tells him if a real person were wearing that, they'd be dead. He reminds Duke You that the whole point is to make the product look good, not obliterated on camera. Our guy says he won't fake it. He's not about to lie to people, just so some trash company can make a quick buck. The director's had enough. He threatens our homie by summoning 5-star hunters from M Company. He says if Duke You's such a fan of unscripted drama, maybe he'll enjoy fighting these guys without a script. Signals are given, and all 5 hunters charge at him. But Duke You just stares him down, calm and bored. He silently apologizes to them for using them as pawns in the next phase of his plan. And then he proceeds to wipe the floor with all of them. The director is stunned, watching it off to the side. Soilju watches it all go down. She sighs and wonders what she's supposed to do with our boys. Antics. The scene shifts, and our guy is now sitting in front of the camera crew, getting grilled by reporters. One of them asks if teamwork is the #1 trait for a hunter. Duke You shoots that idea down without blinking. He says the top trait for any hunter isn't teamwork. It's raw, natural strength. He tells them to replay. What just happened to those 5-star ranked hunters? According to our boy, it doesn't matter how perfect your coordination is. If someone stronger walks in, you're still getting defeated. We cut to the 5-star hunters Dukyu. Stomped earlier. They're all wrecked, bruised, limping, and one of them is stuck on crutches, looking like he regrets everything. Our boy doubles down, saying that if a hunter's job is to protect civilians, then it's common sense to prioritize individual strength, teamwork. It all sounds nice on paper, but on the field, it's just fluff. He even throws in that the real heroes are the ones who can grow strong, without clinging to companies or guilds. Those are the people who can actually protect their country. While Damn Duck's dropping this hot take, someone in the background is seen making a sketchy-looking phone call. This is definitely not great news for our guy. Once the interview wraps, our homie steps out of the filming location and runs into a dude who clearly has something to say. The man's not smiling. He just tells Damn Duck that his interview left quite the impression. Then he introduces himself as the director of the media company's Korean branch and says the chairman would like a little face-to-face. He politely asks if our hero would be kind enough to comply. In the next scene, we're at the media company's office. Our guy is now sitting across from the chairman. The man puts on his polite mask and says, "It's an honor to finally meet the only hunter who's ever gone through a gate." Our bro tosses a compliment about the chairman's Korean fluency, but wastes no time and asks why he got summoned here. The chairman skips the small talk and gets straight to business. He wants Damn Duckyu to take back everything he said in that interview. Internally, the chairman's already written our guy off. He thinks Damn Duckyu is one of those no respect, do whatever they want types, the kind who don't give a single damn about governments or public image. So he tries bribing our boy. He says, if Damn Duckyu agrees to retract his statements, the company will fulfill any of his wishes. He talks to him like someone who just needs something shiny to calm down. Damn Duck plays along. He casually asks if that's all the chairman wants, because if so, he's cool with following the media company script and even endorsing the company. The chairman thinks he's won. He figures most hunters would just fold when offered freebies. But our boy isn't swayed so easily. Our man, however, throws in his own condition. He wants one very specific weapon, a sword forged in England, one steeped in history. The chairman doesn't grasp what Damn Duck is hinting at, so he asks for the name. Our bro confidently states, Excalibur. The room falls absolutely silent. The chairman freezes, completely blindsided by that answer. He even asks Damn Duck to repeat it. But our hero is dead serious. He reminds the chairman of his generous offer and wonders if Excalibur is too much for him to handle. It turns out this sword is no ordinary relic. It's the legendary sword of King Arthur himself, supposedly the most powerful sword to ever exist. The problem is, no one has actually seen it. The chairman doesn't like where this is heading. He immediately starts sweating, wondering how Damn Duck even knows they've got it. But he tries to tell himself it's impossible. That kind of confidential info shouldn't have leaked. So he lies. He pretends that he's got no clue what our bro is talking about. Damn Duck isn't buying it for a second. He tells the chairman that not only does he know Excalibur is real, but he also knows exactly how the chairman got his hands on it. That shakes the chairman to his core. He starts getting seriously pissed. He calls our bro rude and asks if he seriously thinks throwing a tantrum is how you get what you want. But Damn Duck just tells him to calm down. He's not asking for the sword outright. He just wants to take a peek. 5 minutes, that's it. If he gets that, he'll retract everything from the interview. And even plug the media company's training programs. It's a pretty sweet deal, but the chairman isn't budging. He calls Damn Duck's bluff and tells him to get out. In his head, though, he's totally panicking. He knows he almost gave in. Even if Damn Duck somehow knows about the sword, he has no way of proving it. So the chairman makes a last-ditch offer. He can't give him Excalibur, but if our hero changes his mind, he can pick any other weapon. All our guy has to do is just hit him up. Later, we see Soiled Jew asking our hero what their next move is. Damn Duck. He says he'd figured that the chairman wouldn't hand over Excalibur that easily. He says it makes sense. Nobody shows off something like that without a plan. The reincarnator asks if it's really Excalibur, the one that supposedly vanished long ago. Damn Duck nods and shares a story he heard from Thor. Apparently, when they were drinking at some banquet, the god of thunder said that a group called the Medias went on a killing spree to track the sword down. Thor even said it's a relief. King Arthur didn't see how things went down. So old Jew looks at him like he's lost his mind, then realizes this is just classic damn duck behavior. He tells her he's going to hit up some dungeons. In the meantime, she's confused. Dungeons are way below his level. But our guy says that's exactly why he's going, and he tells her to wait for him back at the guild. 1 month later, the chairman is flipping out. He's slamming his desk after hearing the news. Damn Duck just cleared the biggest dungeon that ever appeared on the Jeju Islands. Not only that, but he did it with 0 casualties and broke a bunch of records. The media is freaking out, calling it unprecedented. The chairman loses it, calling Damn Duck arrogant. It turns out our boy didn't just clear that one. He went on a dungeon spree, clearing even the ones everyone gave up on, all within 30 days. A new broadcast shows our bro getting interviewed again. This time, the reporter asks what other hunters were missing when they tried these missions. Damn Duck takes a jab, saying it's the weapon's fault, a direct insult to media's gear. He says hunters depend way too much on equipment. None of that matters against boss-level monsters. According to him, as long as the right people go in, even the worst dungeon becomes manageable. The chairman slams his desk again and finally caves. He barks at his underling to call Damn Duck and tell him he accepts the conditions. But a dangerous glint dances in his eyes. He has absolutely no intention of playing fair. The scene shifts to the chairman, guiding our hero, and down a truly massive staircase. He reminds Dambiak that he only gets 5 minutes with a legendary sword. Nothing more. Dambiak surveys the opulent room, figuring it must be a high-security vault, where the company safeguards its most prized weapons. Then he spots it, one gleaming sword that instantly stands out. A notification immediately pops up, confirming the obvious. This is Excalibur. The sword boosts fighting spirit and amps up all stats. For a full 10 minutes straight, Dambiak asks Snowy if it can copy it, and it actually can, while Dambiak and Soai are taking in the incredible stash of weapons around them. The chairman sneaks away and presses a hidden button. He then starts laughing maniacally. He calls them fools, declaring, "There's no way I'm letting you walk out of here." After seeing all my treasure behind him, the exit slams shut with a terrifying boom. The old man brags that the door can withstand explosions, and the entire place is sealed by a powerful maze spell. Dambiak and Soai are now officially trapped. He cackles, saying they'll rot and die in here, and he'll return in a few months' time, just to sweep up their corpses. But our hero, he's already 5 steps ahead. He knew the chairman would try something shady. He pulls out the Excalibur copy and declares, it's time for a field test. As the chairman struts away, feeling utterly confident, Dambiak slices through the heavy vault door as if it were mere butter. The scene then cuts to a breaking news report. The vast treasure hoarded by William Jones, the CEO of Media's company, has apparently been cracked wide open by some mystery outsider. The FBI then drops a bombshell. William has been caught red-handed for hiring hitmen, trafficking drugs, and just about every violent crime imaginable. What they don't know yet, however, is who actually smashed into that stash. But we know. After our boy blew through that storage unit door, someone out there decided to rat out the CEO's shady dealings. We're back with our hero. He's still got Excalibur in hand and simply can't stop admiring it. The wise girl notices his obsession and throws a question his way, asking if he's completely fallen in love with the sword. He confirms it without a moment's hesitation. According to him, this thing is pure perfection. It's the kind of weapon that you wouldn't believe actually exists in real life. He even wonders if Hephaestus himself forged it, because no regular human could have crafted something this flawless. While Damn Duck is busy glazing over his new toy, Cloud strolls right in. He asks what the hell our guy's been up to lately, and why he keeps dodging the spotlight, even though he's always popping up on TV. Then his eyes land on the sword, and he immediately demands to know what it is. But our boy's definitely not in the mood to share. He tells his priest to step back, because he doesn't trust Cloud to handle it properly. Cloud isn't having it. He argues it's his right to know, since he's supposed to be Damn Duck's priest. He whines about how utterly unfair this whole thing is. So our guy gave him exactly what he's begging for. But just not in the way Cloud expects. He transforms the sword back into Snowy, hands it right over, and tells Cloud to go ahead and pet it like he wanted. Realizing it was Snowy the whole time, he asks, why Damn Duck is always pulling these stunts on him. But our homie just shrugs and tells him he got what he asked for. He even warns Cloud to stop pouting, because he might hurt Snowy's feelings. The old Jew steps in, done with their nonsense, and says it's time to get serious. They've got a third priest to recruit. In the next scene, our crew finds themselves trekking through a freezing wasteland. Damn Duck asks the reincarnator if this icy hell is really the only way to get to the protector. She says the third priest lives somewhere between the 4th and 5th river, and if they move fast, they'll get there by night. Adele, who's now tagging along, complains that no sane person should be living in this kind of weather. Cloud, ever the drama queen, blames the wise Soil, accusing her of outright lying. Soil calmly tells them they're free to turn back, but if they do, the world is pretty much doomed. That shuts everyone up real fast. A little while later, they press on. Soil points to a towering peak up ahead, explaining that once they cross it, they'll finally find the third priest. Cloud's face lights up, thinking their suffering might finally be over. He urges everyone to move faster, but just before he can bolt head first into danger, Attic yells at him to wait. A massive wave of sharp, snowy rocks and loose snow crashes down from the cliffs above. The hero shouts for everyone to run for their lives. While sprinting, our guy spots a cave nearby. He orders the others to take cover inside, but the entrance is far too small. No big deal. He transforms. Snowy declares they'll just have to make it work, and slices open a bigger gap. They rush inside, but the entrance gets sealed up with snow. Almost immediately, they're trapped, and unless this snow melts, they're not getting out anytime soon. Adele, surprisingly confident, announces it's her time to shine. She's not just some decorative mage, you know. She summons a massive fireball, flexing her impressive 3-circle fire magic. She hurls it at the snow, but it does absolutely nothing. The snow doesn't even flinch. Soil calmly explains that this type of snow won't melt, unless it gets direct sunlight or a pixie's mana. Adele groans and remarks that it would have been nice to know that earlier. Meanwhile, Cloud starts kicking the snow. Aduk orders the little brat to save his energy, since they don't know how long they'll be buried here. The hero feels the immense pressure. The forgotten gods are out there, gaining power every single second, and they're stuck in a snow cave doing nothing. He asks Soilar, we truly just going to sit around? But before she can answer, Snowy suddenly leaps at a nearby wall, staring intently. It's as if the wall's hiding a secret. Our hero suspects something's definitely stashed behind it. Then Snowy starts tapping, confirming his hunch. Our guy hears muffled noises echoing from inside the wall. Without a moment's hesitation, he smashes right through what's beyond the crumbling surface. He finds a whole bunch of tiny, trembling creatures, fairies by the looks of it. They spot Damn Duckyu and instantly freak out, yelling that he's none other than Loki. One even thinks he might not be Loki himself, but just Loki's minion. Either way, panic mode kicks in full throttle. Our bro figures these are definitely real-deal fairies, looking just like the ones from kids' storybooks. They scream they're about to be devoured. He tries to tell them to calm their tiny selves down, insisting he's not the bad guy here. But then they spot Snowy and completely lose it again, calling him the 3-headed monster, Cerberus. Damn Duck tries desperately to calm them, but the volume just keeps skyrocketing. One starts shrieking that Loki showed up with a monster and is trying to steal his mojo. Our guy corrects them. It's Mjolnir, not Majoho. He wonders what these fairies are even rambling about, since they've literally name-dropped Odin's entire family tree. Then, a deep voice rumbles through the cave, demanding to know what all the racket's about. Standing there, towering and absolutely fuming, is Thor. Turns out Thor got duped by Loki yet again. Cloud stares at the dude like he's a living myth, asking our guy if he's dreaming or something similar. Thor just chuckles, calling Dumb Duck bold for having a priest like Cloud by his side. He throws in a random compliment, calling Cloud the god of mountains. Someone needs to tell him, though, that our boy ditched that title forever ago. Damn Duck asks if that massive avalanche blocking the cave was another one of Loki's sneaky tricks, meant to trap Thor inside. Thor confirms it grimly, saying Loki's busy dreaming up an army of frost giants. The reincarnator isn't shocked in the slightest. She knows a natural avalanche of that sheer magnitude doesn't just happen. She points out how dire the situation is, considering all they wanted was to grab the third priest, and now they're deep in Asgardian drama. The hero glances at Thor and asks why the god of thunder is still stuck here. Honestly, it's a valid question, but Thor looks offended. He says he has no idea why, just that he can't get through the snow. Even with Mjolnir, that part hits damn duck hard. He always thought Thor's hammer could smash anything. The boy starts thinking that he's probably going to be stuck here until the snow decides to melt. Thor, on the other hand, bursts out laughing and tells him to relax. He points at the angel-like creatures around them and says they'll feed everyone. All they have to do is wait. That sounds good until the creatures start whispering. They're clearly angry. Thor apparently barged in, stole food, and now he's relaxing without permission. One of them even calls him a beggar. That's bold. You don't just throw that word at an Asgardian, unless you've got backup. To be fair, they did work hard for their food. When Damn Duck turns to talk to them, they panic thinking he overheard the insults. But he doesn't care about any of that. He asks if there's any easy way to get out of this frozen trap. The no-nonsense fairy asks why she should help, when they all just came in without warning Thor. Thor, clearly still thinking with his stomach, demands they bring out enough food to break his table. The guy steps in before Thor eats everything. He tries to convince them, saying if they don't help, they'll be stuck with these guests until the snow melts. That changes their tone. One fairy says if Thor keeps eating like this, they'll all end up starving. So maybe it's not such a bad idea to help them escape. Eventually the group agrees. They're ready to share the way out. But they make Down Duck promise never to return. And our guy gives his word. One of them steps forward and tells him to back up. What she's about to do might be dangerous. And she punches the snow. She uses her tiny fist and just shatters a chunk of the wall. Our hero is utterly floored, especially since even Mjolnir couldn't phase this snow. Yet this tiny girl just tore right through it. Turns out she used a precise mix of ice magic and a powerful punch. That specific combo is the only thing that dents this. Special snow, darn it. Duck quickly crunches the numbers and realizes that at this glacial pace, they'll be stuck here until eternity. He asks them, is there any way to clear all this snow instantly? Adele suggests if the fairies win at it nonstop, they might finish by morning. But the fairies aren't about to drain their mana for some random charity work for strangers. One of them bluntly states, the gods haven't done anything for us, so why should we suffer? Our boy starts to feel the true weight of it all. But then a fairy gets a rather clever idea. He suggests they should just break the snow themselves. All they need to do is learn ice magic. Cloud's eyes practically sparkle. He asks if this means he can get a move like the boys. Wave Slasher. Adele points out that if magic's involved, then Sharon, being a top-tier mage, absolutely can't sit this one out. Thor is confused. He always thought only these tiny creatures could use ice magic. The annoyed fairy responds, saying, that's only because the gods are far too lazy. They never took mana seriously, always acting like it was beneath them. She asks if anyone in the group has any kind of ice magic. Affinity, even something close would help. But not one hand goes up. The fairy's face says it all. She thinks they're completely hopeless. Adele admits she hasn't even touched ice magic. Cloud hasn't even started magic, period. The fairy's disappointed, but says that water magic is one of the easiest types. So there's still some hope. Thor, now completely unmotivated, suggests they should just sit back and wait. He's clearly focused on food once more, and asks the fairies, are you planning to serve anything soon? That sends the fairies into full-blown panic mode. If Thor eats any more, they might just collapse. Just then, our boy raises his hand. He remembers an ability he'd completely forgotten he possessed. A notification flashes. Something about Neptune's blessing. Apparently, he's had basic water-type powers all along. He summons a water ring using his ability, and the fairy lights up. She confirms it. That's definitely the water element, and it's exactly what they need. She tells them to focus and build that energy into a solid ball. Amda concentrates, forming a small, but powerful water orb. The fairy explains he needs to use this as bait, to attract the ice element. With some effort, the guy manages to absorb the ice energy. And instantly gains. A 10% understanding of the element. The other fairies are shocked. That was fast. Cloud groans, saying the worst kind of people. That are the ones who are just naturally good at everything. Adele is equally impressed. The fairies call our bro a genius. And say he's got real talent. But they add that learning the element is only step one. Controlling it is a whole different task. The guy says, never mind that. He pulls out Snowy, transforms it into Excalibur. And wraps it in ice mana. He channels everything into one single strike, planning to blow through the snow. In one go. He swings. And just like that, the snow shatters instantly. But outside the cave, things escalate. There's a massive Yeti just standing there. The hero stares at the beast and asks, what is going on? Then he sees the rest. There's an entire army of large, fur-covered monsters waiting outside. Damn, Duckyu is trying to process how things got this bad so fast. Thor sees the crowd of monsters. And realizes. Loki's been busy while they were stuck inside. Soil speaks up. She says she can sense the third priest nearby. The guy asks what she means. She explains that Eden, king of the Frost Gates, is somewhere out there. These monsters? Turns out they're frost giants. Not just any giants, either. They're incredibly unified. Think of them as a dangerously cohesive, violent family. Soilo immediately catches on. She deduces that if these giants are here, then Eden has to be close by. And while he's watching his squad, our hero realizes something else. The third priest isn't just some random creature. He's a sworn enemy of Thor. Soilo knows Eden wouldn't just follow Loki willingly. Which means only one thing. Loki is controlling Eden. Loki's whole deal is manipulating minds. And Eden is clearly under his influence now. Down below, Thor is currently fighting through a horde of frost giants. He screams out, vowing to tear Loki to shreds. The moment he finds him, he even calls Loki a coward, yelling for him to come out and fight. Meanwhile, the camera cuts to Loki, casually perched on a cliff. He points at Thor and tells Eden that Odin's warrior is wiping out his people. He subtly pushes Eden to save them. Eden is now in full, villainous battle mode. Thor keeps shouting into the wind, daring Loki to come down. But before he can even finish, a massive fist slams him into a mountain. The dust settles, and there stands Eden, not even sweating. Our hero then spots Loki, and instantly knows he's the one in control. He figures the giant, who just hit Thor, has to be the Frost King himself. And it hits him. They better move before Thor loses all control and wipes out every single frost giant in sight. Bro brings it up. Del looks at him like he's grown a second head and asks if he's really planning to fight these giants. Cloud glances at Eden and admits that the guy looks dangerous. Damn, Duckyu teases him, asking if he's scared. But Cloud says that the word scared doesn't exist in his dictionary. Adele jumps in too and says that she isn't scared either. Damn, Duckyu nods and tells his priest duo to handle Loki. The reincarnated smiles. She knows it. This guy's different. The way he commands loyalty is strong leadership. Our hero braces himself. It's time to find the third priest. He knows this much. Loki's burning serious energy controlling Eden, and that kind of focus can't last forever. So the plan is obvious. Distract the trickster, then break the spell. The only problem? Eden won't allow it. The king of the frost giants looks ready to protect his master. As our hero moves toward Loki, Eden drops from above with one job. Protect the god of mischief. Our hero almost gets hit. He crashes, barely dodging, and yells. Loki declares that yelling won't save him. He brags about how tough it was to manipulate these frost giants, and casually mentions that Eden is considered the strongest being in Niflheim. Loki eyes him, wondering aloud if he's from this world, or another one entirely. He asks if sneaking up from behind is a Thor thing. Our hero stays silent. Loki smirks, joking about our hero. Playing the silent tough guy act, are we? He then says that gods are always hurt by their pride. He then introduces himself properly. Loki declares this meeting must be fate, and decides to explain some key mana information. Apparently, even though gods act like mana is beneath them, both mana and divine power come from Mother Nature. Loki goes on to explain that in this world, Thor's divine power is useless. So he studied elemental mana instead. And now he's mastered it, conjuring black flames. He announces these flames can melt Nibelheim snow, and that they're the ultimate mana type. Our hero, noticing the flames, recognizes them instantly. These are the same flames he fought Karis with. The same intense flames he himself uses. Naturally, he's not impressed. Loki asks if he finds the flames interesting. Then he adds that he's never used them in battle before. So our hero is his first opponent. But our hero just smirks. He summons black flames of his own. His sword erupts, fully engulfed in roaring flames, turning it into a devastating, fiery weapon. He scolds Loki, saying he should have told him earlier, about the incredible power of the black flames. The mischievous god can't believe this guy is using the same rare magic he spent years unlocking. Damn Duck charges in, going for a lethal slash, ready to end him, but at the last second, Etten leaps in front of Loki, taking the hit. His arm is gruesomely cut off. Our hero could have gone straight for Loki's head, but he deliberately holds back. Loki finally realizes Damn Duck is absolutely no joke. He panics, realizing just how much danger he's in. He throws his hands up in surrender, declaring he gives up. Our hero demands Loki release Etten from his spell. If he complies, he gets to live. Loki nods and frantically begs him to put away the fire sword, so he can focus on lifting Etten's spell. Damn Duck gives him an icy death glare, and warns him not to try anything funny. Loki promises he won't. But then, he gives one final, sinister command to Etten, to wipe out all our heroes. Because of course he does. One absolute jerk. Loki still has Etten under his spell, and the monstrous frost giant wastes no time. He lunges at our hero, full murder in his eyes. Damn Duck barely slips out of harm's way, and yells that if Loki keeps pushing like this, he's going to end up dead himself. However, Loki, being the unhinged bastard that he is, just laughs it off, and shouts for Etten to cause even more chaos. Etten roars, and Damn Duck ends up crashing onto a chunk of debris, sliding down the cliff. He shouts at Etten to stop, but clearly, mind-controlled monsters aren't known for listening. The giant doesn't even hesitate. He jumps right after Damn Duck, ready to dive into death if that's what Loki commands, before things can go into full disaster mode. So Ilju swoops in and snatches our hero, saving him from a brutal fall. Loki cackles maniacally as both he and Etten drop off the cliff. He mocks Damn Duck mid-fall, throwing out a smug remark about how it's never smart to look down on him. Watching the two vanish into the depths, Damn Dukyo mutters that Loki really is a crazy bastard. He admits that the title of God of Mischief isn't just for show. The man's absolutely deranged cloud. Watching from above squints at the drop, and says that he can't even see the bottom. He wonders aloud if Etten is actually dead. However, something in the darkness blinks. A pair of glowing eyes stare right back at him. Before anyone can react, something bursts out from the pit. A massive creature with icy scales shoots up into the sky. But the guy immediately knows it's a dragon. An ice dragon to be exact. And Loki is riding it. He floats up with that smirk and sarcastically asks the crew if they're ready for phase 2. Thor has had enough. He charges at Loki furious, saying that the dumbass jokes have gone too far. However, before he can land a single hit, the dragon swings its tail and sends Thor flying. Loki tells the dragon to go play with Thor. It sounds playful, but no one's missing the threat behind it. Dragon takes off after the Thunder God, leaving Loki behind to do more damage. Then Loki yells for someone named Fido. Out of nowhere, a giant frost wolf leaps into the scene. Its landing shakes the ground. Loki introduces the beast. He says that the dragon and the wolf are his ultimate weapons, his two favorite creations in thousands of years. He turns back to Damn Duckyu and the others, saying that he's genuinely shocked, not by the chaos or the resistance, but by Damn Duckyu's flames. He admits that he never expected another god to be able to control black fire, like he does still. He's Loki, and according to him, there's always a plan B. He casually tells them not to hate him too much. He just doesn't like when things go off script. Dumb Duck, he knows that this mess is his responsibility. He tells Soil Jew to get everyone else out, while he handles this psycho alone. Loki flashes a wicked grin, and commands Fido to tear the rest of them to shreds. The massive wolf lets out a blood-curdling howl. So intense it knocks our hero back several steps. Loki claps gleefully, declaring that taming Fido was absolutely worth every bit of effort. He even calls him a good boy, then orders the beast to go hunt down our boy, Damduke, devour his friends, and eat them before they can team up with the dragon. However, something's seriously off. Fido just stares at him, unmoving. Loki orders him to move again, sounding much more irritated this time. Suddenly, a voice cuts through, Damduke, you. He tells the wolf to crush Loki instead. And without a moment's hesitation, Fido obeys. The giant wolf stomps down with immense force, smashing Loki into the ground and leaving a massive crater. Loki lies there, crushed and utterly confused, and wonders how Damduke, you, managed to hijack his own pet. Our man, Damduke, stands tall and casually explains that he possesses a rare skill, one that completely overrides Loki's own control. Then he hits him with a final, biting jab, telling the god to bring out a plan C if he's got one, because time is almost up, dragging himself out of the deep crater. Loki spots Thor again. He tries to play it off, saying his playful prank really went too far this time, while laughing like he and Thor are still buddy-buddy. He even suggests they patch things up over drinks. However, Thor is absolutely done. Loki, realizing his charm isn't going to work this time, drops the humor and desperately begs. He pleads with Thor to spare his life. It's desperate, it's pathetic, and it's entirely earned. Thor takes a second to actually appreciate Damduke's efforts. The big guy admits he's always surprised at how much stronger our hero keeps getting. He swears he won't forget what Damduke did today, then grabs Loki and drags him away. Our boy watches all of this unfold and thinks, Thor's being way too chill about this whole thing. After all, if Damduke was in Thor's place, Loki would be a bloody pulp by now. But before the group can even savor that awkward piece, the reincarnator drops a whole new problem on their heads. Etten fell off the cliff. Damduke immediately wants to double-check that information, while Cloud, true to form, starts complaining, as if it's his default setting. He glares at the wise girl as if she's the crazy one, and he demands to know if she's really planning for them, to just jump down after that guy. Moreover, he's totally not convinced Etten is still alive. After such a long fall, Soil just brushes off the panic. Right then, as Etten climbs back up like it's no big deal, dusting himself off and very much not dead. And get this, he's also no longer under Loki's control. Cloud, either blind or just oblivious, still thinks Etten is looking for a fight, and he starts mouthing off about making it fair, and using swords this time. Our boy just rolls his eyes because Etten's definitely not in the mood for another fight, especially now that he's free. Etten looks genuinely thankful. He thanks Damduke for pulling him out of Loki's manipulation, and for taking down the ice dragon, which apparently was a nightmare beast that had been tormenting every soul in the ice fields for thousands of years. As a thank you gift, Etten offers Damduke one wish, anything the hero wants. Naturally, he perks up at that, thinking he might actually complete his goal here. But of course, there's a catch. He asks what it is, and Etten explains that the wish has to be something doable in Nibelheim, because he's stuck staying behind to protect his people. Apparently, the dragon isn't gone for good. Damduke is confused, since he was pretty sure they just nuked that ice lizard. Etten drops the bomb. The dragon doesn't stay dead. It always comes back, every single time. The frost giant says his people are basically trapped in this never-ending cycle. Damn. Duck wants to know if there's any way to end this curse loop. Etten says maybe there's some ancient Nibelheim prophecy that's been around for centuries. The prophecy foretells a warrior will someday appear at the peak of white ice and black flames, one who wields the coldest ice and the darkest fire. This fated individual is meant to slay the ice dragon, saving the snowy lands once and for all. Immediately, Damduke recalls the black flames Loki used, and also the ones he himself can summon. He conjures them on the spot, showing Etten. The frost giant is utterly shocked, because those flames match the prophecy's description a little too well. Still, Etten points out that Damduke hasn't mastered both elements yet. He asks if Damduke can control his circle aura. However, our boy just gives him a blank stare, clearly having no idea what that even means. Eden mutters something about the prophecy, also predicting that the chosen one will be kind of inexperienced. So he offers to help Damn Duck fill the gaps and train him properly. In the next scene, the hero and the gang are back with the little fairies, also known as the chaotic snow pixies. They're already annoyed and want to know why Eden brought these people back. Eden is confused too, because he apparently didn't realize they were already friends. He figures he should have expected that from the guy, tied to a literal divine prophecy. He also remembers that these pixies are some of the few creatures in Nibelheim who can manipulate mana freely, and tells Damn Duck that if the pixies help him out, he'll learn how to use Circle Aura in no time. One of the pixies, acting annoyed, says she has better things to do, like finding food. Then Ju steps up, holds out a candy, and asks if she wants it. The pixie licks it, and instantly becomes obsessed. She thinks it might be some legendary golden apple. The mysterious Soy promises the whole bag if she helps Damn Duck, and that seals the deal. The pixie then explains Circle Aura. It's basically an advanced way to push your mana to its limit. In her case, she can channel it into ice. She clarifies, this isn't like just punching with an icy fist, but it's actually much more complicated than that. Combining two elements, especially opposing ones, is almost impossible and takes incredible talent. And Etten chimes in, explaining that being under pressure can make even achievable tasks feel impossible. Therefore, he tells Damn Duck he doesn't need to rush, and can simply take his time. The pixie immediately disagrees with that notion. She asserts that Damn Duck is incredibly capable, stating if she didn't truly believe in him, she never would have accepted him as her student. Our hero begins his attempt, and although he struggles a bit to combine black, flames and ice, he feels it's definitely possible. Then, something truly unexpected occurs. His aura stabilizes just like that. Etten is absolutely shocked. He never thought it could happen so quickly. The pixie smirks smugly, and reminds the frost giant that she told him so. Damn Duck sword now glows with black fire and an icy white light. The pixie tells Etten to keep watching closely, because this guy's incredibly skilled at learning fast. Damn Duck activates a brand new skill, thanks to his God of Swords title. The move is called Black Flames and White Moon. Our guy swings once, and just like that, he slices clean through the Frost Dragon. It's utterly destroyed. Etten stands there amazed. Something frost giants have only dreamed of for centuries. Damn Duck pulls off in a single slash. With the Ice Dragon properly handled this time, Damn Duck absorbs its essence, and gets a massive boost to all his abilities. Now, there's absolutely no more holding back. He turns to Etten, and reminds him that there's still one crucial thing left. It's the Wish Dome. Duck asks if Etten is ready to lock in the deal, and sign the contract. Etten's contract wraps up cleanly. And just like that, the boy now has a literal frost giant priest on his team, with Etten officially joining the squad. The whole roster is starting to look absolutely broken. Damn Duck is thrilled to have someone this powerful at his side, and thanks to Etten's incredible strength, his divine power truly spikes. This power-up lets him delve deep into priest profiles, scrutinizing their every single stat. Etten is utterly bewildered that this is all Duke, especially all he wants, after everything Etten did for the Frost Giants. But Duke stands firm. This is all he came for. Now he's casually scrolling through Etten's stats. Meanwhile, Cloud is still being a whiny little brat. This dumbass just won't shut his mouth. He starts whining endlessly about the biting cold, declaring he's ready to just leave. Duke flicks his gaze to the little brat's profile. But of course, Cloud reads way too much into it, acting like Duke just started, judging his entire existence. Adele quickly jumps in, scolding Cloud to put some respect on Duke's name, seeing as he is a legitimate god. However, Cloud doesn't give a single damn. He says there's no point in worshipping someone he plans to beat up soon anyway. Adele snaps back immediately, reminding him that he gets defeated every single day by Duke while they're busy arguing. Duke is just calmly reading their data, completely ignoring the petty priest drama. Eventually, though, he decides enough is enough. It's time to leave, and just like that, they're sent back to Earth. But as they arrive, they see the world is plunged into pure chaos. They land right in the middle of screams and pure panic. as a monstrous tree-like creature attacks innocent people. One of the hunters is yelling frantically into a device, warning that the gate's gone completely unstable, leaping from a D rank to an A rank in mere seconds. But before he can even finish his warning, he gets attacked by none other than Young, aka Cheon, the man who thinks asking for help is utterly unacceptable. This man brutally stomps the hunter's face and demands to know what he thinks he's doing. In his twisted reasoning, asking for backup ruins the opportunity to gain more monster kills. For his personal benefit, the hunter tries to explain. They're probably not going to make it out alive at this rate, but Young, aka Cheon, isn't listening. He hits him again, ranting about orders and pride. While he's busy barking out orders, a massive burst of fire erupts in the distance. Young, aka Cheon, is completely dumbfounded. But it turns out it's Adele who's actually attacking the monster. She grumbles about the freezing cold in Nibelheim, then seems absolutely thrilled to finally burn something down. With a single devastating strike, she completely obliterates the monster that had everyone petrified. The local hunters can only gape in utter disbelief, clearly stunned that someone like her, a person they've never even seen before, just casually defeated an A-rank beast with such ease. They start whispering, wondering if she's some elite foreign hunter, perhaps from overseas. But Young aka Cheon throws a massive tantrum, loudly ordering them to chase her off. The other hunters desperately try to reason with him, explaining they need to wait for proper support to arrive if they want any hope of keeping civilians safe. But he clings to his massive ego and snarls, reminding them they're paid to follow his orders. So they'd better call the gate bureau. One of them reaches for her phone, but before she can even blink, Cloud slices it clean in half. He declares Adele might be annoying, but dealing with the gate bureau would be far worse. Young aka Cheon completely loses control when he sees Cloud, instantly realizing what's coming next. If Cloud's here, then that means, damn it, Duke, you must be right behind him. And sure enough, the man himself calmly walks in. Young aka Cheon, already seething with rage, glares intensely at Damn Duck and furiously demands to know why he's interfering in a raid. You said you wouldn't touch this. Damn Duck doesn't even flinch. He simply states that too many people have died, and it's clear the current hunters aren't capable. Then he bluntly calls Young aka Cheon weak. Instead of fighting, Young aka Cheon smirks, then accuses Damn Duck of using corrupted powers. He mockingly asks him, how does it feel to rely on abilities you didn't earn properly? Damn Duck, completely ignoring what the man is saying, simply asks, what are you even talking about? But Young aka Cheon won't back down. He keeps rambling about, finally figuring out how Damn Duck got so powerful, claiming people are going to start noticing how unnaturally strange his strength is. For a brief moment, Damn Duck actually considers that this man might have realized the truth, that he's a god. But no, that would definitely require some better reasoning. Realizing this total jerk is just completely guessing, Damn Ducky walks right past him. How defiant. But the bully simply won't shut up. He's still yammering on in the background, boasting about working hard for this opportunity, and how he won't let Damn Ducky get away. Meanwhile, our hero just keeps on walking, when suddenly, a group of Hunter Association officials confronts him. One of them steps forward and declares, our guy is now officially a suspect in a potential case of monstification. The official states Damn Ducky is going to be placed under constant surveillance by hunter inspectors. If he acts suspiciously, they'll intervene immediately. The head of the group then announces that Damn Ducky is under urgent protective protocols and warns him not to resist. Young aka Cheon is in the back, watching, clearly pleased. He gloats, it's the end for Damn Ducky. There's no way out. The boy is finally trapped. His expression oozes with satisfaction. Flashback time. We see Young aka Cheon asking his dad to stop Damn Ducky once and for all. The old man clearly wants no part of it, questioning, when is my son going to stop being jealous of Damn Ducky? But Young aka Cheon counters with a new claim. He insists, he's sure our hero is undergoing monstification. That actually grabs the old man's full attention. Cheon Jr. brings up last year's infamous iris monstification case, where one of the 5-star hunters completely lost control and left 300 innocent people dead. He calls it the Iris incident. And yes, it sounds incredibly serious. The old man clearly remembers it, admitting they're still reeling from the devastating losses of that incident. Still, he dismisses Jung A.K. Chion's theory as weak. Nevertheless, Jung aktion persists, arguing it makes no sense that damn duck you went from having no powers to immense strength so suddenly. He reminds his dad that nobody awakens after their growth plates have closed. Yet, damn duck you's power manifested completely out of nowhere. He asks if that doesn't strike them as incredibly suspicious. And, to be fair, the man falls completely silent. His logic might be a bit shaky, but it undeniably raises some serious concerns. He explains that if monstrification is truly happening again, they need to respond proactively and early. With that in mind, he calls the Hunter Correctional Department, requesting to meet their head tonight, back in the present timeline, and the lead inspector reiterates his warning. No resistance, or we will stop you. Damn duck you. You will be stopped immediately. Damn duck you decides it's time to get Adele out of harm's way, just in case anyone realizes she isn't from Earth. He orders her to retreat, and she clearly doesn't want to. But he isn't taking any chances whatsoever. He quickly sends her away before anyone can interfere. The inspector shouts for them to stop her. But it's too late. Adele's already vanished. Back into chaos, Cloud dramatically draws his sword and terrifies everyone by slashing a massive crack into the road. A massive crack rips open, and he declares directly, anyone who crosses this line dies. It doesn't matter if they're inspectors or authority figures. He'll stop them all cold. The investigation head is already beyond fed up with this brat. Just as things truly start to escalate, someone new bravely steps forward. It's an elite hunter, casually dragging a massive sword. He calls out to Cloud, challenging him directly, saying he's precisely as rude as the rumors suggest. Then, this person defiantly steps across the crack. Cloud reacts instantly, his gaze sharpening, reminding him exactly what crossing that line signifies, and lunges, but the elite hunter moves with lightning speed, dodging the attack without a single ounce of effort. Shifting back to the past, the old man gives Jung A.K. Chion a stark, direct order. He orders his own son to go and capture our hero. The arrogant jerk doesn't take it well at all, and he straight up demands, how the hell am I even supposed to pull that off? Deep down, even this insecure bastard fully understands. He doesn't possess what it truly takes to face the one person he absolutely loathes losing to. He reminds his father that, damn it all, Duckyu has already undergone monstrification, and there's simply no way for him to win. He can definitely handle that level of power, but his dad stays cool as a cucumber, telling him not to stress. He claims he's got just the right person lined up for the job. Chion looks utterly bewildered, asking who he's even talking about. Then the old man simply tells him to watch closely. Observe the world's #1 hunter in action. Back in the present, Cloud is already sprawled on the ground, completely beaten. Standing triumphantly above him is Leo Lux, the #1 ranked hunter. Leo doesn't look pissed or even annoyed. Instead, he calmly states that, since Cloud protected someone undergoing monstrification, it's only fair if Cloud doesn't blame him for what's about to happen. He's about to finish Cloud off, but our guy arrives in a flash, landing a solid kick right to Leo's face, sending him flying. Meanwhile, Soul wastes no time and quickly grabs Cloud. Leo shifts his attention to her, but our boy stops him yet again, telling him with a surprisingly calm voice that taking your eyes off your opponent during a fight is not exactly smart. Soul checks on Cloud. He's messed up bad, and she knows she needs full focus if she's going to use her regeneration skill on him. So she tells our guy to stall Leo for her now. Damn Duck and Leo stand face to face. Leo swings that massive weapon of his and calls our homie monstrification boy. Damn Duck dodges without much effort. He starts wondering what monstrification even is. Leo pauses, confused whether Damn Duck is faking or actually clueless. He explains that monstrification is a strange condition where someone with abnormal traits suddenly gains overwhelming strength. At first, it feels like a blessing, but eventually, the person loses all sense of humanity and turns into a mindless, flesh-eating monster. Moreover, Leo adds that these monstrification cases have been showing up more frequently ever since the gates. began hitting their explosive stages. He points out that damn duck used to be just some average dude, and now he's suddenly one of the strongest around. The timing adds up a little too well. Our hero instantly denies the accusation, but Leo clearly couldn't care less. He's seen this pattern before, sudden power spikes, wild abilities, and no real explanation. He then accuses Damn Duck of wielding powers that feel like a mashup of different monster types. Leo declares, Damn Duke is even more shameless than he expected, and assumes he's just like all the other monstrification users, who never admit anything. Luck then says, he knows what happens when the process finishes. Once it's complete, there's no going back. The entire world would be in danger. Some officials from the Hunter Correctional Department try to step in, but Leo quickly shuts them down. He says Damn Duck's too dangerous for them to interfere, and the head of the investigation agrees, telling the officers to back off. Leo then charges toward our guy. Our hero matches him, holding his ground firm. However, Leo quickly notices something crucial. Damn Duck isn't using all of his strength. He mentions it out loud, sounding almost annoyed. Then he declares he's going to use full power. Our guy stays calm, remaining on defense. He keeps trying to reason with Leo. He says there's no benefit in this fight. If Leo wins, nothing truly changes. But if he loses, it could seriously damage his reputation. Leo says he doesn't care about his ranking. He just wants to protect the world. Still, Damn Duck keeps explaining that he's not the enemy, and that this fight is utterly unnecessary. Nevertheless, Leo doesn't listen. He says he's taken down every single one of the monstrification users, and our boy will be no different. Damn Duck knows that. If he wants to stop the coming apocalypse, hunters like Leo are too valuable to lose. So, even though he's more than strong enough to end this, he holds back. Soon, Leo prepares his final strike. He tells Damn Duck not to hold a grudge. He shoots up into the air, gathering everything for one final, devastating attack. Damn Duck, wasting no time. He apologizes for what he's about to do, and equips the Hercules neon lion armor. Leo doesn't even get a chance to react before our hero blasts him with black flames. White Moon. The attack connects, but Damn Duck makes sure not to use his full strength. He's not here to kill Leo. He respects him far too much for that. When the smoke clears, Leo is still standing, barely. Damn Duck is honestly surprised. He didn't think anyone could withstand that hit. He wonders if Leo managed to absorb some of the impact, meaning he possesses high-level mana control, especially on Earth, where mana quality is poor. At that moment, Leo looks on the verge of collapsing. Damn Duck now sees that Leo truly is number one. For a reason. He recalls something Belmod, the god of magic, once told him. Belmod mentioned a hunter from America, who paid him a visit. Now, Damn Duck starts to think Leo might be that person. Since he is from America, he decides to ask. He looks at Leo and asks if he knows about the system, the job notifications, the status windows. Leo hears him and snaps back, asking if he means the status window that every hunter has. Leo stays locked in on the monstrification theory. He says, Damn Duck, you're too dangerous to be left alone. But his body is already shutting down, as that last hit drained everything he had. Finally, Leo Lux falls to the ground, completely out of energy. Our hero thinks that Leo might be hiding what he truly knows. If he does know about the god system, then they need to talk properly next time. But that's a problem for later. Right now, there's one more person to handle. Damn Duck calls out to Jungkook Cheon, who's lying on the ground. Damn Duck mutters to himself that this jealous person truly crossed the line. This time, he calls him a pathetic piece of trash. Damn Duck's done holding back. The scene cuts to Leo Lux, who looks severely injured. The doctors hover around him, listing off the damage, fractures, with ruptures and a whole host of injuries. But somehow, none of his vitals are actually messed up. The doctor notes that despite the attack being incredibly precise, the guy's overall condition is just plain bad. Really, really bad. Jung Akhyun is that, barely holding back his panic, asks if Leo's life is in danger. The doctor assures him no, but getting back on his feet won't be a quick process. If he ever wants to return to active duty, it'll take roughly 6 months. That completely catches the Iris Guild leader off guard, as he never expected his friendship, or whatever it was, with Damn Duke. to end like this. Deep down, he worries if Duck has truly become a monster. Meanwhile, Cloud is getting patched up by none other than Adele. He exclaims he legit thought he was going to die because of Leo, but Adele just calls him dramatic and smacks him on the back. He almost faints from the sheer pain, yet she's grinning like a proud mentor. To her, Cloud's injuries were a noble act, and she believes he sacrificed himself for the pride of his god, which earns him a gold star in her book. Elsewhere, the protagonist is sitting with Sol Jihu and throws her a rather intriguing question. He asks if she's ever met someone like them before. She's confused, so Duke clarifies what he means. He wants to know if there are others doing part-time god work like them. Then, he brings up a fascinating theory. What if Leo Lux is one of them too? Sol Jihu looks deep in thought, asking what makes him think that. Duke shares some crucial backstory. He explains that when he last visited the magic world, Belmod, the god of magic, told him another god had visited recently. Importantly, this god wasn't from Olympus or Asgard like usual, but from America. But that instantly grabs Sol Jihu's attention. The protagonist points out that Leo Lux is also a hunter from America, and not just any hunter, he's incredibly skilled with mana. As a result, the clues are lining up in a very suspicious way. Sol Jihu nods, agreeing that it's definitely strange, but says it's not enough to prove Leo is one of them. Duck stays firm, for he wants to know how she can be so sure. The reincarnator doesn't give much, but she says one thing for certain. She and the protagonist are the only ones on Earth using this god system, that's it. Duck presses again, since everything about this makes him suspicious. Nevertheless, she tells him he'll figure it out in time. For now, he just has to trust her. So the hero backs off not because he understands, but because she's always been right. If anyone's ending this apocalypse, it's going to be with her by his side. Right as he's about to think more about Leo, a job notification comes in. Annie Sampson wants babysitting help. However, the calm ends there. Another alert drops. The Hunter Association announces that a nearby C-rank gate has just evolved into an S-rank threat. Yes, it's the same village where the protagonist and Leo fought. He realizes they never closed that gate properly. Now, it's his responsibility. He blames himself and decides he can't wait around. The protagonist rushes to the gate. First, he clears out some of the weak monsters in the area. Then he hears a scream. A hunter stumbles out, clearly terrified. Duck checks on him, but the guy's barely holding it together. He keeps gasping. Something about an old woman trying to kill everyone. That's the last thing Duck needs. He notices a thick fog spreading, and he immediately realizes that something is wrong. His instincts tell him this might be a forgotten god. That's when his sixth sense activates, and he dodges just in time as a monster lunges at him. The same one he thought he had already killed. The protagonist quickly figures it out. These things regenerate, so they're not as harmless as they appear. He wonders if he needs to use mana, even though it's risky inside a gate still. These monsters aren't going to be defeated easily. Then our guy sees something unexpected. It's none other than the Kakashi-looking ass. Leo Lux, it seems our number one guy, has somehow managed to get over that brutal beatdown Duck gave him. Duck wonders, what the hell is he doing here? However, Leo speaks first, declaring he still doesn't trust Duck. Not even a little bit. But right now, his only mission is to protect the villagers. That's it. No alliances, no drama, just survival. Lux barks out the order. Nobody leaves, and nobody lets those wooden freaks escape. The hunters scramble to block the exits. One of them gets jumped by one of the monsters, but before it can even land a hit, Lux erases it from existence. He calls everyone into formation, and his voice is sharp and focused. His priority is clear. Keep the creatures from spilling into the outside world and putting civilians at risk. Like a true leader, he tells the non-mana users to focus their attacks on the monsters' bodies. He keeps encouraging distance. Consequently, the squad takes that to heart. Up until now, Lux has always dominated, no matter how cursed the gate or how messed up the dungeon is. However, lately, that's been slipping as these gates are evolving, getting more chaotic and more dangerous. An army of those twisted wooden things marches forward. One of them snatches a female hunter and yanks her straight off her feet, and she starts screaming Lux. is ready to spring, but before he does, Soil's hand shoots out. She tells him to chill, since her gut is telling her that something massive and terrifying is lurking inside the black fog. Lux hears her out, and even he admits that stepping into that mist might be a death sentence. Meanwhile, our boy sees the girl about to lose her head. He doesn't wait, and he doesn't ask. He just dives directly into the fog to save her. Soil's already muttering that he's a dumbass for rushing him like that. But damn duck is gone the second he lands. He's disoriented. His first guess is a chilling one. This is the dimension connected to the black fog. And sure enough, he can feel it. The very air here just oozes danger. Absolute silence reigns, with no signs of life. And suddenly, a chilling voice echoes, calling him an interesting child. Damn, Dokyu. He spots her immediately. An ancient hag who instantly puts him on edge. Her presence alone confirms everyone's worst fears. She's the mastermind behind the wooden monsters. Right away, our hero's sixth sense starts screaming. He freezes for a second. Actual fear, real and raw, creeps across his face. It's been a very long time since he's felt this. The hag stretches a hand toward him, slow and deadly. But Dokyu doesn't stick around. As he narrowly slips out of her reach, he starts wondering if this is the very same old lady that had the other hunter trembling in fear. Even though he's never seen her before, every fiber of his instinct screams that. She's a massive threat. The granny chuckles, clearly amused that our boy is terrified. She mocks him for his lack of manners and launches another vicious strike. Dokyu dodges it, but barely. Still, it's enough to make him realize this old witch might be ancient, but she's incredibly fast. The hag catches on too, and she comments that he's nothing like the kids she's devoured before. She comes at him again, try to grab him. Dokyu, however, keeps slipping away, but it's just not enough. All that experience she's racked up, it kicks in hard, and eventually she catches him. Now he's stuck. However, he's not done. There's still hope on his face. And strangely, the hag notices it. She finds it refreshing, apparently. Hope just makes the struggle more fun. She says, wanting to see his real expression. She starts name-dropping her past victims, describing how they looked when they were truly terrified. Then she gives him a glare, so cold and heavy that it absolutely freezes him. Our hero's stats absolutely plummet, and he feels every bit of it. Panic hits him like a truck. This is the very same gut-wrenching fear he felt before, when he stood face-to-face with Asmodeus. The hag naturally just feeds off his fear. She actually purrs, damn, you look better like this. He extends her hand once more, clearly ready to finish him off, just when it feels like this might truly be the end. His part-time job application suddenly kicks in. His gnawing fear instantly melts into pure relief. He doesn't waste a single moment. He immediately activates his transportation ability, ready to bail. He even throws a jab at the hag, boldly declaring, "There's no way I came here without a backup plan." However, the hag isn't done just yet. She casually shatters his notification window, like it's absolutely nothing. Our homie stares, stunned. The one exit he had, now completely gone. She ominously tells him, "Your fate was sealed the moment you stepped into this fog. Now, there's only one grim thing left, and that, our hero's death." And she's all too happy to be the one to claim his soul. The old hag practically begs to see our boy's scared face again. She's craving that look of pure, utter hopelessness. But damn, no way. Our hero isn't in the mood to play this psycho's game, and there's no way he's letting her win that easily. He fights back with everything he's got, his fire-type mana blazing, as he sets her creepy, wooden limbs ablaze. She's obviously not thrilled about that. However, instead of backing off, she's even more hyped now. Eager to see him break, she calls her bro a bad kid, which only makes her sound even more deranged. Our hero, finally free thanks to his mana, grabs Excalibur and is ready to go another round. The old hag is still utterly obsessed, waiting to see the exact moment his spirit shatters. Yet damn duck you, he tells her. It's never going to happen. He warns that monsters like her, stepping into the world, would mean its utter end. So, even if he dies today, he's still not giving up. The hag's patience finally comes to an end. She's absolutely sick of hearing his voice, and is more than ready to watch him die. She grabs him again, brutally choking the life out of him. with one of those nasty, grotesque limbs. Blood pours from our hero's mouth. But for once, luck decides to take his side. Out of nowhere, a soft voice pierces through the madness. Just like that, the hag's powers start to unravel. She's utterly stunned, all of a sudden. A tiny girl stands there, casually roasting the granny for being stuck in the past, and says that young people don't follow their damn part-time schedules anymore. The nether granny isn't having it. She snaps at the girl, asking if she's here to steal her children again. The old hag charges with full-blown rage, but the little girl doesn't even flinch. She waves her hand, and the granny's attack simply fizzles. The girl calmly says that she can't just sit around and let this mess up the timeline. With just her presence, the old witch starts to dissolve. The girl commands her to go back to the netherworld, where she belongs, even as she disintegrates. The granny throws one last, desperate tantrum, and swears she'll be back for revenge. The girl doesn't care. She just shrugs, mumbling something about why this witch even returned. Again, and moves on. She finally notices our hero. He's on the ground, alive. Relief hits her fast. So, she starts healing him gently, calling him a child as she works. Off in the distance, the Damduke's friends are shouting his name. The girl hears them and knows she's got to leave. Before vanishing, she promises to meet Damduke again. The goat's injuries are gone, but he's still unconscious. Cut to his apartment. The boy finally wakes up, and he has a killer headache. Soilju is the first thing he sees, and she's not feeling forgiving right now. Damduke groggily asks where he's at, which is strange, considering he's literally in his own living room. The reincarnated hits him with a reality check. This is what he gets for acting like a reckless dumbass. Damduke tries piecing things together. He remembers the fog and getting attacked by the nether granny. Soilju, just a mention of that name, leaving her looking like she's about to hurl. Damn it, Duck. He tells her that old hag was unbelievably powerful. So powerful, he couldn't do a thing. Wise Soil confirms it. This witch isn't just some phantom. She's a forgotten god, the kind with enough power to challenge even Asmodeus. She's one of the most terrifying relics in Korean myth. So yes, Duck surviving, that is a literal miracle. Our guy apologizes and drops another bombshell. She broke his entire god system. Soilju's face drains of all color. She completely loses her mind. Dumb DQ wants to know if this is actually that serious. And Soil almost explodes. She tells him the system isn't just tech or magic. It was made by the mother of beginnings herself. It's what connects all life forms and keeps entire universes from interfering with each other. Breaking that isn't just a problem. It's unthinkable. And now, damn DQ finally gets it. The reincarnator says they have to fix it immediately, but she has no clue how. She doesn't even know if magic or divine power will be enough. She's completely panicking, however. Damduke tells her to relax. And that's when she remembers something. It's Hephaestus. If anyone can fix this, it's the god of blacksmiths. But of course, the god ain't available. He's on a trip. Our guy just can't catch a break. And Damduke figures Hephaestus probably doesn't take his job that seriously anyway. While they sit there wondering what to do next, a voice suddenly speaks up from the flower pot right on the table. It says its consciousness is inside the plant, so nobody needs to worry. It turns out, it's the little girl who saved our boy. She tells Damduke to listen up. If he helps her out in her flower garden, she'll repair his damaged system. Honestly, it's not the worst deal. But something about the voice makes our homie uneasy, since it reminds him of that terrifying moment. He almost died. He asks who she is, but she avoids the question. She just says that they'll talk in person. For now, she wants him to stay safe. The voice fades, and the scene kicks off. Our gang teleports straight into a brand new world. They land on unfamiliar ground, a world unknown. And Adele blurts out, completely baffled, that she has no idea where the hell they are. Before anyone can answer, a soft voice cuts in, asking if they find this place beautiful. It's the same kind little girl from before, the one who saved Damduke from the nether granny. The moment the boy senses her powerful aura, everything instantly clicks into place. This is the girl who rescued him from that ominous fog. She confirms his hunch with a sweet smile, and casually drops that her name is Samson Granny. He seems genuinely happy to see them there. The boy is ready to thank her properly, but Cloud, being the certified dumbass of the group, interrupts He points at the girl and loudly asks what the hell she's even going for. Some edgy aesthetic, calling herself a granny. Then, he tells her to go play house with her daycare buddies, because they've got real stuff to handle. Miraculously, the little granny doesn't seem offended at all. In fact, she doesn't even register what the kid means. She calmly reintroduces herself, brushing off Cloud's nonsense, and then turns back to Damn Duke. She knows how well he's grown since their last encounter, and is clearly proud of her work. Cloud still doesn't shut up, so our guy finally steps in and delivers a mild dose of violence, before apologizing on behalf of his priest. Even Adele's a bit thrown off by the fact that this tiny girl is a literal god trying to smooth things over. Damn Duke explains that both Cloud and Adele are his priests. Granny Samson instantly notices Adele's unique energy and calls her a good-hearted soul, even if she's not from this world. With the introductions done, Samson switches gears and says it's time to talk work. Now, we follow the god and the hero as she guides him around the sacred garden. She explains that this sacred space is built for infants about to enter a new life. His job is to water the flowers, which sounds simple enough. Adele, however, thinks the whole place is absolutely stunning, and she declares she's totally down for some chill, therapeutic work. Meanwhile, Cloud is already thoroughly sick of this and just wants it to be over already. He almost blurts something out again, but his bro warns him with a chilling glare and a tight fist, reminding him exactly what happened last time. Samson, though, couldn't care less about Cloud's grumbling. Therefore, she hands over a jar and tells them to head straight for the cliff. There, behind her house, they'll find a massive Zelkova tree. That's where they'll get their water. The crew stares at the incredibly steep cliff and collectively regrets absolutely everything. Still, they push through, and by the time they make it, they all look utterly exhausted. Damn, Duke exclaims, it's almost like I signed up to die for a broken system. However, Samson hits him back with some profound wisdom, saying, nothing good ever comes easy. If you want that system fixed, then you better work your butt off. She then leads him into another realm entirely. As they walk, she explains that watering these specific flowers isn't just some mundane chore. It's a sacred ritual meant to purify unborn souls. So the hero zones out almost immediately. At the very top of the dimensional cliff, they finally reach a pond absolutely glowing with energy. It wasn't glowing before, so Duke gets utterly confused. Samson says the light means he's worthy. When he hesitates, she straight up shoves his bewildered self straight into the water, under the surface. The hero opens his eyes and sees something truly strange. The pond leads to a strangely familiar realm, and ethereal flower petals float through the air. One of them starts flashing brightly, and the next second, it transforms into a puzzle piece. Then, he's suddenly a little kid. Granny Samson appears within this strange vision, calling him the child of the beginning. She starts spouting deep philosophical stuff about the universe being his ultimate parent, and hands him a delicate flower that represents humanity's very essence. He stares at it, completely caught off guard, and asks if he's really allowed to hold it. The granny gives his head a confirming pat. And just like that, the guy snaps back to his adult self. Samson notices the hero is back, thankfully in one piece. He tries to ask what the heck that vision was all about, but she tells him to shut up and check his system window instead. The guy looks and immediately sees that not only has the system been fully repaired, but there's a shiny new update too. He finds out he's now been synced, with the memories of the beginning. From this point on, he can view memories from all 68 of his past lives, and Duck wonders if what he saw when he fell in was actually one of those lives. So he opens the menu and finds only one unlocked so far. Episode 1, marked as the beginning memory. The rest are still locked, of course. He figures he'll check it out later. He turns to the granny, giving her a genuine thank you for everything she's done. Samson looks pleased, saying, it's nice to see how much the child of the beginning has grown. Then she tells him it's time to go, because she still has one last thing to give them. Granny Samson serves them all a strange tea, brewed from a rare netherworld flower. It's bitter, but the granny explains that it strengthens willpower and helps with fear. The guy gulps it down, and he instantly feels something building deep inside. Still, every time he thinks about the nether granny, it feels like pressure tightening in his chest. As Adele sips the tea too, the boy asks if they can maybe get a little extra. Granny Samson picks up on what he means, and she doesn't blame him for asking. But sadly, the tea doesn't get stronger just because someone drinks more of it. She straight up apologizes to the hero, even after everything she's done for him. That kind of kindness nearly makes Damn Duck cry. But instead, he just thanks her again, fully sincere this time. Right then, another job alert pops up. It's from someone named Alea, and the mission's target is Medusa on Gorgon Island. The name doesn't ring any bells. But when Damdiaku spots that, the reward is total fear immunity. His eyes practically glow. This is the perfect job, and he's ready to jump right in. When Soyeolju suddenly yanks his ear, just like an angry older sister would. Her glare could melt steel. She absolutely rips into the guy, holding nothing back. As she declares he's acting like he's immortal, she aggressively demands to know if he thinks his arms will just magically grow back. After being chopped off, what's more? Soyeolju berates him harshly, going on and on about how he didn't learn anything from his absolute thrashing by that old netherwoman. She's tearing into the boy so intensely that even his priests are visibly squirming. The reincarnated directly accuses him of being reckless and not listening to a single thing anyone tells him. As a result, Damdiaku's entire demeanor instantly changes mid-scolding. He lowers his head and meekly apologizes, like he just committed some unspeakable divine crime. Soyeolju finally calms down and admits that the job itself isn't actually bad, but she makes it crystal clear that he needs proper gear if he actually wants to survive this. She then lays it all out. The first thing he needs? Hermes' wing boots to even reach the island. Next, he'll need the helmet of invisibility to sneak up on Medusa without catching her deadly stone gaze. Lastly, he'll need a mirror shield to see her without looking directly at her. The angry girl says she can snag the mirror shield through a special job, and since those helmets are basically everywhere in the magic world, Adele can easily fetch one. Adele confirms that she's got it handled. That leaves only the boots. Hermes is usually pretty chill about handing them over, since he's always scouting for fresh new warriors. So Soyeolju tells Damdiak and Cloud to head to Hermes' arena and deal with it. Meanwhile, cut to the post office. It's an absolute mess. Someone's lost a package, and workers are scrambling. Meanwhile, Cloud takes in the sheer size of the place and the floating letters. It's divine real estate. Suddenly, a worker spots the boy and rushes over. Turns out it's Hermes himself. He's welcoming them to his divine post office. Hermes tells Damn Duck he's the boss for today. Hermes questions if just the two of them can truly handle all this grunt work. But Damn Duck and Cloud assure him they're perfect for the job. The hero reminds him that instead of cold hard cash, they're taking boots as their payment. Hermes is totally fine with that and tells them to get moving. Our hero sees a colossal pile of letters waiting for him. Hermes claps him on the back, urging him to run fast. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to Ares' arena. Ares spots the hero and immediately gets hyped. He's instantly ready for a massive brawl. But Damn Ducky tells him he's far too busy and volunteers Cloud instead. Ares agrees and drags Cloud off with him. Jump cut. Our hero is now chilling in the underworld. He casually hands Hades a letter. Hades is not happy to see him, still fuming about what Damn Duck did last year. The death god burns the letter and tells him to scram before there's trouble. However, Damn Duck calmly informs him the letter wasn't for him at all. It's for Persephone. Right then, Persephone appears right behind Hades, staring at him with intense focus. Hades' face twists into an expression of pure regret. Time passes, and Duck and Cloud finish most of their epic delivery job. They've handled gods like Hestia, Achilles, Artemis, and even the god of pebbles and sand. Now, they're at their final stop, Prometheus, the god of foresight, who is located atop the Cautious Mountains. Our hero finally reaches the summit. As massive eagles soar overhead, a system notification pings. He's unlocked a brand new memory fragment. It's episode 1002, Prometheus's Prophecy. Damn Ducky watches the memory play out. He sees himself in a past life as a Sadius, slaughtering his ancient nemesis after enduring countless battles and gaining immense power. but even in that incredibly powerful life. Yet, he still fails, and Apocalypse triumphs. But just before his final breath, he snatches a cryptic clue from Prometheus. It's something about Pandora. The memory snaps him back to the present. Our hero crumbles under the weight of his terrifying vision. Cloud rushes to his side, visibly concerned. The hero merely mutters about a splitting headache, but in truth, he's utterly overwhelmed. He ponders what he just saw, recalling his own victory, remembering winning, but even that hadn't fixed everything. The prophecy is crystal clear. He still couldn't stop what's coming. Thus, the next step becomes glaringly obvious. He absolutely has to uncover what Pandora truly is. Prometheus remains shackled to the unforgiving mountains, looking utterly drained, with barely any strength remaining. Our hero steps forward and offers him a letter. The ancient god stares at it for a moment, then wearily asks Damduckyu to read it aloud. The letter directly calls out Prometheus, accusing him of utterly messing up and pushing the blame onto others, instead of taking responsibility for his mistakes. Damduckyu doesn't even get halfway through before Prometheus sharply cuts him off. He sighs, stating he's heard enough, and already knows how this tired script unfolds. More agonizing over his past wrongs, and more begging for forgiveness from gods, who likely don't even care. Our hero isn't sure what Prometheus is even talking about. The chain god tells him to just leave if Damduckyu is done, since he's nothing more than a bitter joke to the other gods anyway. Damduckyu doesn't respond immediately. Instead, he simply stares, a profound sympathy beginning to show on his weary face. Then, he activates his incredible healing ability and begins mending Prometheus's grievous wounds. This completely shocks the old god. He glares at Damduckyu and furiously demands to know what this is all about. However, our hero keeps his response simple. He states he's just healing him, nothing more. Prometheus calls himself an unforgivable sinner and asks Damduckyu if he even grasps the profound meaning of this action. Our hero merely shrugs it off, saying Prometheus doesn't need to worry about him. It turns out, Prometheus gave his all for humanity. So, if his reward is eternal torment and no recognition, then Damduckyu, it only makes sense that humans should be the ones to honor him. For Damduckyu, this is simply paying proper respect to someone who sacrificed everything for the sake of humanity. Prometheus stares at him in disbelief. He reminds Damduckyu that healing a god like this is reckless. Damduckyu simply replies that he likes humans too. That's it. Prometheus calls him a weird guy and asks for his name. Damduckyu then introduces himself. Right then, Cloud abruptly interrupts the scene with his usual annoying energy. He declares it's about time they leave, clearly thinking Damdukkyu's job here is done. Prometheus notices the kid has no divine energy and asks Damduckyu if the brat is even human. Damduckyu confirms and explains that Cloud is his student, tagging along for training. Surprisingly, the chain god actually shows concern. He points out that this place is crawling with both humans and gods, and it's not exactly the safest area. Cloud doesn't appreciate that one bit. He gets irritated that the man called him weak, and fires back, calling him food for eagles. Damduckyu gets frustrated hearing that. Prometheus doesn't react, though. He just watches as Damduckyu hits Cloud for mouthing off. Cloud yells that he was standing up for himself, but the hero tells him that kind of disrespect deserves a beatdown. The two go at it, shouting like siblings, and Prometheus watches in silence. He wonders if younger gods nowadays are more into treating students like brothers. He sits there, chained to the rocks, thinking he's missing out on just how much the world has changed. If he were born in this era, then he figures he might have been like them too. That last part seems to be about someone specific, and it sounds more like regret than nostalgia. Damduckyu catches on, asking if he means Pandora. The name clearly surprises Prometheus. He asks how Damduckyu knows anything about her, considering she existed at the dawn of time itself. The hero explains to him the story of Pandora is actually quite famous among humans. Even Cloud admits he knows all about Pandora's box. This completely stuns Prometheus, and he demands to know what's been happening back on Earth, while he's been completely out of the loop. So he asks Damduckyu to quickly fill him in, and the hero readily agrees. The hero explains that Pandora looked just like an immortal, but was human, blessed by the gods with incredible beauty, skills, and every good thing imaginable. She married Epimetheus, Prometheus's own brother. But later, her curiosity unleashed a massive disaster. Prometheus admits he secretly harbored feelings for her, even though she was with his own brother. But she never truly believed in his prophecy. Damn Doku suddenly perks up at this revelation and asks if this is the very same prophecy he heard in his 1002nd life. Prometheus gets a little disappointed, thinking maybe Damn Doku only stuck around because of the prophecy. The hero tells him he'd be lying if he said he wasn't incredibly curious, but healing him had absolutely nothing to do with that. Prometheus actually respects that raw honesty. He says the hero really knows how to use his words, so he decides to finally share everything. He says the physical pain is excruciating, with eagles eating his guts and all, but what hurts even more is knowing there's nothing but misery ahead and having absolutely no way to stop it. He's utterly tired of waiting for inevitable doom. So, talking to someone, for once, is a strange kind of relief. He asks Damn Doku to listen extremely closely as he explains the prophecy of Pandora. Cut to the hero and Cloud walking away. Job complete. Cloud complains about how ridiculous it is. That teleportation is currently shut down. Apparently, teleporting makes stealing far too easy, so the system has been completely locked down. Damn Doku thinks about his job defeating Medusa, which has been an absolutely huge pain. But now he's rocking Hermes' legendary boots. Plus, he's gained another memory fragment. He's finally got Prometheus' prophecy figured out. Yet, the Pandora element remains an enigma. He ponders Prometheus' shocking revelation. Pandora isn't merely a figure from ancient lore. The real Pandora's box, in fact, the one said to contain untold disasters, has yet to be unleashed. Damn Duke just wonders what in the world that could mean. But one thing he's certain of is, to overcome the nightmare he glimpsed in a past life, Pandora is his only hope. So he announces he's sticking to the plan. He'll be back soon, warning Cloud not to mess things up. A clearly annoyed Cloud grumbles, Damn Duke, you might be a god, but I'm no babysitter. Cloud's gaze then shifts to a young girl, who's being cornered by two adult gods. They're attempting to snatch something away from her. Furious, they order her to drop it. The package was supposed to be delivered, and now, because of her meddling, they'll face penalties since she picked it up. They attempt to sound reasonable, but the girl holds her ground defiantly. She declares what she has belongs to her alone, and no one will stop her from taking what's hers. The gods see she's not budging, so one warns her she'll regret it later, when he turns aggressive. Cloud watches the scene unfold and bursts out laughing, declaring, this place is just as messed up as Earth. The gods instantly hear him and call him out for his loudmouth. One of them rudely tells Cloud to buzz off. Cloud, fed up with the disrespect, snaps. He instantly draws his sword, primed for a fight. He suddenly recalls the hero's urgent warning, stay calm. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly turns to leave. But the gods immediately start mocking him for chickening out. That's it. Cloud snaps, striking both gods, knocking them flat onto the ground. One of the gods, now absolutely enraged, snarls at Cloud through the first punch. So whatever happens next is entirely fair game. Meanwhile, even more gods arrive on the scene, swiftly surrounding Cloud. The blue-haired fighter stares wide-eyed. He can't believe the sheer number of them who've shown up. The original god smirks and declares, this is what happens when a mortal speaks carelessly, in the wrong place. Cloud tries to play it cool, but deep down, he knows he's in serious trouble now. Cloud is completely boxed in by a whole lot of gods. He's totally freaking out, wondering what our boy will do once he finds out. This entire mess is Cloud's fault. But surprise, surprise. The one and only Damn Doku is already right behind him. There's a dark glint in his eye, and you can practically feel the judgment in his stare. As he asks Cloud what he did, he reminds this dumbass that he was explicitly told not to stir up trouble. Then Damn Duck grabs Cloud's shiny blue head. Cloud panics and starts pointing at the kid nearby, the one who was getting bullied. He swears he didn't start anything, and insists the kid can vouch for him. According to him, those gods were messing with the girl and trying to rob her. The hero doesn't look convinced, but just as they're talking, One of the gods lunges straight for Cloud, aiming to end him. Fortunately, Damn Duck you casually blocks the attack. He tells the god to calm down, reminding him there are way too many people watching this unfold. Therefore, the hero promises, I'll deal with Cloud myself. The god looks confused, asking what Damn Duck means by eyes watching. Then he shrugs it off and says, nobody cares, as long as the mail gets delivered on time. In this realm, he swings again, aiming for our guy this time. However, the hero shoves the god's hands back at him. The hit lands hard, and the god realizes not to continue. Finally, the god's eyes catch sight of Damn Duck's armor. That's when it clicks. He's up against the Damn Duck you, the one who picked a fight with Hades himself. Our hero's not exactly thrilled to see what people remember him for. It pisses him off, and now the hero is ready to return the favor with a beatdown. But right before he can act, someone throws sand at his face. It's the little girl, the one who was getting harassed. And now she's just straight up chucking dirt at the guy. Damn Duck wipes the grime from his face, glaring intensely at her. He's utterly baffled and completely fuming. She declares his earlier sword move completely shredded her package. She demands to know exactly how he plans to fix this mess. What if the contents inside are totally ruined? Is he prepared to take full responsibility for it now? Our bro is still struggling to comprehend how she thought this girl could turn on him like this, especially after he just saved her life. He questions why she would betray him so brazenly. She merely shrugs, stating she never even asked for his help. Meanwhile, the god sees this golden opportunity and peace out. They're definitely not sticking around to see what Damn Duck does next. Damn Duck has already handled people like Cloud before. But this kid, she makes Cloud look positively polite. She then introduces herself as Alia. Our guy sharply reminds her that absolutely nobody asked. But then it suddenly dawns on him. That name, Alia. It sounds incredibly familiar. That's the exact name of the person. That who posted that part-time job. The one about killing Medusa. Damn Duck. You just can't believe this is the same Alia. Consequently, he seriously considers just bailing on this job. Right then, a notification window dramatically pops up, confirming it. She truly is the one who posted the job. She smugly states she's been trying to meet him for a while now. And this whole situation just perfectly worked out. Our guy can't help but wonder why she specifically wanted to see him. She then asks if he's still going to take on the job. What stuns our hero even more, however, is how she somehow knew he was the one interested, even though he never officially applied for it. Alia instructs him to follow her now, so they can talk things over somewhere a bit more private. The scene swiftly shifts. Now it's just Damn Duck and Alia finally having a real conversation. It turns out, she's actually a prophet. That's precisely how she knew who he was all along. But our guy still isn't fully convinced, not by a long shot. She, however, doesn't give a single flying crap about whether our guy believes her or not. But she at least acknowledges that they should stop, without wasting time with formalities, and talk about what truly matters. Our hero wants to know what exactly she means by that, and she reminds him about the Medusa gig, of course. She asks again if he's going to take it, even though he still doesn't trust her completely. At least he knows she's not actually a god, which helps a bit. He's curious what her plan is, so she straightforwardly lays it all out. Step 1. Learn to fly without, dying. It sounds manageable enough, especially since he just snagged Hermes' shoes during his recent part-time gigs. But Alia shuts that notion down fast. She explains the shoes aren't some magic shortcut to success. They're gear, not a free pass or an instant skill. In other words, he won't be skipping any practice. According to her, most people spend a full year just mastering staying airborne during a fight. And it's incredibly dangerous. The boy is totally overwhelmed. He asks what he's even supposed to do with that information. And the prophet Jay suggests he just get wings instead. The hero wants to know how much that little luxury will cost. Apparently, it's about 2,000 Hermes. Ouch, which is way out of his current budget. So he immediately starts frantically thinking of alternatives. And that's when a brilliant idea strikes him. She asks what exactly he's scheming now. Damn Duck you pitches the idea of an advance payment, but not in cash, in name value. He wants her to front him 100 points of it. Alia can technically do that, but there's a catch. Her name doesn't carry much weight. She's simply not famous enough. So even low-level warrants might be out of reach. With that amount, the goat doesn't care. He's got a plan and tells her to send it anyway. as she begrudgingly transfers the points. She warns him not to screw her over. If he vanishes, she'll behead him instead of Medusa. The next thing we know, the guy is soaring through the air. He used the points to buy a flight skill, directly from the Emporium of Gods. While flying high, he wonders why gods focus so much on warrants, when incredible skills like this exist. He tests how far he can go, pushing his limits, and he goes even higher. Meanwhile, Elia watches from below, utterly surprised. Flight is incredibly hard to learn, and damn duck you just managed it in mere minutes. Now, Elia seems confident that damn duck you has got what it takes. She asks Soil Jew if she agrees. That question hits hard, though. Soil Jew's been hiding nearby this entire time, and she asks, "Who are you?" The girl introduces herself as Elia and expresses her sincere gratitude to meet her.